The AudioBoy Project. A decentralized anti-authoritarian community-based initiative focused on creating a library of audiobooks for truth seekers and free speech advocates. All content on this channel is free to download, share, or repost. Your support is much appreciated. Truth, audiobooks for the people. Behold a Pale Horse, by Milton William Cooper. Converted by AudioBoy. The official audiobook release of this title has had at least 50% of the content omitted for reasons not disclosed by the publisher. With this in mind, I have now converted the original book into audio format, which contains the following chapters. Chapter 1. Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Chapter 2. Secret Societies and the New World Order. Chapter 3. Oath of Initiation of an Unidentified Secret Order. Chapter 4. Secret Treaty of Verona. Chapter 5. Goodbye USA, Hello New World Order. Chapter 6. HR 4079 and FEMA Federal Emergency Management Agency. Chapter 7. Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1988 HR 5210, PL 100-690. Chapter 8. Are the Sheep Ready to Shear? Chapter 9. Anatomy of an Alliance. Chapter 10. Lessons from Lithuania. Chapter 11. Coup de Grace. Chapter 12. The Secret Government. Chapter 13. Treason in High Places. Chapter 15. Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The following chapters have been omitted from this version as I believe they are better suited to the ebook, where the official documentation can be viewed with the relevant diagrams and notes. This does not in any way detract from the main body of work presented by Mr. Cooper. Chapter 14. A proposed constitutional model for the new states of America. Chapter 16. The story of Jonathan May. Chapter 17. Documentation, U.S. Army intelligence connection with Satanic Church. And Appendix A to G. As a bonus, the book entitled, Lines of Credit, Ropes of Bondage, The Story of the Financiers, Their Fellow Conspirators and the Plot to Destroy Western Christian Civilization by Robert Henry Goldsborough has also been included in this audiobook. This rare piece of work provides valuable insight into the parasite class known erroneously as the elite. Relevant links can be found in the post description. Milton William Cooper, the 6th of May 1943, Long Beach, CA, to the 5th of November 2001, was an American author, conspiracy researcher, and shortwave broadcaster. He came to public attention in the late 1980s, and he is best known for his book, Behold a Pale Horse, and his shortwave radio show, Hour of the Time. Cooper served in the United States Air Force from 1961 to 1965, and in the Navy, 1965 to 1975, where he attained the rank of first-class petty officer. During his military service, Cooper was awarded the Navy Commendation Medal with Combat V and the Navy Achievement Medal with Combat V, and he was honorably discharged in 1975. As a conspiracy researcher, Cooper was an active investigator and lecturer, and he produced several documentaries covering subjects such as the Kennedy assassination, alien involvement, and various government black projects. Cooper was also known for his court battle with the Internal Revenue Service, where he alleged a history of crimes committed by the Internal Revenue Service and other government agencies. Cooper founded Harvest Trust, the CAJI News Service, Veritas Newspaper, the Intelligence Service, and Harvest Publications. Later, Veritas and Harvest Publications were sold to Hallmark Creative Corporation along with the copyright to all of Cooper's material. As a strong advocate for free radio, Cooper operated his unlicensed Independence Foundation Trust at 101.1 FM in Eager, Arizona. In addition to his own operation, Cooper claimed to have helped over 700 other low-power FM affiliate stations to get equipped and to get on the air. Cooper was not adverse to causing waves, and shortly after the Oklahoma City bombing, Rush Limbaugh read a White House memo on his broadcast, which named William Cooper as the most dangerous radio host in America. Cooper considered this pronouncement by then-President Clinton the greatest compliment he had ever received. Cooper's FBI file, in existence because of the investigation required by his military security clearances, was one of those allegedly in possession of the White House in what has become known as Filegate. As time passed, Cooper became increasingly concerned about his and his family's security, and consequently, in March 1999, he sent his family out of the United States. Thereafter, he lived and worked alone until his death in 2001. On 5 November 2001, Cooper was killed by the Apache County Sheriff's Department in Arizona. Allegedly injuring a deputy sheriff in a gunfight, Cooper suffered 6 bullet wounds, with 1 to the head, which was not listed as the primary cause of death. The official autopsy reports Cooper's death as a homicide. Given the troubling times that we now find ourselves in with questionable viruses, global vaccination programs, lockdowns, protests, police brutality, loss of civil liberties, possible martial law, tyrannical governments and all-powerful psychopathic corporations, this book seems almost prophetic in the current climate. Behold a Pale Horse. Introduction. Some time ago I had the opportunity to meet William Cooper and his wife Annie. It was part of my job to verify whether this man did indeed speak the truth or was just another person seeking fame and fortune. What I found was a rugged, bulldog-driven individual who was kind, thoughtful and tender-hearted. He was truly concerned about you and your welfare. Bill knew that people were badly informed by a society which spoon-feeds you deception until there is no distinction between fiction and reality. He sees what many others see happening, and he is not afraid to do something about it. There are many who do not want you to know what Bill has to say. They have tried many times to stop him from saying it. The scars on his face and the loss of his leg are his badges of sincerity on your behalf. No one becomes popular by telling people the truth. History records what happened to the true prophets of the past. However, some have listened to their warnings and were not caught off guard. Others have put their heads in the sand and refused to listen. Bill has it together, and has put it together for you so you can also be one of the informed of the world. A well-informed person can make the right decision. William Cooper has my vote of approval because first cared enough to find out who the man is. Now is your opportunity. There have been many related sequential coincidences all throughout my life, incidents that by themselves would have led nowhere. Statistically, the odds against the same or a related sequence of events happening to one individual are astronomically high. It is this series of incidents that have convinced me that God has had a hand in my life. I do not believe in fate. I do not believe in accidents. I cannot and will not accept the theory that long sequences of unrelated accidents determine world events. It is inconceivable that those with power and wealth would not band together with a common bond, a common interest, and a long-range plan to decide and direct the future of the world. For those with the resources, to do otherwise would be totally irresponsible. I know that I would be the first to organize a conspiracy to control the outcome of the future, if I were such a person and a conspiracy did not yet exist. I would do it in an attempt to ensure the survival of the principles in which I believe, the survival of my family, my survival, and the survival of the human race, if for no other reason. I believe, therefore, that a grand game of chess is being played on a level that we can barely imagine, and we are the pawns. Pawns are valuable only under certain circumstances and are frequently sacrificed to gain an advantage. Anyone who has studied military strategy is familiar with the concept of sacrifice. Those who have seriously studied history have probably discovered the real reason we go to war on a regularly scheduled basis. Before reading this book, I advise you to play at least 2 complete games of chess. You must learn the rules they play by. You must realize objectively that some pieces are more valuable than others and that the king is the most valuable of all. You cannot learn reality if you get caught up in the fantasy that it's not fair. You must come to know that the ultimate outcome of the game is the only thing that counts. You were lied to when you were told that it does not matter whether you win or lose, it's how you play the game. Winning in the world of the elite is everything. Indeed, it is the only thing. The power elite intend to win. My research has shown, at this point, that the future laid out for us may be just about impossible to change. I do not agree with the means by which the powerful few have chosen for us to reach the end. I do not agree that the end is where we should end at all. But unless we can wake the people from their sleep, nothing short of civil war will stop the planned outcome. I base that statement not on defeatism but on the apathy of the majority of the American people. 25 years ago I would have believed otherwise, but 25 years ago I was also sound asleep. We have been taught lies. Reality is not at all what we perceive it to be. We cannot survive any longer by hanging on to the falsehoods of the past. Reality must be discerned at all costs if we are to be a part of the future. Truth must prevail in all instances, no matter who it hurts or helps, if we are to continue to live upon this earth. At this point, what we want may no longer matter. It is what we must do to ensure our survival that counts. The old way is in the certain process of destruction and a new world order is beating down the door. To cling to the past is guaranteed suicide. To remain apathetic is assured enslavement. To learn the truth and then act upon it is the only means of survival at this moment. To shrug off the information contained in this book and to disregard its warning will result in the complete destruction of the Republic of the United States of America. You will never get a second warning or a second chance. Like it or not, this is it, stark reality. You can no longer turn your head, ignore it, pretend it's not true, say it can't happen to me, run, or hide. The wolf is at the door. I fear for the little ones, the innocents, who are already paying for our mistakes. There exists a great army of occupationally orphaned children. They are attending government-controlled day-care centers. And latchkey kids who are running wild in the streets. And the lopsided, emotionally wounded children of single welfare mothers, born only for the sake of more money in the monthly check. Open your eyes and look at them, for they are the future. In them I see the sure and certain destruction of this once proud nation. In their vacant eyes I see the death of freedom. They carry with them a great emptiness, and someone will surely pay a great price for their suffering. If we do not act in concert with each other and ensure that the future becomes what we need it to be, then we will surely deserve whatever fate awaits us. I believe with all my heart that God put me in places and in positions throughout my life so that I would be able to deliver this warning to His people. I pray that I have been worthy and that I have done my job. This is my creed. I believe first in God, the same God in which my ancestors believed. I believe in Jesus Christ and that He is my Savior. Second, I believe in the Constitution of the Republic of the United States of America, without interpretation, as it was written and meant to work. I have given my sacred oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States of America against all enemies foreign and domestic. I intend to fulfill that oath. Third, I believe in the family unit and, in particular, my family unit. I have sworn that I will give my life, if it is required, in defense of God, the Constitution, or my family. Fourth, I believe that any man without principles that he is ready and willing to die for at any given moment is already dead and is of no use or consequence whatsoever. William Cooper. August 3, 1990. Camp Verde, Arizona. Forward. Never could figure out why everyone was afraid to talk about the Indian blood. I thought, and still think, that it is something of which to be proud. I have since discovered that the old folks in my family, like the old folks in almost every family, thought there was some stigma attached to being part Indian. In the old days on the American frontier, people lived by hard rules. If you weren't accepted by your neighbors, you were more than likely to end up dead. My paternal grandmother's family, named Vance, traveled to Texas in a covered wagon and were some of the first settlers in the area of Odessa. My great-grandfather Vance was a real cowboy who eventually became one of the first oil field workers. My great-grandmother Vance told me that one of their first homes was a dugout on the prairie. My great-aunt's sister owned a photo of her father, my great-grandfather Vance, standing in front of a saloon beside his friend. Both men had 6 guns stuck in their belts. When she was about 84 or so, she told me that my great-grandfather Vance had gone off to do some work for a rancher. It was during a particularly nasty Indian uprising. My great-grandmother was a newly married young woman at the time. She rose early one morning and saw smoke rising from the direction of one of her neighbors. Soon a war party of 5 young braves rode up to her dugout. She told me that she was scared to death but knew if she showed it they would kill her for sure. The Indians were hungry. Great-grandma Vance made them get down off their ponies, dragged them inside and fed them. They didn't harm her. After filling their stomachs they rode off in the direction where she saw smoke rising later that afternoon. She said that she learned later that she was the only one in the area that had not been burned out or killed. She was a very brave woman. Great-grandma Vance died in a car accident just a short time after telling me that story. I thought it was a very strange way for her to die. She went from covered wagons to Fords and Boeing 707s. Grandma Vance saw just about everything that ever was important in this world happen in her lifetime. My paternal grandfather's family also rode across the country in a covered wagon. They strayed a little north, however, and ended up in the Indian Territory now known as Oklahoma. They were on the front line during the Oklahoma land rush and succeeded in staking out 320 acres on Big Bear Creek near what would eventually become Enid. A little town sprang up not too far away called Garber. They raised a lot of kids. I remember my great-grandmother cooking the biggest breakfast I had ever seen. We slept in real feather beds that swallowed us up. We ran to the outhouse in the middle of the night because we were embarrassed to use the chamber pot that great-grandma kept handy under every bed. In the morning everyone would crowd around the wood stove in the kitchen or the coal stove in the parlor trying to get warm. My dad had given me a .22 rifle for Christmas, and great-grandma's farm was the first place that I ever went hunting. I got up before the sun one morning, tiptoed downstairs, and headed out for the creek. About 2 hours later I saw my chance and shot a quail sitting up in a tree. I strutted proudly to the farmhouse holding that quail up for all to see. Luckily the farmhand saw me first. He burst out laughing and asked me what I thought I was doing with that sparrow. I ran off and buried that bird and never said a word to anyone. I learned later that quails don't sit in trees. For those who may think this to be a terrible thing, I must tell you that every boy in those days was given a rifle and taught to hunt. During hunting season many families managed to put aside some extra money because the boys brought home meat from the hunt. That money saved was sorely needed. It was considered a duty for a citizen to own a gun in order to carry out the intent of the Second Amendment to the Constitution. As long as the citizens owned guns, the government could never become oppressive. My mother's family came from Scotland and settled in North Carolina. They were hard-working and thrifty folk. Most of them were poor. I never knew much more about my mother's family. I don't even remember anyone talking much about them. I know that my grandmother, Nellie Woodside, was forced to give up some of her children when her husband died. There was not enough money to feed all of the kids. My mother was one of those chosen to live in a children's home until things got better. No one ever talked about my mother's father. When I asked about my grandfather I was told, "Red was no good, and you just mind your own business." I got the feeling that nobody liked him. He died before I entered this world. I was born May 6, 1943. I was reared in a military family. My father is USAF Lieutenant Colonel Rhett Milton V. Cooper. He prefers to be called Jack, the nickname given to him by the family when he was a boy. Dad began his Air Force career as a young cadet flying biplanes and retired as a command pilot with thousands of hours to his credit. I have a picture of him standing in front of an old biplane in his leather jacket and his cap with the earflaps just like Snoopy wears. I can remember the pilots gathered around the kitchen table talking about the planes and telling stories. Sometimes they discussed strange things called Foo Fighters or UFOs. When we were lucky they got out the projector and showed Kodachrome slides. That was a special treat. By the time I was 8 years old, I think I had already seen and been inside every plane the Air Force, which used to be the Army Air Force, had ever owned. I had flown in several. I had seen many of them crash and had friends who had lost their fathers. I remember one night in the Azores at Lajes Field. We were at the base theater watching a movie when the projector ground to a stop, the lights came on and a plea was made for blood donors. We knew there had been a disaster. Everyone went outside and looked down the hill at the flight line. It was literally consumed in flames. We could see men on fire running through the night. A B-29 had crashed. I forget if it had been taking off or landing, but I will never forget the scene that was spread before me on that night. No one went back to the movie even though we had only seen half. I was 9 years old but felt much older. I had seen many crashes, and I would see many more in the years to come. But I never saw anything that could ever compare to the wreckage, the fire, the devastation, or the loss of life caused by the crash of that B-29. We left the Azores a year later. As we climbed into the sky I looked out the plane window. I could still see pieces of the wreckage where it had been pushed away from the runways. It was that incident that gave me an appreciation of the dangers that my dad faced on a daily basis. I knew then how lucky we were to see him walk in the door. Aviation wasn't safe in those days, especially for military pilots. We all knew families that had lost someone in a crash. I didn't always love my father. He was a strict disciplinarian. My dad did not believe in spare the rod and his belt was put to use frequently in our family. I was a very sensitive but willful child. Rules didn't mean much to me until I got caught breaking them. Many times I was the focus of his anger. Like most kids, I didn't understand. I thought he was a tyrant. Now I appreciate his upbringing. I know, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that without his strict discipline we most probably would have turned out bad. Now I love my dad. He is my friend. He is an independent, gregarious, feisty, tough, confident, adventurous, sometimes overbearing, handsome, big bear of a man. My mother told me that she fell in love with him because he looks like John Wayne, and he does. I have watched him progress from one who disdained any public show of affection to a man who is just as likely to hug you as shake your hand. On the other side, he has at times made me so angry that I could have punched him in the mouth, but I never have. It's damn hard for anyone not to like him. He is always up to some mischief, and I can guarantee you that no one is ever bored around my father. My mother is a real Southern lady. They used to call her kind a Southern belle. She is one of the last of a dying breed. Dovie Nell Woodside Cooper is the type of woman that men like to dream about when they're lonely. She is the kindest, gentlest woman that I have ever known. I do not make that statement just because she is my mother. It's true. She was beautiful as a young woman and she is beautiful now. My mother is one of those people who, once she likes you, can't be driven away. She is loyal to a fault. I have seen her during the good and during the bad times. She never flinched, no matter what. It always surprised me that she could be so tough and yet so kind, gentle, and loving all at the same time. Woe to anyone who ever harms my dad or one of her children in her presence. She is the best cook who ever stepped foot in any kitchen that was ever built. I love my mother probably more than anyone else in this world. I have a brother Ronnie and a sister Connie. They are fraternal twins 2 years younger than me. We were closer than most siblings when we were children because we spent so much of our life in foreign countries, where oftentimes we found ourselves unable to communicate except with each other. We had school friends, but school was often many miles from where we lived. We had few toys. Most of them were things that mother gave us, such as spools, cigar boxes, string, or anything else that we could find to keep us occupied. Every Christmas was a delight because we always got some real toys. Ronnie and I had a propensity to see how things worked, however, so they never lasted long. Everything we wore, including shoes, was ordered from the Sears catalog. It was the wish book, and we never tired of looking through it. We alternately loved each other, hated each other, fought each other, and defended each other, as I guess all kids do. Ronnie, his wife Susie, and their daughter Jennifer live in Garber, Oklahoma, where Ron sells John Deere farm equipment. Ron and Susie built their house with their own hands. As far as I know, they intend to live in that house until they die. Ronnie served as an officer in the Army. In Vietnam he earned the Silver Star. We haven't seen each other since 1976 after he came to visit me in the hospital after I lost my leg. Nevertheless, I love him and I miss him a lot. Neither one of us can afford to travel much unless it's business, but one of these days soon I'm going to surprise him unless with a visit. Connie has shown me pictures and Ron looks just like my great-grandfather. Almost every picture I've seen shows Ron in chaps, a Stetson, boots, and either near or on a horse. I guess that is about how it should be, as Ronnie always wanted to be a cowboy when he was a child. Connie has really turned out to be a fine woman. When she was little I sometimes liked her and sometimes didn't. Little boys don't usually have much use for little girls. Since we only had each other to play with, however, Ronnie and I loved her a lot, but little boys just can't ever admit anything like that. I remember Connie always followed me everywhere I went. I couldn't get rid of her no matter how hard I tried. Her devotion and loyalty made me love her all the more. Of course I pretended that she was a pain in the ass. As we grew older and began to realize that there was a really big difference between boys and girls, Connie began to take on an air of mystery. From that time until I was about 18 she baffled me completely. I remember when she was around 13 or so she would throw temper tantrums when she got angry. She would stomp her feet, scream, run to her room and then slam the door. Ronnie and I thought it was a great show but couldn't for love or money understand why she did it. When we asked Mom she would just shake her head and say hormones. Connie grew up to be a beautiful woman and eventually married her high school sweetheart, Gus Deaton. They had 2 beautiful children, Janice and Chrissy. Janice is very much like Connie, loving and loyal. Chrissy is different. She's a redhead who loves to party. I guess Chrissy represents a freedom of spirit more than anything else. Connie's marriage deteriorated and no one could figure out what was happening until Gus was diagnosed as having brain tumors. It was tragic. Everyone really loved Gus. As his disease progressed and he began to do crazy things, people just drifted away. I have always nurtured a very special love for Chrissy. She never deserted her father. When no one else could stand to be around him, Chrissy chose to go and live with him so he won't be lonely, she said. Even now I get all choked up when I think of that little red-headed girl going to live with her sick father so he won't be lonely. His behavior was such that no one else could stand to be around him. At least that is what I'm told. It wasn't Gus's fault that he became ill, and I've always felt it just wasn't fair to Connie, the children, or Gus. I've since learned that life is seldom fair. Connie eventually remarried and moved to Austin, Texas, where she has established herself as a valuable employee of a large bank. Her husband is an executive for McGraw-Hill. His name, coincidentally, is Ron. We all really like Ron McClure, especially Dad, who has formed a close friendship with him. My sister has really blossomed into a wonderful woman. She has become one of my dearest and closest friends. She has grown to be so much a part of me that even now I sometimes get a feeling to look behind me to see if that little girl is still there. I feel a great loss when I see that it's only Sugar Bear, my faithful dog, but then, I love him too, so can't complain. I graduated in 1961 from Yamato High School in Japan. That fall I enlisted in the Air Force. I really wanted to go into the Navy, but I had always had a tendency toward car sickness and seasickness. I attended basic at Lackland Air Force Base, Texas, and technical school for aircraft and missile hydraulics at Amarillo Air Force Base. Upon completion, I was ordered to the 495th Bomb Wing of the Strategic Air Command at Sheppard Air Force Base just outside Wichita Falls. The name was later changed to the 4245th Bomb Wing, don't ask me why. In just a short time I had gone from a skinny kid who didn't know much about anything, even though I thought I did, to an airman who had a secret, security clearance and worked on B-52 bombers, KC-135 refueling aircraft, and Minuteman missiles. I saw real atomic bombs. I worked around them on a daily basis. Because of that I had to wear a dosimeter just in case I was exposed to radiation. In those days we were the elite of the Air Force and we knew it. I received a letter of commendation for my work. In due time I was awarded the National Defense Medal and the Air Force Good Conduct Medal. Actually, I think everyone was awarded the National Defense Medal so that no one would be embarrassed standing in formation with nothing on their chest. It was during this time that I met a couple of sergeants who kind of adopted me. We went out to the clubs together and usually ended up chasing women and drinking a lot of beer. They told me several stories about being attached to a special unit that recovered crashed flying saucers. Sergeant Meese told me that he had been on one operation that transported a saucer so large that a special team went before them, lowering all telephone poles and fence posts. Another team followed and replaced them. They moved it only at night. It was kept parked and covered somewhere off the road during the day. Since we were always half-tanked when these stories came out, I never believed them. Sergeants were known to tell some tall tales to younger guys like me. On November 22, 1963, I was on duty as CQ charge of quarters for the Field Maintenance Squadron. Most of the men were out on the flight line working, the barracks orderlies had been assigned their tasks, the first sergeant was gone somewhere, and I was alone. I turned on the orderly room TV to watch the live broadcast of the President's motorcade in Dallas. I was not prepared for what I saw. I stared in disbelief as the events unfurled in front of my eyes. I knew that something had happened, but what? I had seen and heard the assassination, but my mind was not accepting it. I kept staying at the set to discover what it was that had happened when slowly the realization crept over me. A numbness spread up my arms and legs. I saw what had happened. The hair stood up on the back of my neck and a chill went down my spine. President Kennedy had been shot right in front of my eyes. At that point huge tears began to stream down my face. Waves of emotion rushed through my body. I felt that I had to do something, so I picked up the direct line to the command center. I choked back the tears. When the command duty officer answered, I told him that the president had just been shot in Dallas. There was a pause, and he asked me, "How do you know he has been shot?" I told him that one had watched it on television and then hung up the phone. I was numb all over. A few minutes later the command duty officer called back and ordered a red alert at DEFCON 2. Defense Condition 2 meant war was imminent. The roar of jet engines could already be heard as the alert crews taxied their planes toward the runway. I was scared shitless as I ran from barracks to barracks rooting out the night shift and those who had the day off. We had been told that we had about 15 minutes to launch all of our planes before the first atomic bomb would hit us in the event that the Russians launched an attack. I didn't even lock up the orderly room. I just jumped in the first car I saw, rode to the SAC compound / and reported to my red alert duty station. For the next 3 days I slept under the belly of a B-52 bomber staring at the Armageddon that hid just inside the closed bomb bay doors. We thought the shit had finally hit the fan. It was a great relief when the alert was ended. I left the Air Force with an honorable discharge in 1965. In December of the same year I joined the Navy. I had always loved the ocean. I had wanted to be a sailor since I was a little boy. Seasick or not, I made up my mind to follow my dream. I was sent to the Naval Training Center in San Diego for boot camp. Because of my prior Air Force experience, I was made the recruit chief company commander. I was allowed to keep my same rank and pay grade. We had a good bunch of guys in my company and we had a great company commander. Chief Campbell, chief electrician's mate. He turned the company over to me. The chief was a good man. He was only interested in teaching us what we needed to know and in keeping us out of trouble. Unlike most boot camp instructors, Chief Campbell had no axe to grind and wasn't trying to prove anything to himself or anyone else. He was truly our friend. During boot camp one volunteered for submarines. My sense of adventure was very strong. I was accepted, and upon completion of basic training, was ordered to the USS Tiru SS-416 at the submarine base at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Spitfire and damnation, no one could possibly be that lucky. I couldn't believe my eyes when I read my orders. Here I was fulfilling my dream of being in the Navy. I got exactly what I asked for the first time that I asked for it, which was extremely rare in any branch of military service. And to top it all off, I was being sent to Hawaii, the land of tropical paradise. I was in seventh heaven. I landed in Hawaii with no time to play and took a cab directly to the sub-base. My submarine was nowhere to be found. I kept asking people until I found someone who told me that my boat, subs are called boats in the Navy, was not at the sub-base but in dry dock in the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. I hailed another cab. The cab driver dropped me off at the head of a pier that looked like it had never been cleaned up after the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. It was covered with what appeared to be hoses, huge electrical cables, rusting metal of every conceivable size and shape that you can imagine. The air was rank with the smell of diesel, welding fumes, paint, and steel. If there is a hell on earth, I thought, this has to be it. I walked up the pier, over to the edge, and looked down into the dry dock. There, stripped of all dignity, lying naked and cut cleanly in half, was my boat, the USS Tiru. Men were scrambling all over it. They looked like ants swarming over a dead grasshopper. Brilliant flashes of light brighter than the sun drove sparks high into the air and then down in a beautiful flow to the bottom of the dock. I couldn't believe my eyes. Someone actually expected me to go out to sea, then underwater, in what appeared to me to be a motley collection of cut-up rusting metal scavenged from some satanic junkyard, stuck together by demons with welding torches. My luck had just run out. I reported to the barracks barge moored in the water on the other side of the pier and was given a hammock for when I had the duty. Then I was sent to the sub-base barracks where I was assigned a rack and a locker. I wanted to go into Honolulu but quickly discovered non-quals did not rate liberty. It was getting worse. The next few months were spent sanding, painting, lifting, and learning the boat. The men of the crew, except for the chief cook, were great. The chief cook was drunk every minute of the day and night. He didn't like me, so I didn't get much to eat. His dislike stemmed from my first morning when I walked into the galley and watched as the other crew members ordered their breakfast. When there was an opening I stepped up and asked for eggs over easy. That's when the chief hit the overhead and vowed that I would never eat a meal in his mess decks. He wasn't kidding, either. The only time after that morning that I got anything to eat out of that galley was when the chief cook was ashore. To this day I still don't know what I did wrong. I could have gone to the captain, but if I had done that I might as well have put in for a transfer at the same time. It wasn't long, though, before I was able to locate where he hid his booze. I made his life miserable from that moment on. I won't tell you what I laced his vodka with, but it wasn't anything you'd ever want to drink, believe me. I kept that chief so sick that he was transferred off the boat for medical reasons. I didn't want to hurt him, but it was either get rid of him or starve to death. I made up my mind that chief or no chief I wasn't going to go to sea on a boat that wouldn't feed me. I didn't relish going to sea with a drunk chief in charge of closing the main induction valve when the boat made a dive. When a submarine goes underwater, certain valves must be closed or the boat will flood with water and everyone will drown. The main induction is the most important of those valves. It was the cook's duty to close it, because the valve was in the galley on board the USS Tiru. I made two especially close friends while on the Tiru. A black seaman named Lincoln Loving and an American Indian seaman we called Geronimo. The three of us were inseparable. Lincoln was best man at my first marriage. Of the three, Geronimo was the most experienced seaman, so he taught Lincoln and me. He knew everything there was to know about the boat, rope, paint, and a whole lot of other things that a man had to know to survive in the Navy. I knew the most about getting along in the military, so I taught Geronimo and Lincoln. Lincoln knew every really good spot on the island where we could have a good time, so he led the Liberty Party. 3 things really stand out in my mind about the time that I spent on the Tiru. The first was an incident that occurred during a test dive while we were creeping along at about 3 or 4 knots at a depth of 600 feet off the island of Oahu. Lincoln and I had just been relieved from watch and were in the after battery talking when we were knocked off our feet. We heard a loud clang forward and felt the boat lunge to port. Then we heard a sound that made our blood run cold. I could literally feel the blood drain from my face as I listened to whatever it was that we hit scrape along the starboard side of the hull. Lincoln and I froze. We held our breath as metal screeched upon metal. I thought it would never end. No one moved, anywhere. Finally, after what seemed a lifetime, the boat lurched and the noise disappeared aft. If it had pierced the hull, none of us would be alive today. We never found out what it was. When we returned to Pearl, divers went down to have a look. When they surfaced, they reported that the starboard bow plane was damaged and the hull was gouged all along the starboard side from bow to stern. We went in for repairs. In a couple of days we were good as new, but I certainly had an entirely different perspective on life. The second thing that stands out happened to another boat that had been out participating in torpedo attack exercises with another submarine. I remember seeing the boat entering the harbor with a large tarp over the conning tower. I could see something holding the tarp up on each side of the tower, but I couldn't see what it was. Later, Geronimo, Lincoln and I walked over where the boat was berthed and looked under the tarp. The other boat in the exercise had scored a direct hit. What we saw was a torpedo sticking completely through the sail. We started laughing. Then we looked at each other and decided that it wasn't so funny after all. This submarine business was not quite as attractive as I'd thought. Number 3 happened during a transit between the Portland-Seattle area and Pearl Harbor. I was the port lookout during the afternoon watch, 1200 to 1600 hours. Geronimo was the starboard lookout. Ensign Ball was the OOD officer of the deck. We were doing 10 knots on the surface and the 3 of us were on the bridge in the conning tower. It was a bright day, but the sun was obscured by a low layer of clouds. It was cool. We had a bit of fun when someone below requested permission to put a man on deck forward to get something that was needed from the waterproof deck locker. The locker was under the deck plate all the way up on the bow near the forward torpedo room escape trunk. Geronimo and I laughed when Ensign Ball gave his approval. He really shouldn't have, because we were running a pressure wave over the bow. When we saw who it was they had sent on deck, we roared with laughter. We looked down over the side of the sail at the deck level door just as it popped open and Seaman Lincoln Loving stuck his head out. He didn't look happy. Lincoln reached down and put the runner in the safety track in the deck, fastened the safety belt around his waist and, grabbing the handrail, stepped out on deck. He looked up at us with that "don't you laugh at me" look that he did so well. It took him a few minutes to get up the nerve to let go of the handrail and begin to make his way forward against the wind and the pitching deck. Gingerly, he crept forward until he was just at the point where the pressure wave was rolling off the deck when the bow heaved free of the water on its cyclical upswing. I could see that Lincoln was trying to time a run forward when the bow was out of the water. He made a couple of false starts, then ran slipping on the wet deck, disappearing into the access hole for the forward torpedo room escape hatch. The bow plunged underwater and I found myself sucking air as I imagined the cold saltwater swirling around me. It wasn't me, though, it was Lincoln. I gripped the top of the sail as I waited for the bow to swing up, hoping that Lincoln wouldn't panic. What we saw next could have been a clip from one of those old Keystone Cops movies. Lincoln was flailing water so hard that it looked like he had 40 arms and 40 legs. It was only then that I realized that Lincoln had joined the Navy, but he didn't know how to swim. When he finally gathered a foothold, the half-drowned seaman exploded up out of that hole like a Polaris missile and ran back to the conning tower just as fast as his wet leather soles would carry him. Ensign Ball, Geronimo, and I laughed for a good 10 minutes. In fact, every time we saw Lincoln for the next 2 days we would burst out laughing. Lincoln didn't think it was funny and didn't miss a chance to slug us every time we laughed. Lincoln went below. Geronimo and I began the unending task of sweeping the horizon from bow to stern, then the sky from horizon to zenith, and then back to the horizon from bow to stern. Again and again, and then a pause to rest our eyes and chat for a few minutes. I asked Ensign Ball to call for some hot coffee. As he bent over the 1 megacoulomb, I turned, raising my binoculars to my eyes just in time to see a huge disk rise from beneath the ocean, water streaming from the air around it, tumble lazily on its axis, and disappear into the clouds. My heart beat wildly. I tried to talk but couldn't, then I changed my mind and decided I didn't want to say that, anyway. I had seen a flying saucer the size of an aircraft carrier come right out of the ocean and fly into the clouds. I looked around quickly to see if anyone else had seen it. Ensign Ball was still bending over the IMC. He was ordering coffee. Geronimo was looking down the starboard side aft. I was torn between my duty to report what I had seen and the knowledge that if I did no one would believe me. As I looked out over the ocean I saw only sky, clouds, and water. It was as if nothing had happened. I almost thought I had dreamed it. Ensign Ball straightened, turned toward Geronimo and said the coffee was on the way up. I looked back toward the spot, about 15 degrees relative off the port bow, and about 2 to 1/2 nautical miles distant. Nothing, not even a hint of what had happened. Ensign Ball, I said, I thought I saw something about 15 degrees relative off the bow, but I lost it. Can you help me look over that area? Ensign Ball turned, raising his glasses to eye level. I didn't know it at the time, but Geronimo had heard me and turned to look. He was happy that something had broken the monotony. I was just lifting the binoculars off my chest when I saw it. The giant saucer shape plunged out of the clouds, tumbled, and, pushing the water before it, opened up a hole in the ocean and disappeared from view. It was incredible. This time I had seen it with my naked eyes, and its size in comparison with the total view was nothing short of astounding. Ensign Hall stood in shock, his binoculars in his hands, his mouth open. Geronimo yelled, "Holy shit. What the, hey, did you guys see that?" Ensign Ball turned, and looking right at me with the most incredulous look on his face, said in a low voice, "This had to happen on my watch." He turned, quickly pressing the override on the IMC and yelled, "Captain to the bridge, captain to the bridge." As an afterthought he pressed the switch again and yelled, "Somebody get a camera up here." The captain surged up the ladder with the quartermaster on his heels. Chief Quartermaster Quintero had the ship's 35mm camera slung around his neck. The captain stood patiently while Ensign Ball tried to describe what he had seen. He glanced at us and we both nodded in affirmation. That was enough for the captain. He called sonar, who during the excitement had reported contact underwater at the same bearing. The captain announced into the 1 megacoulomb, "This is the captain. I have the con." The reply came back instantly from the helm, Aye, sir." I knew that the helmsman was passing the word in the control room that the captain had personally taken control of the boat. I also knew that rumors were probably flying through the vessel. The captain called down and ordered someone to closely monitor the radar. His command was instantly acknowledged. As the five of us stood gazing out over the sea, the same ship, or one exactly like it, rose slowly, turned in the air, tilted at an angle and then vanished. I saw the chief snapping pictures out of the corner of my eye. This time I had 3 images from which to draw conclusions. It was a metal machine, of that there was no doubt whatsoever. It was intelligently controlled, of that I was equally sure. It was a dull color, kind of like pewter. There were no lights. There was no glow. I thought I had seen a row of what looked like portholes, but could not be certain. Radar reported contact at the same bearing and gave us a range of 3 nautical miles. The range was right on, as the craft had moved toward the general direction that we were headed. We watched repeatedly as the strange craft re-entered the water and then subsequently rose into the clouds over and over again until finally we knew that it was gone for good. The episode lasted about 10 minutes. Before leaving the bridge, the captain took the camera from the chief and instructed each of us not to talk to anyone about what we had seen. He told us the incident was classified and we were not to discuss it, not even amongst ourselves. We acknowledged his order. The captain and the chief left the bridge. Ensign Ball stepped to the 1 megacoulomb and, pressing the override switch, announced, "This is Ensign Ball. The captain has left the bridge. I have the con." The reply, "Aye, sir," quickly followed. Those of us who had witnessed the UFO were not allowed to go ashore after we had berthed in Pearl. Even those of us who didn't have the duty were told we had to stay aboard. After about 2 hours, a commander from the Office of Naval Intelligence boarded. He went directly to the captain's stateroom. It wasn't long before we were called to wait in the passageway outside the captain's door. Ensign Ball was called first. After about 10 minutes he came out and went into the wardroom. He looked shaken. I was next. When I entered the stateroom, the commander was holding my service record in his hands. He wanted to know why I had gone from the Air Force into the Navy. I told him the whole story and he laughed when I said that after putting off the Navy for fear of chronic seasickness, I hadn't been seasick yet. Suddenly a mask dropped over his face, and looking me directly in the eyes he asked, "What did you see out there?" "I believe it was a flying saucer, sir," I answered. The man began to visibly shake and he screamed obscenities at me. He threatened to put me in the brig for the rest of my life. I thought he wasn't going to stop yelling, but as suddenly as he began, he stopped. I was confused. I had answered his question truthfully, yet I was threatened with prison. I was not afraid, but I was not very confident, either. I figured I had better take another tack. 18 years with my father and 4 years in the Air Force had taught me something. Number 1 was that officers just do not lose control like that, ever. Number 2 was that if my answer had elicited that explosion, then the next thing out of my mouth had better be something entirely different. Number 3 was that his response had been an act of kindness to get me to arrive at exactly that conclusion. "Let's start all over again," he said. "What did you see out there?" "Nothing, sir," I answered. "I didn't see a damn thing, and I'd like to get out of here just as soon as possible." A smile spread over his face and the captain looked relieved. "Are you sure, Cooper?" he asked. "Yes, sir," I replied, "I'm sure." "You're a good sailor, Cooper," he said. "The Navy needs men like you'll go far with the Navy." He then asked me to read several pieces of paper that all said the same thing only with different words. I read that if I ever talked about what it was that I didn't see, I could be fined up to $10,000 and imprisoned for up to 10 years or both. In addition, I could lose all pay and allowances due or ever to become due. He asked me to sign a piece of paper stating that I understood the laws and regulations that I had just read governing the safeguard of classified information relating to national security. By signing, I agreed never to communicate in any manner any information regarding the incident with anyone. I was dismissed, and boy, was I glad to get out of there. Not long after that incident I devolunteered from submarines. I was transferred to the USS Tombigbee. AOG-11. The Tombigbee was a gasoline tanker. It was more dangerous than the sub. The captain was crazy and the crew was a combination of idiots and misfits. I once had to draw my pistol while I was petty officer of the watch to prevent an officer from being attacked by a seaman. The Tombigbee collided in the dead of night with a destroyer in the Molokai Channel and several men died when the destroyer was almost cut in half. Every day aboard that ship was exactly like a scene right out of Mr. Roberts. I struck for quartermaster, navigation specialist, and managed to advance to the rank of second-class petty officer despite the obvious obstacles. I made 2 Westpac tours aboard the Tombigbee. They included a total of 12 months off the coast of Vietnam. We came under machine gun fire while anchored off Chu Lai. We had to do an emergency breakaway and leave the harbor. All we needed was one tracer round in one of the tanks, and kaboom, it would have been all over. The Viet Cong gunner probably got busted because the stupid jerk missed the whole damn ship. How can you miss a whole ship? The only other time I felt threatened was when we went up to a small outpost at the 2 German marks called Kua Viet. It was a vision right out of hell. Kua Viet sat on the southern bank at the river mouth of the Thach Han River. We rode at anchor and pumped fuel ashore through a bottom ley line. Every night we could see the traces from firefights raging up and down the river and along the DMZ. It was a real hot spot. Every once in a while Viet Cong or NVA rockets would slam into the camp. We would perform an emergency breakaway and put to sea until the all clear was sounded. Everything was cool until our wacko captain decided we were going into the river mouth. Did you ever try to put a pencil through the eye of a needle? That's about comparable to what we did. I'll never know how we got that big ship through the narrow mouth of that river with no navigational references whatsoever. We dropped anchor mid-channel and the captain backed the ship right up to the beach and dropped the stern anchor into the sand. There we sat, a great big target full of gasoline. We were helpless in the mouth of a narrow river, with 3 anchors out, right in the middle of one of the hottest combat zones in Vietnam. That night several men in the crew wrote letters to the Chief of Naval Operations requesting an immediate transfer. No one slept. I don't know why the enemy didn't send in the rockets, but they didn't. I knew then that God must keep a special watch over fools. The next day we set to sea and started for Pearl. The captain was relieved for incompetence later that year. Then I was transferred to school. I didn't know what school I had drawn. It turned out to be the Naval Security and Intelligence School for Internal Security Specialist, NEC 9545. The general training prepared me to set up security perimeters, secure installations and buildings, and safeguard classified information. My training included special weapons, booby trap identification and disarming, the detection of bugs, phone taps, transmitters and many other subjects. I was specifically trained to prepare and conduct Pacific Area intelligence briefings. From the day I reported to school in 1968 until I left the Navy, I worked off and on for naval security and intelligence. Upon graduating, I was transferred to Vietnam. I had volunteered over a year before because I figured that my chances were better in the war than they were on that screwed-up gasoline tanker. This was the first good news I'd had since leaving boot camp. I really wanted to fight for my country. I wasn't to find out what a real fool I was until a few years later. I landed at Da Nang and was bused to Camp Carter, the headquarters for naval security and intelligence in the Corps. I was interviewed by Captain Carter, the commanding officer. The names turned out to be a coincidence. Captain Carter asked me if I thought I would make a good patrol boat captain, and I told him that I would. What else could I tell him? I thought he was joking when he told me I would have command of a boat and crew. He wasn't, and I did. Lieutenant Dewey at the Harbor Patrol, a division of naval intelligence, allowed me to hand-pick a crew. He gave me first choice of 4 45-foot picket boats that had just been unloaded from the deck of a freighter. I and my new crew spent 3 days going over every inch of that boat. We adjusted and fine-tuned everything. We sanded and painted. One of the seamen even hung curtains in the after cabin. We checked and double-checked the engines. My gunner's mate, GMG-3 Robert G. Barron, checked out weapons and we began to arm our vessel. I've got to tell you the truth. Just looking at all those guns scared the shit out of me. I vowed right then and there that I would be the best damn captain that ever commanded a combat vessel in wartime. I learned to exist on only 2 or 3 hours of sleep out of 24 and never ate until I knew that my crew had been fed. We spent a lot of spooky nights patrolling the Da Nang harbor and river. One night a rocket hit the ammo dump at the river's edge near the Da Nang bridge, and it really looked as if the world was coming to an end. Another time we engaged the enemy in the cove at Point Isabella near the marine fuel farm and probably saved their butts. That engagement was reported in the Stars and Stripes, the armed forces newspaper in Vietnam. The worst moments came, however, not from Charlie but from Mother Nature. A full-blown typhoon roared across the Gulf of Tonkin. To save the boats we put to sea. The angels must have been laughing. What a sight we must have made. I maneuvered our boat in between 2 giant cargo ships riding at anchor off Red Beach and learned quickly what fear was really all about. The wind was blowing so hard that none of us could go on deck. That meant that the 2 of us in the pilot house were stuck on watch and the men trapped in the after cabin had to man the hand pumps. The windows in the pilot house blew out and the rain felt like knives hitting our skin. Water poured in, and I prayed that the men on the pumps would not become exhausted. I could just barely make out the 2 tankers. I could tell they were in more trouble than we. When we were on the crest of the mountainous waves we looked down onto the top of the ships. When we were in the trough we seemed to be in danger of their crashing down upon us. One of the freighters snapped a cable and steamed slowly out of the harbor. The next morning the storm calmed and we moved into the river. Debris was floating down and we had to play dodge the tree trunks until we spotted a sheltered pier in front of the press club. We carefully pulled the boat alongside, tied fast to the pier, then collapsed from exhaustion. After a while we drew straws to see who would remain on watch with me. The rest went into the press club. After a couple of hours the crew returned and we went in. It was like nothing was going on outside. Reporters sat around drinking or eating. All around flowed conversation and laughter. We ordered a huge meal, signed Lieutenant Dewey's name to the check, then went out to the boat. I don't know whose name the other guys signed, but none of us had any money. I don't even know if Lieutenant Dewey ever got the bill. I do know that it was one of the best damn meals that we ever had in that country. The next 2 days were spent in repairing the boat, cleaning the weapons, and checking everything. Then we went to the club, got stone drunk, and slept for damn near a whole other day. Bob Barron volunteered for Kua Viet. I begged him to stay with us. Maybe we could all go up later together. He couldn't wait, he had to have action. We promised each other that if one of us bought the farm the other would drink a bottle of scotch in memory, then break the bottle on the rocks. Don't ask me what that was all about. Men who think they might die at any given moment do stupid things and I was no different than most. About 3 weeks later we learned that Bob's boat had gone on 2 Lima patrol on the Thak Han River one night and had never returned. No radio transmissions were ever heard. And for a while no bodies were found. Then one by one they popped to the surface along the bank. It was a long time before we ever found the boat. When we did, it was twisted up like a pretzel. I say we, because after I drank the bottle of scotch and broke it on the rocks, I forced the issue and was transferred to the Dong Ha River Support Group at Kua Viet. It was now a personal war. They had killed a part of me. Bob had been my friend. His name is on the Vietnam Memorial. My boat engaged the enemy more times than any other boat that ever patrolled that river. We kept the enemy off the river and I never lost another man. I was awarded the Naval Achievement Medal with Combat V, the Naval Commendation Medal with Combat V, and the Combat Action Ribbon. Our whole organization was awarded the Presidential Unit Citation, the Naval Unit Citation, and each of us accumulated various other minor awards, ribbons, and medals. One thing I didn't like about Vietnam was that it was very difficult to maintain unit cohesion and morale when you had proven and trusted men leaving all the time at staggered intervals and green, unproven men arriving to take their place. I noticed that I felt like I was deserting my crew when I was rotated home. I tried to extend my tour of duty, but they had already decided to phase out our forces and turn the war over to the Vietnamese. If I had extended a month earlier, I was told, I could have stayed. My attitude at that point was a smoldering screw it. The whole time that I was in Vietnam and especially on the DMZ, I had noticed that there was a lot of UFO activity. We had individual 24-hour crypto code sheets that we used to encode messages, but because of the danger that one of them could be captured at any time, we used special code words for sensitive information. UFOs, I was told, were definitely sensitive information. I learned exactly how sensitive when all the people of an entire village disappeared after UFOs were seen hovering above their huts. I learned that both sides had fired upon the UFOs, and they had blasted back with a mysterious blue light. Rumors floated around that UFOs had kidnapped and mutilated 2 army soldiers, then dropped them in the bush. No one knew how much of this was true, but the fact that the rumors persisted made me tend to think there was at least some truth in them. I found out later that most of those rumors were true. I eventually found myself back in Hawaii. This time it was shore duty at the headquarters of the Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet at Macalapa, a hill above Pearl Harbor. I had carried a secret security clearance in the Air Force, and secret was required for submarines. When I checked into the Fleet Administration Unit, I was asked to fill out papers for another clearance. I did as I was asked. I remember that one of the questions asked if I had ever belonged to any fraternal organizations. I looked down the list, circled the De Malay Society, and answered in the affirmative. I was assigned to the Operational Status Report Office (OPSTAT) under Lieutenant C.D.R. Mercado while I awaited the results of my FBI background check for the upgraded clearance. About 6 months later I was called into the office of the Chief of Staff for Naval Intelligence. I was asked to read the regulations covering the Personnel Reliability Program governing those personnel who had access to nuclear weapons, information on nuclear weapons, launch codes, and various other things having to do with nuclear weapons or anything that came under HQ County Route 44. I was asked to read and then sign a security oath, which I did. I was then told by Captain Caldwell that my security clearance had been upgraded to top secret (Q), sensitive compartmentalized information with access authorized on a strict need-to-know basis. He told me to report to the officer in charge of the Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Pacific Fleet Intelligence Briefing Team the following morning at 0400 hours. I did. What I learned during the time I spent with that briefing team is what led me on my 18-year search that has culminated in the writing of this book. I was later given another upgraded clearance in the crypto category and served as the designated SPECAT operator when I was on watch in the command center. On the day that I learned that the Office of Naval Intelligence had participated in the assassination of President John F. Kennedy and that it was the Secret Service agent driving the limo that had shot Kennedy in the head, I went AWOL with no intention of ever returning. My good friend Bob Swan is the one who talked me into going back. Later, on June 1, 1972, the eve of my wedding, I told Bob everything that I knew about the UFOs, Kennedy's assassination, the Navy, the secret government, the coming Ice Age, Alternatives 1, 2, and 3, Project Galileo, and the plan for the New World Order. I believed it was all true then and I believe it is all true now. I must warn you, however, that I have found evidence that the secret societies were planning as far back as 1917 to invent an artificial threat from outer space in order to bring humanity together in a one-world government which they call the New World Order. I am still searching for the truth. I firmly believe that this book is closer to that truth than anything ever previously written. I attempted to leak information to a reporter after my discharge. I was forced off a cliff by a black limo in the hills of Oakland. 2 men got out and climbed down to where I lay covered in blood. One bent down and felt for my carotid pulse. The other asked if I was dead. The nearest man said, "No, but he will be." The other replied, "Good, then we don't have to do anything else." They climbed up and drove off. I succeeded in climbing up the bank where I waited until found. A month later I was forced into another accident by the same limo. This time I was to lose my leg. 2 men visited me in the hospital. They only wanted to know if I would shut up or if the next time should be final. I told them that I would be a very good little boy and that they needn't worry about me anymore. Under my breath I swore to spill the beans as soon as I could figure out how to do it without the unit getting hurt again. It took 16 years, $27,000, a computer and a lot of envelopes, but now everyone knows. I went back to school after leaving the Navy and obtained a degree in photography, served as the chief instructor of the Coastal School of Deep Sea Diving, the head of the Mixed Gas Deep Saturation Diving Department and the underwater photography instructor for the College of Oceaneering, admissions representative for Airco Technical Institute, assistant director of Adelphi Business College, executive director of Adelphi Business College, national marketing coordinator of United Education and Software, executive director of Pacific Coast Technical Institute, and executive director of National Technical College. I also owned and operated Absolute Image Gallery and Studio of Fine Art Photography. In the spring of 1988 I saw a magazine that made reference to a document discovered by the research team of Moore, Shandera, and Friedman that outlined the government's knowledge of a downed saucer, dead alien bodies, and an operation called Operation Majestic 12. I knew that Moore and Friedman were government agents and the document was a fraud. I had never heard of Shandera. I knew this because I had seen a list of agents who were to initiate a contingency plan called Majestic that would lead investigators off the track when such a need arose. I decided that it was time for me to enter the arena and expose the cover-up and the disinformation. First, it was necessary to convince the known agents that I was just a kook who didn't really know anything. I prepared some bogus information, mixed it with some true information, and passed it to Moore and Friedman through Jim Spicer, the operator of a computer BBS network called Paranet. Spicer was told that the information was to go only to Moore or Friedman, no one else was to see it. I wanted to buy time by convincing these agents to report me to their case officers as harmless, thus allowing me to get the real information out to the public. None of that information was intended to go to the public. Spicer turned out to be working with Moore, however, and posted the files on the computer networks. Spicer then went to Los Angeles, conferred with Moore for 3 days, then returned and barred me from the Paranet system. Friedman called and elicited my address, the name and address of my employer, and a lot of other personal information. I knew that I was being checked out through the intelligence network and played along. About 1 week after talking to Friedman, 2 Defense Investigative Service agents showed up at my home and confiscated all my floppy disks. The only thing that prevented them from taking my computer was the fact that it was an XT with no hard drive. I knew that my plan had worked, because they didn't take me. With the help of Annie and a few very close and trusted friends, I prepared the real information, as true and correct as I could remember, and together we did a mailing that, all total, cost me $27,000. We sent the packages to people all over the world. That is what prevented the government from arresting me or harming me. Any move by them would be interpreted as total confirmation of everything that I had revealed. I also uploaded the information onto computer bulletin boards all across the nation. At the same time I publicly stated that Moore, Shandera, and Friedman are government agents and that the Eisenhower briefing document is a fraud. I was attacked by everyone. They insisted that Moore, Shandera, and Friedman were above reproach. I resigned effective April 15, 1989, from the college where I was the executive director after Jamie Shandera was seen poking around the grounds. That story is included later in this book. The loss of income was a serious blow. Stan Barrington, the head of the college security department, came to our aid. Stan gave us $5,000 to help out. I was deeply moved by his faith and trust in me, and so I gave him 24% of whatever was to come out of my efforts down the line. Neither of us ever expected much, and so far we have not been wrong. I have, however, paid Stan back his money, and now whatever he earns is extra. Stan is in charge of printing information and the sale of my papers and tapes. Stan Barrington is my only authorized representative. Moore was proved to be an agent when, by his own admission on July 1, 1989, he stated he had participated in spying on fellow researchers, had changed documents, had put out disinformation, and had helped run a scam on Paul Benovich that had resulted in Mr. Benovich being confined to a mental institution. Moore stated that he had been recruited by an intelligence agency and that he knew he had been recruited. He was a witting agent. No one acknowledged that I had been right. From that point on, my Annie and I were followed and harassed. Death threats began showing up on our answering machine. The phone would ring several times during the night, but no one would reply when we answered. Sometimes a man would deliver another death threat. Government cars would park in front and well-dressed men watch the house. The strangest people began to show up at our door, sometimes in the middle of the night. I purchased a .380 automatic for Annie and a 9mm for me. I taught Annie how to shoot, and she will not hesitate to kill anyone who attempts to harm me, her, or our little daughter. Annie and Pooh, Dorothy's nickname, are the lights in my life. Annie and I were married on July 4, 1989. Pooh was born on May 30, 1990. My most touching memory of Annie is of the time after 12 hours of labor when we were finally in the delivery room. She had taken no drugs. She had not been given a spinal tap. She did everything naturally. She was drained of energy and was experiencing great pain. She was numb. After a really hard push, she looked up at me with all the innocence and trust of a little child and asked, "Did the baby come yet?" It was very hard for me to tell her that the baby had not yet been born, but that is what I did. She seemed to waver for a moment, but only a moment. Annie quickly regained her composure. I could see the love in her eyes as she looked up at me. I squeezed her hand. She took a deep breath and pushed Pooh's little head out into the world. The doctor suctioned the baby's mouth, then Annie gave her all, a push that seemed to come from her very soul, and little Dorothy popped out, announcing her presence with a great cry. I am so proud of Annie. She is my hero. And Pooh is my always and forever friend. At one point I became very upset with the intimidation. I went out to the government car at the curb. I showed the man in the car my 9mm pistol and told him that we were fed up with their intimidating tactics. I told him that if he or anyone else wanted to know something about me, they should come to the house, sit down, have a cup of coffee, and I would be happy to tell them anything that they want to know. I informed him that if any further attempt was made to harass me or my family, I would not hesitate to use my pistol. I then walked behind his car and wrote the license number down. He started the car, drove off, and we have not detected any overt signs of surveillance since that day. They did not give up on us. No one knew the location of our new house when we moved to Arizona. However, when we drove into the driveway, a government car showed up right behind us. The man got out and said he was lost and wanted to know who lived here. I asked him why he wanted to know. He stated that he was a census taker. He said it was his job to ensure that no one out here in the country was left out of the census. He asked my name. I told him to get off the property and to not ever come back. He protested, but left when he saw that I was serious. I merely asked Annie to get my pistol out of the car. Now, many people would say that I was paranoid in this instance, until they discover that census takers do not drive government cars. I was at the post office one morning when a county sheriff's deputy asked the clerk at the window next to the one where I was buying stamps if William Cooper had rented a box. I smiled as the clerk handed him my rental agreement and he copied the information. He didn't learn anything, as we live in the country where there are no addresses. The form had only Stolen Boulevard listed. A lot of people live on Stolen Boulevard. We have been taken advantage of by every crooked con man, TV producer, scriptwriter, author, and flim-flam expert that there is in this country. I have learned that the TV and print media reporters and producers that I have met are a pack of liars. They are not objective and don't give a damn about the truth. The only really open media left to the public is talk radio, and even talk radio won't discuss certain subjects. My material has been copied, changed, and even plagiarized. A lot of people have used my material to make money without my knowledge or permission. A Hollywood producer wanted to buy the exclusive rights to my story for $1. Bill Hamilton begged me to let him include my material in his book entitled Alien Magic. He pretended to be a friend and I let him. I asked for no money and he offered none. His entire book consists of other people's material. He now accuses me of stealing his information. Bill Hamilton turned out to be just another UFO flake. I have since learned that I am not the only person of whom he has taken advantage. The most damaging scam was perpetrated by two old, has-been actors turned con men, named Michael Callan and Douglas Dean. I doubt seriously that you will remember either one. Callan was a regular in the cheapy Teen Beach Blanket movies and Dean never got beyond bit parts and chorus lines. I got involved with them when another actor named Bruce Reed called and asked if I would consent to meet with him and a friend who preferred to remain anonymous. I agreed that they could come to the house where we could talk on familiar turf. I was not eager to meet with someone that I did not know, and especially with an anonymous person away from familiar surroundings. Reed and a friend showed up at my home, and the friend turned out to be Michael Callan. They told me that they had read my material and wanted to help. What a joke that statement turned out to be. They told me that they knew how to get me in front of millions of people where I could deliver my message. Callan was slick. He told me he was only interested in helping spread the information, but talked me into signing a 5-year management contract that gave him a full 20% of the gross of all of my earnings no matter what the source. He swore that if he didn't show results within 6 months he would tear up the contract. The first thing that Callan did was shaft his partner, Bruce Reed. He cut Reed out of the action. To prevent me from finding out that he had done it only to get Reed's half of the 20%, Callan told me that Bruce was a drug dealer. Callan said that the public would find out eventually, and Reed's drug involvement would damage me. Everything Callan told me about Reed turned out to be a lie. Stan Barrington called me next, wanting to know why I was trying to dump him. I didn't know what he was talking about. It turned out that Callan was trying to force Stan into giving up his 24% so that Callan could form a 50-50 partnership with me. I told Stan that I had no intention of dumping him. I told him that his 24% was his, that he could keep it, sell it, or give it away, and that he did not need my permission. Stan felt much better after that conversation and told Callan to go fly a kite. At that point Callan began working on me to get rid of Stan. I refused. I also told him that he had nothing invested and therefore did not warrant anything. His job was to manage according to our contract. Douglas Dean entered the picture at the January 7, 1989, lecture that I gave at the Showboat Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas. Callan brought him to videotape the lecture so that we would have a tape to sell for those thousands of people who pleaded with us to produce a tape. The agreement was that he would tape the event and the tapes would belong exclusively to me. In return, if the tapes turned out good, Dean would get a contract to produce future tapes. The tapes were terrible and I told both Dean and Callan that I did not want tapes of that poor quality being sold to anyone. They did it anyway behind my back and began the process of stealing my master tapes from all of my other lectures. At the same time Callan drained all the business accounts. He borrowed $1,400 from Stan to produce tapes and then kept the money in the tapes. A producer in Germany booked me to do a lecture in that country. To secure the agreement he sent $3,000 to be used for 2 first-class tickets and as a guarantee that when I got there I would not be cancelled. The producer cancelled when a German postal strike prevented him from advertising the event. Callan kept the man's $3,000. I did not find out about that until after I fired Callan. At my lecture in San Diego at the Whole Life Expo I found out that Dean was selling tapes and asking people to make checks out to Need to Know Productions, a phony company. I immediately fired Dean. I informed Callan that we were to do no more business with him whatsoever. I discovered that Callan was telling me that we were having tapes duplicated in Hollywood for $15 per tape, but in reality Dean was doing it on VCRs at his home in Arizona. I asked Callan to return all of my master tapes for all my lectures. He refused and I fired him. When I got rid of Callan, he had stolen everything that we had. We were literally left penniless. He was in possession of all of our master tapes from all of my lectures. We were broke and homeless at that point. If it had not been for a few good friends in Minnesota, we would not have survived. We would be in the streets today. Callan and Dean continue to injure us by selling tapes from my lectures. We get nothing from those sales. They are the most despicable con men and thieves that you can imagine. I paid a visit to Dean's home one Saturday morning to ask him for my master tapes. He was not home, and after a polite conversation with his handyman, I returned to my home. A few days later the sheriff's department called and asked me if I had been to Dean's home that same Saturday. I told him that I had. He asked me if I had tried to break into Dean's home and I told him that I had not. He thanked me and that was the end of it. I had no idea what it was all about until I was served with a restraining order. It seems that Dean's guilty conscience had made him afraid that I would return. He slit his own tires, made a report to the sheriff that I had done it, and then procured a restraining order from the local court. I have never been questioned or accused by the police or sheriff other than what I have already disclosed. I believe that their goal from the very beginning was to try and destroy my efforts at educating the American people. They damn near succeeded. Chapter 1. Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Copy furnished by Mr. Tom Young, a fellow warrior in the cause of freedom. The Illuminati's declaration of war upon the people of America. I read top-secret documents which explained that silent weapons for quiet wars is the doctrine adopted by the Policy Committee of the Bilderberg Group during its first known meeting in 1954. A copy found in 1969 was in the possession of Naval Intelligence. The following document, dated May 1979, was found on July 7, 1986, in an IBM copier that had been purchased at a surplus sale. Top Secret. Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. An Introduction Programming Manual. Operations Research Technical Manual TWSW 7905.1. Welcome aboard. This publication marks the 25th anniversary of the Third World War, called the Quiet War, being conducted using subjective biological warfare, fought with silent weapons. This book contains an introductory description of this war, its strategies, and its weaponry. May 1979, number 74-120. Security. It is patently impossible to discuss social engineering or the automation of a society, i.e., the engineering of social automation systems, silent weapons, on a national or worldwide scale without implying extensive objectives of social control and destruction of human life, i.e., slavery and genocide. This manual is in itself an analog declaration of intent. Such a writing must be secured from public scrutiny. Otherwise, it might be recognized as a technically formal declaration of domestic war. Furthermore, whenever any person or group of persons in a position of great power and without full knowledge and consent of the public, uses such knowledge and methodologies for economic conquest, it must be understood that a state of domestic warfare exists between said person or group of persons and the public. The solution of today's problems requires an approach which is ruthlessly candid, with no agonizing over religious, moral or cultural values. You have qualified for this project because of your ability to look at human society with cold objectivity, and yet analyze and discuss your observations and conclusions with others of similar intellectual capacity without the loss of discretion or humility. Such virtues are exercised in your own best interest. Do not deviate from them. Historical introduction. Silent weapon technology has evolved from operations research (OR), a strategic and tactical methodology developed under the military management in England during World War II. The original purpose of operations research was to study the strategic and tactical problems of air and land defense with the objective of effective use of limited military resources against foreign enemies, i.e., logistics. It was soon recognized by those in positions of power that the same methods might be useful for totally controlling a society. But better tools were necessary. Social engineering, the analysis and automation of a society, requires the correlation of great amounts of constantly changing economic information, data, so a high-speed computerized data processing system was necessary which could race ahead of the society and predict when society would arrive for capitulation. Relay computers were too slow, but the electronic computer, invented in 1946 by J. Presper Eckert and John W. Mauchly, filled the bill. The next breakthrough was the development of the simplex method of linear programming in 1947 by the mathematician George B. Dantzig. Then in 1948, the transistor, invented by J. Bardeen, W. H. Brattain, and W. Shockley, promised great expansion of the computer field by reducing space and power requirements. With these three inventions under their direction, those in positions of power strongly suspected that it was possible for them to control the whole world with the push of a button. Immediately, the Rockefeller Foundation got in on the ground floor by making a 4-year grant to Harvard College, funding the Harvard Economic Research Project for the study of the structure of the American economy. 1 year later, in 1949, the United States Air Force joined in. In 1952 the grant period terminated, and a high-level meeting of the elite was held to determine the next phase of social operations research. The Harvard project had been very fruitful, as is borne out by the publication of some of its results in 1953 suggesting the feasibility of economic social engineering. Studies in the Structure of the American Economy, copyright 1953 by Vasily Leontief, International Science Press Inc., White Plains, New York. Engineered in the last half of the decade of the 1940s, the new quiet war machine stood, so to speak, in sparkling gold-plated hardware on the showroom floor by 1954. With the creation of the Maser in 1954, the promise of unlocking unlimited sources of fusion atomic energy from the heavy hydrogen in seawater and the consequent availability of unlimited social power was a possibility only decades away. The combination was irresistible. The Quiet War was quietly declared by the international elite at a meeting held in 1954. Although the silent weapons system was nearly exposed 13 years later, the evolution of the new weapons system has never suffered any major setbacks. This volume marks the 25th anniversary of the beginning of the Quiet War. Already this domestic war has had many victories on many fronts throughout the world. Political introduction. In 1954 it was well recognized by those in positions of authority that it was only a matter of time, only a few decades, before the general public would be able to grasp and upset the cradle of power, for the very elements of the new silent weapon technology were as accessible for a public utopia, as they were for providing a private utopia. The issue of primary concern, that of dominance, revolved around the subject of the energy sciences. Energy. Energy is recognized as the key to all activity on Earth. Natural science is the study of the sources and control of natural energy, and social science, theoretically expressed as economics, is the study of the sources and control of social energy. Both are bookkeeping systems, mathematics. Therefore, mathematics is the primary energy science. And the bookkeeper can be king if the public can be kept ignorant of the methodology of the bookkeeping. All science is merely a means to an end. The means is knowledge. The end is control. Beyond this remains only one issue: who will be the beneficiary? In 1954 this was the issue of primary concern. Although the so-called moral issues were raised, in view of the law of natural selection it was agreed that a nation or world of people who will not use their intelligence are no better than animals who do not have intelligence. Such people are beasts of burden and stakes on the table by choice and consent. Consequently, in the interest of future world order, peace, and tranquility, it was decided to privately wage a quiet war against the American public with an ultimate objective of permanently shifting the natural and social energy, wealth, of the undisciplined and irresponsible many into the hands of the self-disciplined, responsible, and worthy few. In order to implement this objective, it was necessary to create, secure, and apply new weapons which, as it turned out, were a class of weapons so subtle and sophisticated in their principle of operation and public appearance as to earn for themselves the name silent weapons. In conclusion, the objective of economic research, as conducted by the magnates of capital, banking, and the industries of commodities, goods, and services, is the establishment of an economy which is totally predictable and manipulatable. In order to achieve a totally predictable economy, the low-class elements of society must be brought under total control, i.e., must be housebroken, trained, and assigned a yoke and long-term social duties from a very early age, before they have an opportunity to question the propriety of the matter. In order to achieve such conformity, the lower-class family unit must be disintegrated by a process of increasing preoccupation of the parents and the establishment of government-operated day-care centers for the occupationally orphaned children. The quality of education given to the lower class must be of the poorest sort, so that the mote of ignorance isolating the inferior class from the superior class is, and remains incomprehensible to the inferior class. With such an initial handicap, even bright lower-class individuals have little if any hope of extricating themselves from their assigned lot in life. This form of slavery is essential to maintain some measure of social order, peace, and tranquility for the ruling upper class. Descriptive introduction of the silent weapon. Everything that is expected from an ordinary weapon, is expected from a silent weapon by its creators, but only in its own manner of functioning. It shoots situations, instead of bullets. Propelled by data processing, instead of chemical reaction, explosion. Originating from bits of data, instead of grains of gunpowder. From a computer, instead of a gun. Operated by a computer programmer, instead of a marksman. Under the orders of a banking magnate, instead of a military general. It makes no obvious explosive noises, causes no obvious physical or mental injuries, and does not obviously interfere with anyone's daily social life. Yet it makes an unmistakable noise, causes unmistakable physical and mental damage, and unmistakably interferes with the daily social life, i.e., unmistakable to a trained observer, one who knows what to look for. The public cannot comprehend this weapon, and therefore cannot believe that they are being attacked and subdued by a weapon. The public might instinctively feel that something is wrong, but that is because of the technical nature of the silent weapon. They cannot express their feeling in a rational way, or handle the problem with intelligence. Therefore, they do not know how to cry for help, and do not know how to associate with others to defend themselves against it. When a silent weapon is applied gradually, the public adjusts, adapts to its presence and learns to tolerate its encroachment on their lives until the pressure, psychological via economic, becomes too great and they crack up. Therefore, the silent weapon is a type of biological warfare. It attacks the vitality, options, and mobility of the individuals of a society by knowing, understanding, manipulating, and attacking their sources of natural and social energy, and their physical, mental, and emotional strengths and weaknesses. Theoretical introduction. Give me control over a nation's currency, and I care not who makes its laws. Mayer Amschel Rothschild, 1743–1812. Today's silent weapons technology is an outgrowth of a simple idea discovered, succinctly expressed, and effectively applied by the quoted Mr. Mayer Amschel Rothschild. Mr. Rothschild discovered the missing passive component of economic theory known as economic inductance. He, of course, did not think of his discovery in these 20th-century terms, and to be sure, mathematical analysis had to wait for the Second Industrial Revolution, the rise of the theory of mechanics and electronics, and finally, the invention of the electronic computer before it could be effectively applied in the control of the world economy. General energy concepts. In the study of energy systems, there always appears three elementary concepts. These are potential energy, kinetic energy, and energy dissipation. And corresponding to these concepts, there are three idealized, essentially pure physical counterparts called passive components. 1. In the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of potential energy is associated with a physical property called elasticity or stiffness and can be represented by a stretched spring. In electronic science, potential energy is stored in a capacitor instead of a spring. This property is called capacitance instead of elasticity or stiffness. 2. In the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of kinetic energy is associated with a physical property called inertia or mass and can be represented by a mass or a flywheel in motion. In electronic science, kinetic energy is stored in an inductor in a magnetic field instead of a mass. This property is called inductance instead of inertia. 3. In the science of physical mechanics, the phenomenon of energy dissipation is associated with a physical property called friction or resistance and can be represented by a dashpot or other device which converts energy into heat. In electronic science, dissipation of energy is performed by an element called either a resistor or a conductor, the term resistor being the one generally used to describe a more ideal device, e.g., wire, employed to convey electronic energy efficiently from one location to another. The property of a resistance or conductor is measured as either resistance or conductance reciprocals. In economics, these three energy concepts are associated with 1. Economic capacitance, capital, money, stock, inventory, investments in buildings and durables, etc. 2. Economic conductance, goods production flow coefficients. 3. Economic inductance, services, the influence of the population of industry on output. All of the mathematical theory developed in the study of one energy system, e.g., mechanics, electronics, etc., can be immediately applied in the study of any other energy system such as economics. Mr. Rothschild's energy discovery. What Mr. Rothschild had discovered was the basic principle of power, influence, and control over people as applied to economics. That principle is when you assume the appearance of power, people soon give it to you. Mr. Rothschild had discovered that currency or deposit loan accounts had the required appearance of power that could be used to induce people, inductance, with people corresponding to a magnetic field, into surrendering their real wealth in exchange for a promise of greater wealth, instead of real compensation. They would put up real collateral in exchange for a loan of promissory notes. Mr. Rothschild found that he could issue more notes than he had backing for, so long as he had someone's stock of gold as a persuader to show his customers. Mr. Rothschild loaned his promissory notes to individuals and to governments. These would create overconfidence. Then he would make money scarce, tighten control of the system, and collect the collateral through the obligation of contracts. The cycle was then repeated. These pressures could be used to ignite a war. Then he would control the availability of currency to determine who would win the war. That government which agreed to give him control of its economic system got his support. Collection of debts was guaranteed by economic aid to the enemy of the debtor. The profit derived from this economic methodology made Mr. Rothschild all the more able to expand his wealth. He found that the public greed would allow currency to be printed by government order beyond the limits, inflation, of backing in precious metal or the production of goods and services. Apparent capital as paper inductor. In this structure, credit, presented as a pure element called currency, has the appearance of capital, but is in effect negative capital. Hence, it has the appearance of service, but is in fact indebtedness or debt. It is therefore an economic inductance instead of an economic capacitance, and if balanced in no other way, will be balanced by the negation of population, war, genocide. The total goods and services represent real capital called the gross national product, and currency may be printed up to this level and still represent economic capacitance, but currency printed beyond this level is subtractive, represents the introduction of economic inductance, and constitutes notes of indebtedness. War is therefore the balancing of the system by killing the true creditors, the public, which we have taught to exchange true value for inflated currency, and falling back on whatever is left of the resources of nature and regeneration of those resources. Mr. Rothschild had discovered that currency gave him the power to rearrange the economic structure to his own advantage, to shift economic inductance to those economic positions which would encourage the greatest economic instability and oscillation. The final key to economic control had to wait until there was sufficient data and high-speed computing equipment to keep close watch on the economic oscillations created by price shocking and excess paper energy credits, paper inductance, inflation. Breakthrough. The aviation field provided the greatest evolution in economic engineering by way of the mathematical theory of shock testing. In this process, a projectile is fired from an airframe on the ground and the impulse of the recoil is monitored by vibration transducers connected to the airframe and wired to chart recorders. By studying the echoes or reflections of the recoil impulse in the airframe, it is possible to discover critical vibrations in the structure of the airframe, which either vibrations of the engine or aeolian vibrations of the wings, or a combination of the two, might reinforce, resulting in a resonant self-destruction of the airframe in flight as an aircraft. From the standpoint of engineering, this means that the strengths and weaknesses of the structure of the airframe in terms of vibrational energy can be discovered and manipulated. Application in economics. To use this method of airframe shock testing in economic engineering, the prices of commodities are shocked, and the public consumer reaction is monitored. The resulting echoes of the economic shock are interpreted theoretically by computers, and the psycho-economic structure of the economy is thus discovered. It is by this process that partial differential and difference matrices are discovered that define the family household and make possible its evaluation as an economic industry, dissipative consumer structure. Then the response of the household to future shocks can be predicted and manipulated, and society becomes a well-regulated animal with its reins under the control of a sophisticated computer-regulated social energy bookkeeping system. Eventually every individual element of the structure comes under computer control through a knowledge of personal preferences, such knowledge guaranteed by Computer Association of Consumer Preferences, Universal Product Code, UPC, zebra-striped pricing codes on packages with identified consumers, identified via association with the use of a credit card, and later a permanent tattooed body number invisible under normal ambient illumination. Summary. Economics is only a social extension of a natural energy system. It also has its three passive components. Because of the distribution of wealth and the lack of communication and lack of data, this field has been the last energy field for which a knowledge of these three passive components has been developed. Since energy is the key to all activity on the face of the earth, it follows that in order to attain a monopoly of energy, raw materials, goods, and services, and to establish a world system of slave labor, it is necessary to have a first strike capability in the field of economics. In order to maintain our position, it is necessary that we have absolute first knowledge of the science of control over all economic factors and the first experience at engineering the world economy. In order to achieve such sovereignty, we must at least achieve this one end, that the public will not make either the logical or mathematical connection between economics and the other energy sciences or learn to apply such knowledge. This is becoming increasingly difficult to control because more and more businesses are making demands upon their computer programmers to create and apply mathematical models for the management of those businesses. It is only a matter of time before the new breed of private programmer, economists, will catch on to the far-reaching implications of the work begun at Harvard in 1948. The speed with which they can communicate their warning to the public will largely depend upon how effective we have been at controlling the media, subverting education, and keeping the public distracted with matters of no real importance. The economic model. Economics, as a social energy science, has as a first objective the description of the complex way in which any given unit of resources is used to satisfy some economic want. Leontief matrix. This first objective, when it is extended to get the most product from the least or limited resources, comprises that objective of general military and industrial logistics known as operations research. The Harvard Economic Research Project 1948 was an extension of World War II operations research. Its purpose was to discover the science of controlling an economy, at first the American economy, and then the world economy. It was felt that with sufficient mathematical foundation and data, it would be nearly as easy to predict and control the trend of an economy as to predict and control the trajectory of a projectile. Such has proven to be the case. Moreover, the economy has been transformed into a guided missile on target. The immediate aim of the Harvard project was to discover the economic structure, what forces change that structure, how the behavior of the structure can be predicted, and how it can be manipulated. What was needed was a well-organized knowledge of the mathematical structures and interrelationships of investment, production, distribution, and consumption. To make a short story of it all, it was discovered that an economy obeyed the same laws as electricity and that all of the mathematical theory and practical and computer know-how developed for the electronic field could be directly applied in the study of economics. This discovery was not openly declared, and its more subtle implications were kept a closely guarded secret, for example that in an economic model, human life is measured in dollars, and that the electric spark generated when opening a switch connected to an active inductor is mathematically analogous to the initiation of war. The greatest hurdle which theoretical economists faced was the accurate description of the household as an industry. This is a challenge because consumer purchases are a matter of choice which in turn is influenced by income, price, and other economic factors. This hurdle was cleared in an indirect and statistically approximate way by an application of shock testing to determine the current characteristics, called current technical coefficients, of a household industry. Finally, because problems in theoretical electronics can be translated very easily into problems of theoretical electronics, and the solution translated back again, it follows that only a book of language translation and concept definition needed to be written for economics. The remainder could be gotten from standard works on mathematics and electronics. This makes the publication of books on advanced economics unnecessary and greatly simplifies project security. Industrial diagrams. An ideal industry is defined as a device which receives value from other industries in several forms and converts them into one specific product for sales and distribution to other industries. It has several inputs and one output. What the public normally thinks of as one industry is really an industrial complex, where several industries under one roof produce one or more products. A pure single output industry can be represented oversimply by a circuit block as follows. The flow of product from industry number 1 supply to industry number 2 demand is denoted by 112. The total flow out of industry K is denoted by IK sales, etc. A three-industry network can be diagrammed as follows. A node is a symbol of collection and distribution of flow. Node number 3 receives from industry number 3 and distributes to industries number 1 and number 3. If industry number 3 manufactures chairs, then a flow from industry number 3 back to industry number 3 simply indicates that industry number 3 is using part of its own output product, for example, as office furniture. 3 industrial classes. Industries fall into 3 categories or classes by type of output. Class number 1. Capital and resources. Class number 2. Goods, commodities or use, dissipative. Class number 3. Services, action of population. Class number 1. Industries exist at 3 levels. 1. Nature, sources of energy and raw materials. 2. Government, printing of currency equal to the gross national product (GNP), an extension of currency in excess of GNP. 3. Banking, loaning of money for interest, and extension inflation, counterfeiting of economic value through the deposit loan accounts. Class number 2. Industries exist as producers of tangible or consumer dissipated products. This sort of activity is usually recognized and labeled by the public as industry. Class number 3. Industries are those which have service rather than a tangible product as their output. These industries are called 1. Households, and 2. Governments. Their output is human activity of a mechanical sort, and their basis is population. Aggregation. The whole economic system can be represented by a 3-industry model if one allows the names of the outputs to be 1. Capital, 2. Goods, and 3. Services. The problem with this representation is that it would not show the influence, say, the textile industry on the ferrous metal industry. This is because both the textile industry and the ferrous metal industry would be contained within a single classification called the goods industry, and by this process of combining or aggregating these 2 industries under one system block they would lose their economic individuality. The E-model. A national economy consists of simultaneous flows of production, distribution, consumption, and investment. If all of these elements including labor and human functions are assigned a numerical value in like units of measure, say, $1,939, then this flow can be further represented by a current flow in an electronic circuit, and its behavior can be predicted and manipulated with useful precision. The three ideal passive energy components of electronics, the capacitor, the resistor, and the inductor, correspond to the three ideal passive energy components of economics called the pure industries of capital, goods, and services, respectively. Economic capacitance represents the storage of capital in one form or another. Economic conductance represents the level of conductance of materials for the production of goods. Economic inductance represents the inertia of economic value in motion. This is a population phenomenon known as services. Economic inductance. An electrical inductor, example, a coil or wire, has an electric current as its primary phenomenon and a magnetic field as its secondary phenomenon, inertia. Corresponding to this, an economic inductor has a flow of economic value as its primary phenomenon and a population field as its secondary field phenomenon of inertia. When the flow of economic value, e.g., money, diminishes, the human population field collapses in order to keep the economic value of money flowing, as an extreme case, war. This public inertia is a result of consumer buying habits, expected standard of living, etc., and is generally a phenomenon of self-preservation. Inductive factors to consider: 1. Population. 2. Magnitude of the economic activities of the government. 3. The method of financing these government activities. See Peter Paul principle, inflation of the currency. Translation. A few examples will be given. Charge. Coulombs dollars 1939. Flow, current. Amperes, coulombs and second dollars of flow per year. Motivating force. Volts, dollars, output, demand. Conductance. Amperes per volt, dollars of flow per year per dollar demand. Capacitance. Coulombs per volt, dollars of production inventory, stocks per dollar demand. Silent weapons for quiet wars. Time-flow relationships and self-destructive oscillations. An ideal industry may be symbolized electronically in various ways. The simplest way is to represent a demand by a voltage and a supply by a current. When this is done, the relationship between the two becomes what is called an admittance, which can result from three economic factors. 1. Foresight flow. 2. Present flow, and 3. Hindsight flow. 1. Foresight flow is the result of that property of living entities to cause energy, food, to be stored for a period of low energy, e.g., a winter season. It consists of demands made upon an economic system for that period of low energy, winter season. In a production industry, it takes several forms, one of which is known as production stock or inventory. In electronic symbology, this specific industry demand, a pure capital industry, is represented by capacitance and the stock or resource is represented by a stored charge. Satisfaction of an industry demand suffers a lag because of the loading. Effect of inventory priorities. 2. Present flow ideally involves no delays. It is, so to speak, input today for output today, a hand-to-mouth flow. In electronic symbology, this specific industry demand, a pure US industry, is represented by a conductance which is then a simple economic valve, a dissipative element. 3. Hindsight flow is known as habit or inertia. In electronics, this phenomenon is the characteristic of an inductor, or economic analog, which equals a pure service industry in which a current flow, or economic analog, equals the flow of money which creates a magnetic field, or economic analog, which equals active human population, which if the current money flow begins to diminish or collapse, as in war, will maintain the current flow of money, as in energy. Other large alternatives to war as economic inductors or economic flywheels are an open-ended social welfare program, or an enormous but fruitful open-ended space program. The problem with stabilizing the economic system is that there is too much demand on account of 1. Too much greed and 2. Too much population. This creates excessive economic inductance which can only be balanced with economic capacitance, true resources or value, e.g., in goods or services. The social welfare program is nothing more than an open-ended credit balance system which creates a false capital industry to give non-productive people a roof over their heads and food in their stomachs. This can be useful, however, because the recipients become state property in return for the gift, a standing Annie for the elite. For he who pays the piper picks the tune. Those who get hooked on the economic drug must go to the elite for a fix. In this, the method of introducing large amounts of stabilizing capacitance is by borrowing on the future credit of the world. This is the fourth law of motion, onset, and consists of performing an action and leaving the system before the reflected reaction returns to the point of action, a delayed reaction. The means of surviving the reaction is by changing the system before the reaction can return. By this means, politicians become more popular in their own time and the public pays later. In fact, the measure of such a politician is the delay time. The same thing is achieved by a government by printing money beyond the limit of the gross national product, an economic process called inflation. This puts a large quantity of money into the hands of the public and maintains a balance against their greed, creates false self-confidence in them, and for a while, stays the wolf from the door. They must eventually resort to war to balance the account, because war ultimately is merely the act of destroying the creditor, and the politicians are the publicly hired hitmen that justify the act to keep the responsibility and blood off the public conscience. See section on consent factors and social economic structuring. If the people really cared about their fellow man, they would control their appetites, greed, procreation, etc., so that they would not have to operate on a credit or welfare social system which steals from the worker to satisfy the bum. Since most of the general public will not exercise restraint, there are only two alternatives to reduce the economic inductance of the system. 1. Let the populace bludgeon each other to death in war, which will only result in total destruction of the living earth. 2. Take control of the world by the use of economic silent weapons in a form of quiet warfare and reduce the economic inductance of the world to a safe level by a process of benevolent slavery and genocide. The latter option has been taken as the obviously better option. At this point it should be crystal clear to the reader why absolute secrecy about the silent weapons is necessary. The general public refuses to improve its own mentality and its faith in its fellow man. It has become a herd of proliferating barbarians, and, so to speak, a blight upon the face of the earth. They do not care enough about economic science to learn why they have not been able to avoid war despite religious morality, and their religious or self-gratifying refusal to deal with earthly problems renders the solution of the earthly problem unreachable to them. It is left to those few who are truly willing to think and survive as the fittest to survive, to solve the problem for themselves as the few who really care. Otherwise, exposure of the silent weapon would destroy our only hope of preserving the seed of the future true humanity. Final bill of goods is called the final bill of goods or the bill of final demand and is zero when the system can be closed by the evaluation of the technical coefficients of the non-productive industries, government and households. Households may be regarded as a productive industry with labor as its output product. The technical coefficients. The quantities y, j and k are called the technical coefficients of the industrial system. They are admittances and can consist of any combination of three passive parameters: conductance, capacitance, and inductance. Diodes are used to make the flow unidirectional and point against the flow. GJK equals economic conductance, absorption coefficient. YJK equals economic capacitance, capital coefficient. LJK equals economic inductance, human activity coefficient. Types of admittances. The household industry. 1. The industries of finance, banking, manufacturing, and government, real counterparts of the pure industries of capital, goods, and services, are easily defined because they are generally logically structured. Because of this, their processes can be described mathematically and their technical coefficients can be easily deduced. This, however, is not the case with the service industry known as the household industry. Household models. When the industry flow diagram is represented by a two-block system of households on the right and all other industries on the left, the following results. The arrows from left to right labeled A, B, C, etc., denote flow of economic value from the industries in the left-hand block to the industry in the right-hand block called households. These may be thought of as the monthly consumer flows of the following commodities. A. Alcoholic beverages. B. Beef, C. Coffee. And U. Unknown, etc. The problem which a theoretical economist faces is that the consumer preferences of any household is not easily predictable and the technical coefficients of any one household tend to be a nonlinear, very complex, and variable function of income, prices, etc. Computer information derived from the use of the Universal Product Code in conjunction with credit card purchase as an individual household identifier could change this state of affairs, but the UPC method is not yet available on a national or even a significant regional scale. To compensate for this data deficiency, an alternate indirect approach of analysis has been adopted known as economic shock testing. This method, widely used in the aircraft manufacturing industry, develops an aggregate statistical sort of data. Applied to economics, this means that all of the households in one region or in the whole nation are studied as a group or class rather than individually, and the mass behavior rather than the individual behavior is used to discover useful estimates of the technical coefficients governing the economic structure of the hypothetical single household industry. Notice in the industry flow diagram that the values for the flows A, B, C, etc. are accessible to measurement in terms of selling prices and total sales of commodities. One method of evaluating the technical coefficients of the household industry depends upon shocking the prices of a commodity and noting the changes in the sales of all of the commodities. Economic shock testing. In recent times, the application of operations research to the study of the public economy has been obvious for anyone who understands the principles of shock testing. In the shock testing of an aircraft airframe, the recoil impulse of firing a gun mounted on that airframe causes shock waves in that structure which tell aviation engineers the conditions under which some parts of the airplane or the whole airplane or its wings will start to vibrate or flutter like a guitar string, a flute reed, or a tuning fork, and disintegrate or fall apart in flight. Economic engineers achieve the same result in studying the behavior of the economy and the consumer public by carefully selecting a staple commodity such as beef, coffee, gasoline, or sugar, and then causing a sudden change or shock in its price or availability, thus kicking everybody's budget and buying habits out of shape. They then observe the shock waves which result by monitoring the changes in advertising, prices, and sales of that and other commodities. The objective of such studies is to acquire the know-how to set the public economy into a predictable state of motion or change, even a controlled self-destructive state of motion which will convince the public that certain expert people should take control of the money system and re-establish security rather than liberty and justice for all. When the subject citizens are rendered unable to control their financial affairs, they, of course, become totally enslaved, a source of cheap labor. Not only the prices of commodities, but also the availability of labor can be used as the means of shock testing. Labor strikes deliver excellent test shocks to an economy, especially in the critical service areas of trucking, transportation, communication, public utilities, energy, water, garbage collection, etc. By shock testing, it is found that there is a direct relationship between the availability of money flowing in an economy and the real psychological outlook and response of masses of people dependent upon that availability. For example, there is a measurable quantitative relationship between the price of gasoline and the probability that a person would experience a headache, feel a need to watch a violent movie, smoke a cigarette, or go to a tavern for a mug of beer. It is most interesting that, by observing and measuring the economic models by which the public tries to run from their problems and escape from reality, and by applying the mathematical theory of operations research, it is possible to program computers to predict the most probable combination of created events, shocks, which will bring about a complete control and subjugation of the public through a subversion of the public economy by shaking the plum tree. Introduction to the theory of economic shock testing. Let the prices and total sales of commodities be given and symbolized as follows. 1. Let us assume a simple economic model in which the total number of important, staple, commodities are represented as beef, gasoline, and an aggregate of all other staple commodities which we will call the hypothetical miscellaneous staple commodity, which equals M. Therefore, M is an aggregate of C, S, T and U, etc. Assume that the total sales, P, of petroleum products can be described by the linear function of the quantities B, G, and M, which are functions of the prices of those respective commodities. Then where B, G, and M are functions of the prices of beef, gasoline, and miscellaneous, respectively, and APB, APG, and APM are constant coefficients defining the amount by which each of the functions B, G, and M affect the sales, P, of petroleum products. We are assuming that B, G, and M are variables independent of each other. In general, AJ and K is the partial rate of change in the sales effect J due to a change in the causal price function of commodity K. If the interval of time were infinitesimal, this expression would be reduced to the definition of the total differential of a function, P. When the price of gasoline is shocked, all of the coefficients with round G, 2G, in the denominator are evaluated at the same time. If B, G, and M were independent, and sufficient for description of the economy, then 3 shock tests would be necessary to evaluate the system. There are other factors which may be represented the same way. For example, the tendency of a docile sub-nation to withdraw under economic pressure may be given by where G is the price of gasoline, WP is the dollars spent per unit time, reference to say 1939, for war production during peacetime, etc. These quantities are presented to a computer in matrix format which can be found in the document referenced in the description. X1 equals G. Y1 equals PKP. X2 equals B. Y2 equals FKF. X3 equals etc. Y3 equals etc. Finally, inverting this matrix, i.e., solving for the xk terms of the yj, we get bkj, yj, equals xk. 1. This is the result into which we substitute to get that set of conditions of prices of commodities, bad news on TV, etc., which will deliver a collapse of public morale ripe for takeover. Once the economic price and sales coefficients AJK and BKJ are determined, they may be translated into the technical supply and demand coefficients GJK, CJK, and 1, LJK. Shock testing of a given commodity is then repeated to get the time rate of change of these technical coefficients. Introduction to economic amplifiers. Economic amplifiers are the active components of economic engineering. The basic characteristic of any amplifier, mechanical, electrical, or economic, is that it receives an input control signal and delivers energy from an independent energy source to a specified output terminal in a predictable relationship to that input control signal. The simplest form of an economic amplifier is a device called advertising. If a person is spoken to by a TV advertiser as if he were a 12-year-old, then, due to suggestibility, he will, with a certain probability, respond or react to that suggestion with the uncritical response of a 12-year-old and will reach into his economic reservoir and deliver its energy to buy that product on impulse when he passes it in the store. An economic amplifier may have several inputs and output. Its response might be instantaneous or delayed. Its circuit symbol might be a rotary switch if its options are exclusive, qualitative, go or no-go, or it might have its parametric input-output relationships specified by a matrix with internal energy sources represented. Whatever its form might be, its purpose is to govern the flow of energy from a source to an output sink in direct relationship to an input control signal. For this reason, it is called an active circuit element or component. Economic amplifiers fall into classes called strategies, and, in comparison with electronic amplifiers, the specific internal functions of an economic amplifier are called logistical instead of electrical. Therefore, economic amplifiers not only deliver power gain but also, in effect, are used to cause changes in the economic circuitry. In the design of an economic amplifier we must have some idea of at least 5 functions, which are 1. The available input signals. 2. The desired output control objectives. 3. The strategic objective. 4. The available economic power sources. 5. The logistical options. The process of defining and evaluating these factors and incorporating the economic amplifier into an economic system has been popularly called game theory. The design of an economic amplifier begins with a specification of the power level of the output, which can range from personal to national. The second condition is accuracy of response, i.e., how accurately the output action is a function of the input commands. High gain combined with strong feedback helps to deliver the required precision. Most of the error will be in the input data signal. Personal input data tends to be specified, while national input data tends to be statistical. Short list of inputs. Questions to be answered. What, where, why, when, how, who. General sources of information. Telephone taps. Analysis of garbage. Surveillance. Behavior of children in school. Standard of living by. Food. Shelter. Clothing. Transportation. Social contacts. Telephone. Itemized record of calls. Family. Marriage and birth certificates, friends, associates, etc. Memberships in organizations. Political affiliation. The personal paper trail. Personal buying habits, i.e., personal consumer preferences. Checking accounts. Credit card purchases. Tagged credit card purchases. The credit card purchase of products bearing the UPC Universal Product Code assets. Checking accounts. Savings accounts. Real estate. Business. Automobile, etc. Safety deposit at bank. Stock market. Liabilities, creditors. Enemies, see, legal, loans. Government sources, ploys. Welfare. Social Security, USDA surplus food. Doles. Grants. Subsidies. Principle of this ploy: the citizen will almost always make the collection of information easy if he can operate on the free sandwich principle of eat now, and pay later. Government sources via intimidation. Internal Revenue Service. OSHA. Census. Other government sources, surveillance of U.S. mail. Habit patterns. Programming. Strengths and weaknesses. Activities such as sports, hobbies, etc. See legal, fear, anger, etc. Crime record. Hospital records such as drug sensitivities, reaction to pain, etc. Psychiatric records, fears, angers, disgusts, adaptability, reactions to stimuli, violence, suggestibility or hypnosis, pain, pleasure, love, and sex. Methods of coping, of adaptability, behavior, consumption of alcohol. Consumption of drugs. Entertainment. Religious factors influencing behavior. Other methods of escaping from reality. Payment modus operandi, such as pay on time, etc. Payment of telephone bills. Energy purchases. Water purchases. Repayment of loans. House payments. Automobile payments. Payments on credit cards. Political sensitivity. Beliefs. Contacts. Position. Strengths, weaknesses. Projects, activities. Legal inputs, behavioral control. Excuses for investigation, search, arrest, or employment of force to modify behavior. Court records. Police records, NCIC. Driving record. Reports made to police. Insurance information. Anti-establishment acquaintances. National input information, 1. Business sources via IRS, etc. Prices of commodities. Sales. Investments in stocks, inventory, production tools and machinery, buildings and improvements and the stock market, etc. Banks and credit bureaus. Credit information. Payment information. Miscellaneous sources. Polls and surveys. Publications. Telephone records. Energy and utility purchases. Short list of outputs. Outputs create controlled situations. Manipulation of the economy, hence society control by control of compensation and income. Sequence. 10. Allocates opportunities. 11. Destroys opportunities. 12. Controls the economic environment. 13. Controls the availability of raw materials. 14. Controls capital. 15. Controls bank rates. 16. Controls the inflation of the currency. 17. Controls the possession of property. 18. Controls industrial capacity. 19. Controls manufacturing. 20. Controls the availability of goods, commodities. 21. Controls the prices of commodities. 22. Controls services, the labor force, etc. 23. Controls payments to government officials. 24. Controls the legal functions. 25. Controls the personal data files, uncorrectable by the party slandered. 26. Controls advertising. 27. Controls media contact. 28. Controls material available for TV viewing. 29. Disengages attention from real issues. 30. Engages emotions. 31. Creates disorder, chaos, and insanity. 32. Controls design of more probing tax forms. 33. Controls surveillance. 34. Controls the storage of information. 35. Develops psychological analyses and profiles of individuals. 36. Controls legal functions, repeat of 15. 37. Controls sociological factors. 38. Controls health options. 39. Preys on weakness. 40. Cripples strengths. 41. Leeches wealth and substance. Table of strategies. What follows is a description of a two-column table with do this in the left column, and to get this in the right column. I have paraphrased for the purpose of audio, but it reads as follows. Keep the public ignorant to lessen public organization. Maintain access to control via prices, points for feedback to get required reaction to outputs. Create preoccupation to lower defenses. Attack the family unit to get control of the education of the young. Give less cash and more data to get more self-indulgence, more credit and doles. Attack the privacy of the church to destroy faith in this sort of government. Social conformity to get computer programming simplicity. Minimize the tax protest to get maximum economic data, minimum enforcement problems. Stabilize the consent to get simplicity coefficients. Tighten control of variables to get simpler computer input data, greater predictability. Establish boundary conditions equations to get problem simplicity, solutions of differential and difference. Proper timing to get less data shift and blurring. Maximize control to minimize resistance to control. Collapse currency to destroy the faith of the American people in each other. Diversion, the primary strategy. Experience has proven that the simplest method of securing a silent weapon and gaining control of the public is to keep the public undisciplined and ignorant of the basic system principles on the one hand, while keeping them confused, disorganized, and distracted with matters of no real importance on the other hand. This is achieved by disengaging their minds, sabotaging their mental activities, providing a low-quality program of public education in mathematics, logic, systems design and economics, and discouraging technical creativity. Engaging their emotions, increasing their self-indulgence and their indulgence in emotional and physical activities, by unrelenting emotional affrontations and attacks, mental and emotional rape, by way of constant barrage of sex, violence, and wars in the media, especially the TV and the newspapers, and giving them what they desire, in excess, junk food for thought, and depriving them of what they really need. Rewriting history and law and subjecting the public to the deviant creation, thus being able to shift their thinking from personal needs to highly fabricated outside priorities. These preclude their interest in and discovery of the silent weapons of social automation technology. The general rule is that there is a profit in confusion. The more confusion, the more profit. Therefore, the best approach is to create problems and then offer solutions. Diversion summary. Media keep the adult public attention diverted away from the real social issues, and captivated by matters of no real importance. Schools keep the young public ignorant of real mathematics, real economics, real law, and real history. Entertainment keep the public entertainment below a 6th grade level. Work keep the public busy, with no time to think, back on the farm with the other animals. Consent the primary victory. A silent weapon system operates upon data obtained from a docile public by legal but not always lawful force. Much information is made available to silent weapon systems programmers through the Internal Revenue Service. See studies in the structure of the American economy for an IRS source list. This information consists of the enforced delivery of well-organized data contained in federal and state tax forms, collected, assembled, and submitted by slave labor provided by taxpayers and employers. Furthermore, the number of such forms submitted to the IRS is a useful indicator of public consent, an important factor in strategic decision-making. Other data sources are given in the short list of inputs. Consent coefficients, numerical feedback indicating victory status. Psychological basis, when the government is able to collect tax and seize private property without just compensation, it is an indication that the public is ripe for surrender and is consenting to enslavement and legal encroachment. A good and easily quantified indicator of harvest time is the number of public citizens who pay income tax despite an obvious lack of reciprocal or honest service from the government. Amplification energy sources. The next step in the process of designing an economic amplifier is discovering the energy sources. The energy sources which support any primitive economic system are of course, a supply of raw materials, and the consent of the people to labor and consequently assume a certain rank, position, level, or class in the social structure, i.e., to provide labor at various levels in the pecking order. Each class, in guaranteeing its own level of income, controls the class immediately below it, hence preserves the class structure. This provides stability and security, but also government from the top. As time goes on and communication and education improve, the lower class elements of the social labor structure become knowledgeable and envious of the good things that the upper class members have. They also begin to attain a knowledge of energy systems and the ability to enforce their rise through the class structure. This threatens the sovereignty of the elite. If this rise of the lower classes can be postponed long enough, the elite can achieve energy dominance, and labor by consent no longer will hold a position of an essential energy source. Until such energy dominance is absolutely established, the consent of people to labor and let others handle their affairs must be taken into consideration, since failure to do so could cause the people to interfere in the final transfer of energy sources to the control of the elite. It is essential to recognize that at this time, public consent is still an essential key to the release of energy in the process of economic amplification. Therefore, consent as an energy release mechanism will now be considered. Logistics. The successful application of a strategy requires a careful study of inputs, outputs, the strategy connecting the inputs and the outputs, and the available energy sources to fuel the strategy. This study is called logistics. A logistical problem is studied at the elementary level first, and then levels of greater complexity are studied as a synthesis of elementary factors. This means that a given system is analyzed, i.e., broken down into its subsystems, and these in turn are analyzed, until by this process, one arrives at the logistical atom, the individual. This is where the process of synthesis property begins, at the time of birth of the individual. The artificial womb. From the time a person leaves its mother's womb, its every effort is directed towards building, maintaining, and withdrawing into artificial wombs, various sorts of substitute protective devices or shells. The objective of these artificial wombs is to provide a stable environment for both stable and unstable activity, to provide a shelter for the evolutionary processes of growth and maturity, i.e., survival, to provide security for freedom, and to provide defensive protection for offensive activity. This is equally true of both the general public and the elite. However, there is a definite difference in the way each of these classes go about the solution of problems. The political structure of a nation, dependency. The primary reason why the individual citizens of a country create a political structure is a subconscious wish or desire to perpetuate their own dependency relationship of childhood. Simply put, they want a human god to eliminate all risk from their life, pat them on the head, kiss their bruises, put a chicken on every dinner table, clothe their bodies, tuck them into bed at night, and tell them that everything will be all right when they wake up in the morning. This public demand is incredible, so the human god, the politician, meets incredibility with incredibility by promising the world and delivering nothing. So who is the bigger liar? The public? Or the godfather? This public behavior is surrender born of fear, laziness, and expediency. It is the basis of the welfare state as a strategic weapon, useful against a disgusting public. Action, offense. Most people want to be able to subdue and/or kill other human beings which disturb their daily lives, but they do not want to have to cope with the moral and religious issues which such an overt act on their part might raise. Therefore, they assign the dirty work to others, including their own children, so as to keep the blood off their hands. They rave about the humane treatment of animals and then sit down to a delicious hamburger from a whitewashed slaughterhouse down the street and out of sight. But even more hypocritical, they pay taxes to finance a professional association of hitmen collectively called politicians, and then complain about corruption in government. Responsibility. Again, most people want to be free to do the things, to explore, etc., but they are afraid to fail. The fear of failure is manifested in irresponsibility, and especially in delegating those personal responsibilities to others where success is uncertain or carries possible or created liabilities, law, which the person is not prepared to accept. They want authority, root word, author, but they will not accept responsibility or liability. So they hire politicians to face reality for them. Summary. The people hire the politicians so that the people can obtain security without managing it. Obtain action without thinking about it. Inflict theft, injury, and death upon others without having to contemplate either life or death. Avoid responsibility for their own intentions. Obtain the benefits of reality and science without exerting themselves in the discipline of facing or learning either of these things. They give the politicians the power to create and manage a war machine to provide for the survival of the nation. Prevent encroachment of anything upon the nation. Destroy the enemy who threatens the nation. Destroy those citizens of their own country who do not conform for the sake of stability of the nation. Politicians hold many quasi-military jobs, the lowest being the police, which are soldiers, the attorneys and CPAs next to are spies and saboteurs, licensed, and the judges who shout orders and run the closed union military shop for whatever the market will bear. The generals are industrialists. The presidential level of commander-in-chief is shared by the international bankers. The people know that they have created this farce and financed it with their own taxes, consent, but they would rather knuckle under than be the hypocrite. Thus, a nation becomes divided into two very distinct parts, a docile sub-nation, great silent majority, and a political sub-nation. The political sub-nation remains attached to the docile sub-nation, tolerates it, and leeches its substance until it grows strong enough to detach itself and then devour its parent. System analysis. In order to make meaningful computerized economic decisions about war, the primary economic flywheel, it is necessary to assign concrete logistical values to each element of the war structure, personnel and material alike. This process begins with a clear and candid description of the subsystems of such a structure. The draft. As military service. Few efforts of human behavior modification are more remarkable or more effective than that of the socio-military institution known as the draft. A primary purpose of a draft or other such institution is to instill, by intimidation, in the young males of a society the uncritical conviction that the government is omnipotent. He is soon taught that a prayer is slow to reverse what a bullet can do in an instant. Thus, a man trained in a religious environment for 18 years of his life can, by this instrument of the government, be broken down, be purged of his fantasies and delusions in a matter of mere months. Once that conviction is instilled, all else becomes easy to instill. Even more interesting is the process by which a young man's parents, who purportedly love him, can be induced to send him off to war to his death. Although the scope of this work will not allow this matter to be expanded in full detail, nevertheless, a coarse overview will be possible and can serve to reveal those factors which must be included in some numerical form in a computer analysis of social and war systems. We begin with a tentative definition of the draft. The draft, selective service, etc., is an institution of compulsory collective sacrifice and slavery, devised by the middle-aged and elderly for the purpose of pressing the young into doing the public dirty work. It further serves to make the youth as guilty as the elders, thus making criticism of the elders by the youth less likely, generational stabilizer. It is marketed and sold to the public under the label of patriotic equals national service. Once a candid economic definition of the draft is achieved, that definition is used to outline the boundaries of a structure called a human value system, which in turn is translated into the terms of game theory. The value of such a slave laborer is given in a table of human values, a table broken down into categories by intellect, experience, post-service job demand, etc. Some of these categories are ordinary and can be tentatively evaluated in terms of the value of certain jobs for which a known fee exists. Some jobs are harder to value because they are unique to the demands of social subversion. For an extreme example, the value of a mother's instruction to her daughter, causing that daughter to put certain behavioral demands upon a future husband 10 or 15 years hence, thus, by suppressing his resistance to a perversion of a government, making it easier for a banking cartel to buy the state of New York in, say, 20 years. Such a problem leans heavily upon the observations and data of wartime espionage and many types of psychological testing. But crude mathematical models, algorithms, etc. can be devised, if not to predict, at least to predetermine these events with maximum certainty. What does not exist by natural cooperation is thus enhanced by calculated compulsion. Human beings are machines, levers which may be grasped and turned, and there is little real difference between automating a society and automating a shoe factory. These derived values are variable. It is necessary to use a current table of human values for computer analysis. These values are given in true measure rather than US dollars, since the latter is unstable, being presently inflated beyond the production of national goods and services so as to give the economy a false kinetic energy, paper inductance. The silver value is stable, it being possible to buy the same amount with a gram of silver today as it could be bought in 1920. Human value measured in silver units changes slightly due to changes in production technology. Enforcement. Factor 1. As in every social system approach, stability is achieved only by understanding and accounting for human nature, action-reaction patterns. A failure to do so can be, and usually is, disastrous. As in other human social schemes, one form or another of intimidation or incentive is essential to the success of the draft. Physical principles of action and reaction must be applied to both internal and external subsystems. To secure the draft, individual brainwashing, programming and both the family unit and the peer group must be engaged and brought under control. Factor 2. Father. The man of the household must be housebroken to ensure that Junior will grow up with the right social training and attitudes. The advertising media, etc., are engaged to see to it that father to be is pussy whipped before or by the time he is married. He is taught that he either conforms to the social notch cut out for him or his sex life will be hobbled and his tender companionship will be zero. He is made to see that women demand security more than logical, principled, or honorable behavior. By the time his son must go to war, father, with jelly for a backbone, will slam a gun into Junior's hand before father will risk the censure of his peers, or make a hypocrite of himself by crossing the investment he has in his own personal opinion or self-esteem. Junior will go to war or father will be embarrassed. So Junior will go to war, the true purpose notwithstanding. Factor 3. Mother. The female element of human society is ruled by emotion first and logic second. In the battle between logic and imagination, imagination always wins, fantasy prevails, maternal instinct dominates so that the child comes first and the future comes second. A woman with a newborn baby is too starry-eyed to see a wealthy man's cannon fodder or a cheap source of slave labor. A woman must, however, be conditioned to accept the transition to reality when it comes, or sooner. As the transition becomes more difficult to manage, the family unit must be carefully disintegrated, and state-controlled public education and state-operated child care centers must become more common and legally enforced so as to begin the detachment of the child from the mother and father at an earlier age. Inoculation of behavioral drugs such as Ritalin can speed the transition for the child, mandatory. Caution, a woman's impulsive anger can override her fear. An irate woman's power must never be underestimated, and her power over a pussy-whipped husband must likewise never be underestimated. It got women the vote in 1920. Factor 4. Junior. The emotional pressure for self-preservation during the time of war and the self-serving attitude of the common herd that have an option to avoid the battlefield, if Junior can be persuaded to go, is all of the pressure finally necessary to propel Johnny off to war. Their quiet blackmailings of him are the threats: no sacrifice, no friends, no glory, no girlfriends. Factor 5. Sister. And what about Junior's sister? She is given all the good things of life by her father, and taught to expect the same from her future husband regardless of the price. Factor 6. Cattle. Those who will not use their brains are no better off than those who have no brains, and so this mindless school of jellyfish, father, mother, son, and daughter, become useful beasts of burden or trainers of the same. End of excerpt. This chapter is considered a baptism of fire, and a sharp dose or reality to the uninitiated. Your preconceived ideas had to be shattered in order for you to understand the rest of this book. In this chapter you can see every step that the elite have taken in their war to control this once great nation. You can see the steps that will be taken in the future. You can no longer pretend innocence. Your denial of the conspiracy will fall on deaf ears. This book is part of the education that will give Americans the weapons needed in the coming months and years of hardship as the New World Order struggles to be born. Many will argue that silent weapons for quiet wars is only a bogus conglomeration of words for which the writer has never taken credit or responsibility. Those who do so ignore the self-evident truths contained within the document. They ignore these truths because they are an indictment of their own ignorance, which they cannot face. The document, first found in 1969, correctly outlines events which subsequently came to pass. It cannot be ignored or dismissed. The document is genuine. Its truths cannot be negated or shrugged away. The message is this: you must accept that you have been cattle and the ultimate consequence of being cattle, which is slavery, or you must prepare to fight, and if necessary, die to preserve your God-given right to freedom. That last sentence is the real reason why people choose to ignore silent weapons for quiet wars. People are not ready to admit that they have been cattle. They are not prepared to fight, and if necessary die, for freedom. It is an indictment of the citizens of the United States of America. And that is the total confirmation of the truth of the information contained in Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Chapter 2. Secret Societies and the New World Order. There is a power so organized, so subtle, so complete, so pervasive, that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it. President Woodrow Wilson. History is replete with whispers of secret societies. Accounts of elders or priests who guarded the forbidden knowledge of ancient peoples. Prominent men, meeting in secret, who directed the course of civilization are recorded in the writings of all people. The oldest is the Brotherhood of the Snake, also called the Brotherhood of the Dragon, and it still exists under many different names. The Brotherhood of the Snake is devoted to guarding the secrets of the ages and to the recognition of Lucifer as the one and only true God. If you do not believe in God, Lucifer, or Satan, you must understand that there are great masses of people who do. I do not believe in racism, but millions do, and their beliefs and actions based upon those beliefs will affect me. It is clear that religion has always played a significant role in the course of these organizations. Communication with a higher source, often divine, is a familiar claim in all but a few. The secrets of these groups are thought to be so profound that only a chosen, well-educated few are able to understand and use them. These men use their special knowledge for the benefit of all mankind. At least that is what they claim. How are we to know, since their knowledge and actions have been secret? Fortunately, some of it has become public knowledge. I found it intriguing that in most, if not all, primitive tribal societies all of the adults are members. They are usually separated into male and female groups. The male usually dominates the culture. Surprisingly, this exactly resembles many civilized secret societies. This can only mean that the society is working not against established authority, but for it. In fact, could be said to actually be the established authority. This would tend to remove the validity of any argument that all secret associations are dedicated to the destruction of properly constituted authority. This can only apply, of course, where the secret society makes up the majority or entirety of any people which it affects. Only a very few fall into this category. Secret societies in fact mirror many facets of ordinary life. There is always an exclusivity of membership, with the resultant importance attached to being or becoming a member. This is found in all human endeavors, even those which are not secret, such as football teams or country clubs. This exclusivity of membership is actually one of the secret society's most powerful weapons. There is the use of signs, passwords and other tools. These have always performed valuable functions in man's organizations everywhere. The stated reason, almost always different from the real reason, for the society's existence is important. It can be anything, but is usually fraternal and is found in all pressure groups wherever people congregate. The comradeship is especially important. Sharing hardships or secrets has always been a special thrill to man. No one who has ever undergone the rigors of boot camp is ever likely to forget the special feeling of belonging and comradeship that was shared between the victims of the drill sergeant or company commander. It is an emotion born of initiation. The most potent tool of any secret society is the ritual and myth surrounding initiation. These special binding ceremonies have very deep meaning for the participants. Initiation performs several functions which make up the heart and soul of any true secret society. Like boot camp, the initiation into the armed forces, important aspects of human thought that are universally compelling, are merged to train and maintain the efforts of a group of people to operate in a certain direction. Initiation bonds the members together in mysticism. Neophytes gain knowledge of a secret, giving them special status. The ancient meaning of neophyte is planted anew or reborn. A higher initiation is in reality a promotion inspiring loyalty and the desire to move up to the next rung. The goals of the society are reinforced, causing the initiated to act toward those goals in everyday life. That brings about a change in the political and social action of the member. The change is always in the best interest of the goals of the leaders of the secret society. The leaders are called adepts. This can best be illustrated by the soldier trained to follow orders without thinking. The result is often the wounding or death of the soldier for the realization of the commander's goal, which may or may not be good for the overall community. Initiation is a means of rewarding ambitious men who can be trusted. You will notice that the higher the degree of initiation, the fewer the members who possess the degree. This is not because the other members are not ambitious, but because a process of very careful selection is being conducted. A point is reached where no effort is good enough without a pull-up by the higher members. Most members never proceed beyond this point and never learn the real, secret purpose of the group. The frozen member from that point on serves only as a part of the political power base, as indeed he has always done. You may have guessed by now that initiation is a way to determine who can and cannot be trusted. A method of deciding exactly who is to become an adept may be decided during initiation by asking the candidate to spit upon the Christian cross. If the candidate refuses, the members congratulate him and tell him, "You have made the right choice," as a true adept would never do such a terrible thing. The newly initiated might find it disconcerting, however, that he/she never advances any higher. If instead, the candidate spits upon the cross, he/she has demonstrated a knowledge of one of the mysteries and soon will find him/herself a candidate for the next higher level. The mystery is that religion is but a tool to control the masses. Knowledge, or wisdom, is their only God, through which man himself will become God. The snake and the dragon are both symbols of wisdom. Lucifer is the personification of the symbol. It was Lucifer who tempted Eve to entice Adam to eat of the tree of knowledge and thus free man from the bonds of ignorance. The worship, a lot different from study, of knowledge, science, or technology is Satanism in its purest form, and its god is Lucifer. Its secret symbol is the all-seeing eye in the pyramid. Undesirable effects of secret societies and their aura of mystery has sometimes given them the reputation for being abnormal associations or, at the very least, strange groups of people. Whenever their beliefs are those of the majority, they are no longer considered antisocial. A good example is the Christian Church, which was at one time a secret society under the Roman Empire. In fact, the open friendly secret society, the Vatican, actually ruled most, if not all, of the known world at one time. Most secret societies are generally considered to be antisocial. They are believed to contain elements that are not liked or are outright harmful to the community in general. This is exactly the case in some instances. Communism and fascism are secret societies in many countries where they are prohibited by law. In this country, the Nazi Party and the Ku Klux Klan are secret societies due mostly to the fact that the general public is disgusted by them. Their activities are sometimes illegal, thus the secrecy of their membership. The early Christians were a secret society because Roman authorities considered them from the start to be dangerous to imperial rule. The same was true of the followers of Islam. At least some of these true believers, working in secret, accomplished what would turn out to be for the eventual good of society. The Druze and Yazidis in Syria and Iraq consider the Arabs a dangerous secret society dedicated to the takeover of the world. The Arabs today think the same of the Jews. Catholics and Freemasons used to have precisely the same ideas about each other. In many primitive or backward societies, initiation into the highest degrees of the group involved subjection to trials which not infrequently resulted in death or insanity for the candidate. It can be seen that social right and wrong is not the yardstick in estimating the value of a secret society. In Borneo, initiates of hunting societies consider it meritorious and compulsory to hunt heads. In Polynesia, infanticide and debauch were considered essential for initiation into their societies, where the tribal code needed members who indulged in these things, as pillars of society. Since the beginning of recorded history, governmental bodies of every nation have been involved with maintaining the status quo to defend the establishment against minority groups that sought to function as states within states or to oust the constituted authority and take over in its place. Many of these attempts have succeeded but have not always lasted. Man's desire to be one of the elect is something that no power on earth has been able to lessen, let alone destroy. It is one of the secrets of secret societies. It is what gives them a political base and lots of clout. Members often vote the same and give each other preference in daily business, legal, and social activities. It is the deepest desire of many to be able to say, "I belong to the elect." Houses of worship and sacrifice existed in the ancient cities. They were in fact temples built in honor of the many gods. These buildings functioned often as meeting places for philosophers and mystics who were believed to possess the secrets of nature. These men usually banded together in seclusive philosophic and religious schools. The most important of all of these ancient groups is the Brotherhood of the Snake, or Dragon, and was simply known as the Mysteries. The snake and dragon are symbols that represent wisdom. The father of wisdom is Lucifer, also called the Light Bearer. The focus of worship for the Mysteries was Osiris, another name of Lucifer. Osiris was the name of a bright star that the ancients believed had been cast down onto the earth. The literal meaning of Lucifer is bringer of light or the morning star. After Osiris was gone from the sky, the ancients saw the sun as the representation of Osiris, or more correctly, Lucifer. Osiris was represented by the sun. Albert Pike, "How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer?" Isaiah 14:12. It is claimed that, after Lucifer fell from heaven, he brought with him the power of thinking as a gift for mankind. Fred Gittings, Symbolism in Occult Art. Most of the greatest minds that ever lived were initiated into the Society of Mysteries by secret and dangerous rites, some of which were very cruel. Some of the most famous were known as Osiris, Isis, Sabazius, Cybele, and Eleusis. Plato was one of these initiates and he describes some of the mysteries in his writings. Plato's initiation encompassed 3 days of entombment in the Great Pyramid, during which time he died, symbolically, was reborn, and was given secrets that he was to preserve. Plato's writings are full of information on the mysteries. Manly P. Hall stated in his book, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, that the illumined of antiquity entered its Pyramid of Giza portals as men, they came forth as gods. The ancient Egyptian word for pyramid was kuti, which meant glorious light. Mr. Hall says also, the pyramids, the great Egyptian temples of initiation. According to many, the Great Pyramids were built to commemorate and observe a supernova explosion that occurred in the year 4000 BC. Dr. Anthony Hewish, 1974 Nobel Prize winner in physics, discovered a rhythmic series of radio pulses which he proved were emissions from a star that had exploded around 4000 BC. The Freemasons begin their calendar from AL, in the year of light, found by adding 4000 to the modern year. Thus 1990 plus 4000 equals 5990 AL. George Michanowski wrote in The Once and Future Star that the ancient Sumerian cuneiform described a giant star exploding within a triangle formed by Zeta Puppis, Gamma Velorum, and Lambda Velorum located in the southern sky. An accurate star catalogue now stated that the blazing star that had exploded within the triangle would again be seen by man in 6,000 years. According to the Freemasons' calendar, it will occur in the year 2000, and indeed it will. Editor note, this material is being prepared in 2009. The explosion has not yet occurred. The spacecraft called Galileo is on its way to Jupiter, a baby star with a gaseous makeup exactly the same as our Sun, with a load of 49.7 pounds of plutonium, supposedly being used as batteries to power the craft. When its final orbit decays in December 1999, Galileo will deliver its payload into the center of Jupiter. The unbelievable pressure that will be encountered will cause a reaction exactly as occurs when an atomic bomb is exploded by an implosion detonator. The plutonium will explode in an atomic reaction, lighting the hydrogen and helium atmosphere of Jupiter and resulting in the birth of the star that has already been named Lucifer. The world will interpret it as a sign of tremendous religious significance. It will fulfill prophecy. In reality, it is only a demonstration of the insane application of technology by the Jason Society, which may or may not even work. They have practiced overkill to ensure success, however, as the documents that I read while in naval intelligence stated that Project Galileo required only 5 pounds of plutonium to ignite Jupiter and possibly stave off the coming ice age. Global warming is a hoax. It is easier for the public to deal with and will give the ruling elite more time before panic and anarchy replace government. The reality is that overall global temperatures are becoming lower. Storms are becoming more violent and less predictable. The ice caps at the poles are growing larger. The temperate zones where food can be grown are shrinking. Desertification is increasing in the tropics. An ice age is on its way, and it will occur suddenly. Simultaneously, a vault containing the ancient records of the Earth will be opened in Egypt. The return of Lucifer and the opening of the vault will usher in the millennium. A great celebration has already been planned by the Millennium Society to take place at the pyramids in Egypt. According to the January 3, 1989, edition of the Arizona Daily Star, President-elect Bush is spending this New Year's holiday at Camp David, Maryland, but in 10 years he may be in Egypt. Organizers of the Millennium Society say he's already committed to ushering in the next century at the Great Pyramid of Cheops in Giza. The first secret that one must know to even begin to understand the mysteries is that their members believe that there are but few truly mature minds in the world. They believe that those minds belong exclusively to them. The philosophy that follows is the classic secret society view of humanity. When a person of strong intellect is confronted with a problem which calls for the use of reasoning faculties, they keep their poise and attempt to reach a solution by garnering facts bearing upon the question. On the other hand, those who are immature, when confronted by the same problem, are overwhelmed. While the former may be said to be qualified to solve the mystery of their own destiny, the latter must be led like a bunch of animals and taught in the simplest language. Like sheep, they are totally dependent upon the shepherd. The able intellect is taught the mysteries and the esoteric spiritual truths. The masses are taught the literal, exoteric interpretations. While the masses worship the five senses, the select few observe, recognizing in the gulf between them the symbolic concretions of great abstract truths. The initiated elect communicate directly to gods, aliens, who communicate back to them. The masses sacrifice their lambs on an altar facing a stone idol that can neither hear or speak. The elect are given knowledge of the mysteries and are illumined and are thus known as the Illuminati or the Illuminated Ones, the guardians of the secrets of the ages. 3 early secret societies that can be directly connected to a modern descendant are the cults of Roshania, Mithras and their counterpart, the Builders. They have many things in common with the Freemasons of today as well as with many other branches of the Illuminati. For instance, common to the Brotherhood are the symbolic rebirth into a new life without going through the portal of death during initiation, reference to the lion and the grip of the lion's paw in the Master Mason's degree, the 3 degrees, which is the same as the ancient Masonic rites before the many other degrees were added, the ladder of 7 rungs, men only, and the all-seeing eye. Of special interest is the powerful society in Afghanistan in ancient times called the Roshania, Illuminated Ones. There are actually references to this mystical cult going back through history to the House of Wisdom at Cairo. The major tenets of this cult were, the abolition of private property, the elimination of religion, the elimination of nation-states, the belief that illumination emanated from the Supreme Being who desired a class of perfect men and women to carry out the organization and direction of the world, belief in a plan to reshape the social system of the world by first taking control of individual countries one by one, and the belief that after reaching the 4th degree one could communicate directly with the unknown supervisors who had imparted knowledge to initiates throughout the ages. Wise men will again recognize the Brotherhood. Can you hear the echo of the Nazi Party, the Communist Party, the extreme right and the extreme left? The important fact to remember is that the leaders of both the right and the left are a small, hard core of men who have been and still are Illuminists or members of the Brotherhood. They may have been or may be members of the Christian or Jewish religions, but that is only to further their own ends. They are and always have been Luciferian and internationalist. They give allegiance to no particular nation, although they have used, on occasion, nationalism to further their causes. Their only concern is to gain greater economic and political power. The ultimate objective of the leaders of both groups is identical. They are determined to win for themselves undisputed control of the wealth, natural resources, and manpower of the entire planet. They intend to turn the world into their conception of a Luciferian totalitarian socialist state. In the process they will eliminate all Christians, Jews, and atheists. You have just learned one, but only one, of the great mysteries. The Roshaniya also called themselves the Order. Initiates took an oath that absolved them of all allegiance except to the Order and stated, "I bind myself to perpetual silence and unshaken loyalty and submission to the Order. All humanity which cannot identify itself by our secret sign is our lawful prey." The oath remains essentially the same to this day. The secret sign was to pass a hand over the forehead, palm inward, the countersign, to hold the ear with the fingers and support the elbow in the cupped other hand. Does that sound familiar? The Order is the order of the quest. The cult preached that there was no heaven, no hell, only a spirit state completely different from life as we know it. The spirit could continue to be powerful on earth through a member of the Order, but only if the spirit had been itself a member of the Order before its death. Thus members of the Order gained power from the spirits of the dead members. The Roshaniya took in travelers as initiates and then sent them on their way to found new chapters of the Order. It is believed by some that the assassins were a branch of the Roshaniya. Branches of the Roshaniya or the Illuminated Ones or the Illuminati existed and still exist everywhere. One of the rules was not to use the same name and never mention the Illuminati. That rule is still in effect today. I believe that it is the breaking of this rule that resulted in Adam Weishaupt's downfall. One of the greatest secrets of the ages is the true story of the Holy Grail, the robe of Jesus, the remains of the cross of crucifixion, and whether Jesus actually died or if he survived and produced a child. Many myths surround the Knights Templar concerning these relics, and most myths throughout history always have at least some basis in fact. If my sources are correct, the Knights Templar survive today as a branch of the Illuminati and guard the relics, which are hidden in a location known only to them. We know that the Templars are Illuminati because the Freemasons absorbed and protected those that escaped persecution of the Church in France, just as the Freemasons would absorb and protect Weishaupt's Illuminati centuries later. The Knights Templar exist today as a higher degree of Freemasonry within the Templar Order. In fact, the Knights Templar is a branch of the Order of the Quest. The de Molay Society is a branch of the Freemasons that consecrates the memory of the persecution of the Knights Templar and in particular, their leader Jacques de Molay. I know, because I was a member of the de Molay Society as a young adult. I loved the mystery and ritual. I became separated from the society when my family moved to a location out of reach of any lodge. I believe to this day that my association with the de Molay Society may have been the reason for my selection for naval security and intelligence. According to members of the intelligence community, when the New World Order is solidified, the relics will be taken out, will be united with the Spear of Destiny, and will, according to legend, give the world's ruler absolute power. This may confirm beliefs passed down through the ages that describe the significance of these relics when united in the hands of one man. It may also explain Hitler's desperate search for their hiding place during World War II. Again, I must remind you that it makes not one iota of difference what you believe. If they believe, you will be affected. The Knights Templar were founded sometime during the 11th century in Jerusalem by the Prieur de Sion for the express purpose of guarding the remaining relics of Jesus and to provide military protection for the religious travelers during their pilgrimage to the Holy City. The Prieur de Sion was a religious order founded upon Mount Sion in Jerusalem. The order set for itself the goal of preserving and recording the bloodline of Jesus and the house of David. Through every means available to them, the Prieur de Sion had found and retrieved the remaining relics. These relics were entrusted to the Knights Templar for safekeeping. I am amazed at the authors of Holy Blood, Holy Grail and the information that they have unearthed. Most of all, I am amazed at their inability to put the puzzle together. The treasure hidden in France is not the treasure of the Temple of Jerusalem. It is the Holy Grail itself, the robe of Jesus, the last remaining pieces of the cross of crucifixion, and, according to my sources, someone's bones. I can tell you that the reality of the bones will shake the world to its very foundations if I have been told the truth. The relics are hidden in France. I know the location and so do the authors of Holy Blood, Holy Grail, but they do not know that they know. Or do they? Adam Weishaupt, a young professor of canon law at Ingolstadt University in Germany, was a Jesuit priest and an initiate of the Illuminati. The branch of the order he founded in Germany in 1776 was the same Illuminati previously discussed. The Jesuit connection is important, as you will see later in this chapter. Researchers agree that he was financed by the House of Rothschild, the same Rothschild family mentioned in Silent Weapons for Quiet Wars. Weishaupt advocated abolition of all ordered national governments, abolition of inheritance, abolition of private property, abolition of patriotism, abolition of the individual home and family life as the cell from which all civilizations have stemmed, and abolition of all religions established and existing so that the Luciferian ideology of totalitarianism may be imposed on mankind. In the same year that he founded the Illuminati, he published Wealth of Nations, the book that provided the ideological foundation for capitalism and for the Industrial Revolution. It is no accident that the Declaration of Independence was written in the same year. On the obverse of the Great Seal of the United States, the wise will recognize the all-seeing eye and other signs of the Brotherhood of the Snake. Every tenet was the same. Date and beliefs confirm that Weishaupt's Illuminati is the same as the Afghan Illuminated Ones and the other cults which called themselves Illuminated. The Alumbrados of Spain were the same as were the Illuminated Guéronets of France. In the United States they were known as the Jacobin clubs. Secrets within secrets within secrets, but always at the heart is the Brotherhood. I believe that Weishaupt was betrayed and set up for persecution because he ignored the rule that the word Illuminati or the existence of the Brotherhood would never be exposed to public knowledge. His exposure and outlawing accomplished several goals of the still hidden and still very powerful Brotherhood. It allowed members to debunk claims of its existence on the grounds that the Illuminati had been exposed and outlawed and thus was no longer a reality. It allowed members to deny allegations of conspiracy of any kind. The Brotherhood of the Snake is adept at throwing out decoys to keep the dogs at bay. Weishaupt may have been a fool, or he may have been doing exactly what he was told. Weishaupt said, "The great strength of our order lies in its concealment, let it never appear in its own name, but always covered by another name, and another occupation." Allegations that the Freemason organizations were infiltrated by the Illuminati during Weishaupt's reign are hogwash. The Freemasons have always contained the core of Illuminati within their ranks, and that is why they so freely and so willingly took in and hid the members of Weishaupt's group. You cannot really believe that the Freemasons, if they were only a simple fraternal organization, would have risked everything, including their very lives, by taking in and hiding outlaws who had been condemned by the monarchies of Europe. It is mainly Freemason authors who have perpetuated the myth that Adam Weishaupt was the founder of the Illuminati and that the Illuminati was destroyed, never to surface again. In 1826 an American Freemason wrote a book revealing Masonic secrets entitled Illustrations of Freemasonry. One of the secrets that he revealed is that the last mystery at the top of the Masonic pyramid is the worship of Lucifer. We have since learned the secret of the story of the murder of Hiram Abief. Hiram Abief represents intelligence, liberty and truth, and was struck down by a blow to the neck with a rule, representing the suppression of speech by the church, then he was struck in the heart with the square, representing the suppression of belief by the state, and finally he was struck on the head by a maul, representing the suppression of intellect by the masses. Freemasonry thus equates the church, the state, and masses with tyranny, intolerance, and ignorance. What Morgan revealed was that the Freemasons were pledged to avenge Hiram Abief and that their plan was to strike down the church, the state, and the freedom of the masses. Morgan caused a small uproar against the Masons. The small uproar turned into a full-blown anti-Freemason movement when the author, William Morgan, disappeared. Morgan had apparently been abducted and drowned in Lake Ontario. It was alleged that fellow Masons had done it, a claim that they deny to this day. Who else would have done it? I believe they murdered him. The newspapers of the time state without reservation that he was murdered by Masons. The oath of initiation into the Freemasons states that if secrets are told, the initiate will be murdered. A nationwide furor ensued that resulted in the creation of an anti-Masonic political party in 1829 by Henry Dana Ward, Thurlow Weed, and William H. Seward. Interest in several anti-Masonic books was revived during that period, with the result that Freemasonry suffered a severe loss of membership. It lasted only a few years and by 1840 the anti-Masonic party was extinct. Time really does cure all ills. We know that the British Freemasons are a totally self-serving group that discriminates in favor of its own whenever jobs, promotions, contracts, or careers are concerned. The English Freemason organization was used by the KGB to infiltrate and take over British intelligence. British intelligence is synonymous with Chatham House, more commonly known as the Royal Institute for International Affairs, the parent organization of the Council on Foreign Relations in the United States. The English State Police, Scotland Yard, ordered its personnel not to join the Masons for fear the same would happen to them. Of course, you have been told all your life that the Freemasons are only a benevolent fraternal organization bent only on community service. Read on, O innocent one. Probably the most notorious Freemason lodge is the P2 Lodge in Italy. This group has been implicated in everything from bribery to assassinations. P2 is directly connected to the Vatican, the Knights of Malta, and to the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency. It is powerful and dangerous. The P2 Lodge has succeeded in infiltrating the Vatican and has scored a coup of tremendous significance. The Pope, John Paul II, has lifted the ban against Freemasonry. Many high-level members of the Vatican are now Freemasons. I tell you now that Freemasonry is one of the most wicked and terrible organizations upon this earth. The Masons are major players in the struggle for world domination. The 33rd degree is split into two. One split contains the core of the Luciferian Illuminati and the other contains those who have no knowledge of it whatsoever. All of the intelligence officers that I worked for while in naval intelligence were Masons. As I stated before, I believe that my association with the De Molay Society as a young adult may have been the reason that I was selected for naval security and intelligence. However, that is only a guess. I had intended to go into great detail linking P2, the Prieur de Sion, the Vatican, the CIA, Organizations for a United Europe, and the Bilderberg Group. Fortunately, Michael Bygent, Rigard Lee and Henry Lincoln beat me to it. I say fortunately, because they confirm my previous allegation that I published in my paper The Secret Government that the CIA had plants, called moles, deep within the Vatican. I do not wish to be called a plagiarist, so you must read Holy Blood, Holy Grail and The Messianic Legacy, both by Bygent, Lee, and Lincoln. Any reputable bookstore should carry them. Between pages 343 and 361 of The Messianic Legacy you can read of the alliance of power that resulted in a secret world government. Most members of the Freemasons are not aware that the Illuminati practices what is known as secrets within secrets, or organizations within organizations. That is one purpose of initiation. I cannot excuse any of the members, however, for anyone who joins a society without knowing everything about the organization is indeed a fool. Only those at the top who have passed every test truly know what the Masons are hiding, thus rendering it impossible for anyone outside to know much at all about the group. What does that say about new members or those who are already members but do not know the ultimate secrets? It tells me that fools abound. Unlike authors who out of fear have acted as apologists for the Freemasons, I decline to absolve them of responsibility and guilt. The Freemasons, like everyone else, are responsible for the cleanliness of their home. The occupant of a secret house within a secret house within a secret house cannot clean if he cannot see the number of rooms or what they contain. Their house is a stinking cesspool. Look to the Masons for the guilty party if anything happens to me. I believe that they have murdered in the past and that they will murder in the future. I firmly believe that all adult secret societies that practice degrees of initiation and consider the members to be illuminated are branches of the original ages-old Illuminati. Their goal is to rule the world. The doctrine of this group is not democracy or communism, but is a form of fascism. The doctrine is totalitarian socialism. You must begin to think correctly. The Illuminati are not communists, but some communists are Illuminati. 1. Monarchism thesis faced democracy antithesis in World War I, which resulted in the formation of communism and the League of Nations synthesis. 2. Democracy and communism thesis faced fascism antithesis in World War II and resulted in a more powerful United Nations synthesis. 3. Capitalism thesis now faces communism antithesis and the result will be the New World Order, totalitarian socialism synthesis. The 1953 report of the California Senate Investigating Committee on Education stated, so-called modern communism is apparently the same hypocritical world conspiracy to destroy civilization that was founded by the Illuminati, and that raised its head in our colonies here at the critical period before the adoption of our Constitution. The California Senate understood that communism is the work of the Illuminati. They failed to realize that the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission are also the work of the Illuminati. You must begin to think correctly. The enemy is not communism, it is Illuminism. The communists are not going to be much happier with the New World Order than we. I hope to show that most modern secret societies, and especially those that practice degrees of initiation, and that is the key, are really one society with one purpose. You may call them whatever you wish: the Order of the Quest, the Jason Society, the Roshaniya, the Kabbalah, the Knights Templar, the Knights of Malta, the Knights of Columbus, the Jesuits, the Masons, the Ancient and Mystical Order of Rossi Crucis, the Illuminati, the Nazi Party, the Communist Party, the executive members of the Council on Foreign Relations, the Group, the Brotherhood of the Dragon, the Rosicrucians, the Royal Institute of International Affairs, the Trilateral Commission, the Bilderberg Group, the Open Friendly Secret Society, the Vatican, the Russell Trust, the Skull and Bones, the Scroll and Key, the Order. They are all the same and all work toward the same ultimate goal, a new world order. Many of them, however, disagree on exactly who will rule this new world order, and that is what causes them to sometimes pull in opposite directions while nevertheless proceeding toward the same goal. The Vatican, for instance, wants the Pope to head the World Coalition. Some want Lord Maitreya to head the New World Order. Lord Maitreya is the front-runner, I believe, since witnesses say he was present on the ship at Malta with Bush, Gorbachev, and the 10 regional heads of the New World Order. Approximately 200 dignitaries from around the world attended a major conference initiated by Maitreya in London on April 21 and 22, 1990. Representatives of governments, including the USA, members of royal families, religious leaders and journalists, all of whom had met with Maitreya previously, attended the conference. Quote from Prophecy Watch column of Whole Wheat No. 8, Minneapolis. Someone has also spent an awful lot of money announcing his presence. The Pope will have to approve him if Maitreya is selected, however, and that would fulfill the Bible prophecy in the Book of Revelation that states that the first beast will be given his power by Rome. If you can interpret Revelation as I can, then you know that the Pope will ultimately win out and will reign as the second beast. In 1952 an alliance was formed, bringing them all together for the first time in history. The Black families, the Illuminati, the Order, the Vatican, and the Freemasons now work together to bring about the New World Order. All will protest their innocence and will do everything within their power to destroy anyone who suggests otherwise. I will undoubtedly become a target when this book is published. You may notice that some of those listed in the preceding paragraphs do not, or so it appears, practice degrees of initiation. That is the public view. Look at the Council on Foreign Relations. Many members, in fact, the majority, never serve on the executive committees. They never go through any initiation of any kind. They are, in fact, the power base and are used to gain a consensus of opinion. The majority are not really members but are made to feel as if they are. In reality they are being used and are unwilling or unable to understand. The executive committee is an inner core of intimate associates, members of a secret society called the Order of the Quest, also known as the Jason Society, devoted to a common purpose. The members are an outer circle on whom the inner core acts by personal persuasion, patronage and social pressure. That is how they bought Henry Kissinger. Rockefeller gave Kissinger a grant of $50,000 in the early 50s, a fortune in those days, and made dear old Henry a member of the CFR. Anyone in the outer circle who does not toe the mark is summarily expelled and the lesson is not lost on those who remain. Do you remember the human desire to be a member of the elect? That is the principle at work. The real power are men who are always recruited without exception from the secret societies of Harvard and Yale known as the Skull and Bones and the Scroll and Key. Both societies are secret branches, also called the Brotherhood of Death, of what is otherwise historically known as the Illuminati. They are connected to parent organizations in England, the group of Oxford University and especially All Souls College, and Germany, the Thule Society, also called the Brotherhood of Death. I learned this when I was with Naval Intelligence. I was not able to explain why some members of the Executive Committee were not listed under the addresses of Chapter 322 of the Skull and Bones Society until I read The Wise Men by Walter Isaacson and Evan Thomas, Simon & Schuster, New York. Under illustration number 9 in the center of the book you will find the caption Love It with the Yale Unit, above far right, and on the beach. His initiation into Skull and Bones came at an air base near Dunkirk. I have found that members of these two societies were chosen on an ongoing basis by invitation based upon merit post-college and were not confined to only Harvard or Yale attendees. Only members of the Order are initiated into the Order of the Quest, the Jason Society that makes up the executive members of the Council on Foreign Relations and, in fact, the Trilateral Commission as well. The executive members of the Council on Foreign Relations are the real elect in this country. George Bush is a member of the Order. Surprised? You shouldn't be. His father was also a member who helped finance Hitler. It is important that you know that the members of the Order take an oath that absolves them from any allegiance to any nation or king or government or constitution, and that includes the negating of any subsequent oath of allegiance which they may be required to take. They swear allegiance only to the Order and its goal of a new world order. George Bush is not a loyal citizen of the United States but instead is loyal only to the destruction of the United States and to the formation of the New World Order. According to the oath Bush took when he was initiated into Skull and Bones, his oath of office as President of the United States of America means nothing. The Trilateral Commission is an elite group of some 300 very prominent business, political, and intellectual decision-makers of Western Europe, North America, and Japan. This enterprise is a private agency that works to build up political and economic cooperation among the three regions. Its grand design, which it no longer hides, is a new world order. The Trilateral Commission was the idea of its founder, American banking magnate David Rockefeller. The real reason for its formation was the decline of the Council on Foreign Relations power as a result of the people's dissatisfaction with the Vietnam War. The reasoning behind the move toward the Trilateral Commission was the same as entering two horses in the same race. It doubles the chances of winning. The real power has always remained solidly in the hands of the Council on Foreign Relations. The Rockefeller family was, is and always will be the benefactor of both organizations. Rockefeller, though powerful, is not in control in this country or anywhere else. The key to the real power is the fact that Rockefeller had to put out feelers at a Bilderberg Group meeting in 1972 about forming a private group of trilateral leaders. The Bilderberg Group gave the nod and Rockefeller's man Zbigniew Brzezinski gathered up a membership and organized the Trilateral Commission in 1972, not in 1973 as the Commission claims. A key to the danger presented by the Trilateral Commission is its seminal piece, written for them by Harvard professor Samuel P. Huntington in the mid-70s. In the paper, Professor Huntington recommended that democracy and economic development be discarded as outdated ideas. He wrote as co-author of the book Crises in Democracy, "We have come to recognize that there are potential desirable limits to economic growth. There are also potentially desirable limits to the indefinite extension of political democracy. A government which lacks authority will have little ability short of cataclysmic crisis to impose on its people the sacrifices which may be necessary." The crises and sacrifices he talks about will be discussed in a later chapter. Remember that George Bush was a member of the Trilateral Commission and only resigned as an expediency to get elected. He believes wholeheartedly in the Commission and its ideas and ideals. We have elected a president who believes that democracy and economic development must be discarded. I tell you now that he is working toward that end. Bush is still a member of the Order and the CFR. The Jason Society, or Jason Scholars, takes its name from the story of Jason and the Golden Fleece, and it is a branch of the Order of the Quest, one of the highest degrees in the Illuminati. The Golden Fleece takes on the role of truth to Jason members. Jason represents the search for the truth. Therefore the name Jason Society denotes a group of men who are engaged in a search for the truth. The name Jason is spelled with capital letters when used as the name of the Jason Society. Lowercase letters are never used when referring to this secret group. Authors note, the name may even have a deeper meaning, as the name Jason and the Golden Fleece appear throughout history in relation to various other secret societies. In these instances the story represents man, Jason, looking for himself Golden Fleece. Top secret documents that I read while with naval intelligence stated that President Eisenhower had commissioned the Jason Society to examine all of the evidence, facts, lies, and deception and find the truth of the alien question. Founders of the Jason Group, not the same as the Jason Society, include members of the famous Manhattan Project, which brought together almost every leading physicist in the nation to build the atomic bomb during World War II. The group is made up mostly of theoretical physicists and is the most elite gathering of scientific minds in the United States. As of 1987, the membership included 4 Nobel Prize winners. Today Jason continues to offer scientific help the government cannot find anywhere else. They are probably the only group of scientists in the United States that know the true state of highest technology. Jason is shrouded in what appears to be unnecessary secrecy. The group refuses to release its membership list. None of the members list Jason membership on their official resumes. Working completely behind the scenes, Jason has guided the nation's most important security decisions. These include, but are not limited to Star Wars, submarine warfare, and predictions about the greenhouse effect. The Jason members are each paid a $500 per day consultant's fee. In the documents that I read while with naval intelligence, the Jasons predicted that the greenhouse effect would lead ultimately to an ice age. According to the Pentagon, the Jasons hold the highest and most restrictive security clearances in the nation. They are given the protocol rank of Rear Admiral 2 stars when they visit or travel aboard ships or visit military bases. The only other reference to the Jason Group that I have been able to find is in the Pentagon Papers. The papers stated that Jason was responsible for designing the electronic barrier between North and South Vietnam for the purpose of sealing off infiltration of the South by North Vietnamese regulars during the Vietnam War. I was stationed on the DMZ and I can tell you that it did not work. The veil of secrecy drawn around the Jason Group has been so tight and so leak-proof since its conception that those who think the government cannot keep a secret need to re-examine that position. The government was able to contain the Jason secret except for the one leak, but the Jason Group itself, a civilian group, did even better. No leaks have ever occurred from within Jason. Jason is administered by the MITRE Corporation. Government contracts allotted to the MITRE Corporation are in reality allotted to the Jason scientists. This is done so that the name Jason does not ever appear in documents which may come under public scrutiny. What is the difference between the Jason Scholars or Jason Society and the Jason Group? The documents that I read referred to the Jason Society in exactly those words. In public documents, the only Jason reference is to the Jason Group, administered by the MITRE Corporation. I believe the Jason Society is one of the highest degrees above the Skull and Bones and the Scroll and Key in the Illuminati. In other words, it is a high level of initiation. The Jason Group is a scientific organization formed and hired by the Jason Society and the U.S. government for obvious reasons. I know a lot more about the Jason Society and the Jason Group, but I do not want to injure Mr. Grant Cameron, who has done extensive research on these subjects. He will publish his research in the coming months. I guarantee his findings will amaze you. The Council on Foreign Relations has been the foremost flank of America's foreign policy establishment for more than half a century. The Council on Foreign Relations is a private organization of business executives, scholars, and political leaders that studies global problems and plays a key role in developing U.S. foreign policy. The CFR is one of the most powerful semi-official groups concerned with America's role in international affairs. It is controlled by an elect group of men recruited from the Skull and Bones and the Scroll and Key Societies of Harvard and Yale, which are both chapters of a secret branch of the Illuminati known as Chapter 322 of the Order. The members of the Order make up the Executive Committee of the Council on Foreign Relations after undergoing initiation into the Order of the Quest, also known as the Jason Society. The Council on Foreign Relations is an offshoot sister organization to the British Royal Institute of International Affairs. Their goal is a new world order. Although it existed as a dinner club in New York, it did not take on its present power until 1921, when it merged with the Royal Institute of International Affairs and received its financial base from J.P. Morgan, the Carnegie Endowment, the Rockefeller family, and other Wall Street banking interests. The Council on Foreign Relations controls our government. Through the years, its members have infiltrated the entire executive branch, State Department, Justice Department, CIA, and the top ranks of the military. Every director of the Central Intelligence Agency has been a member of the CCFE. Most presidents since Roosevelt have been members. The members of the CFR dominate ownership of the press and most, if not all, of America's top journalists are members. The CFR does not conform to government policy. The government conforms to CFR policy. The appendix contains the most current list of CFR members that I was able to locate. I read top-secret documents while with naval intelligence that stated that President Eisenhower had appointed 6 of the executive committee members of the CFR to sit on the panel called Majesty 12, also known as Majority 12 for security reasons. Majesty 12 is the secret group that is supposed to control extraterrestrial information and projects. The documents stated that Eisenhower had also appointed 6 members from the executive branch of government who were also members of the CFR. The total membership of Majesty 12 was 19, including Dr. Edward Teller and the 6 members from the Jason Scientific Group. Again, whether this is true or disinformation depends solely upon the existence of aliens. The CFR is a secret society in that it forbids the taking of notes or the publishing of minutes of its meetings. Any member who divulges the subject or any part of any conversation or talk that took place during a meeting is terminated. The goal of the Council on Foreign Relations is a new world order. George Bush is a member of the CFR. Knights of Malta play a powerful role in this scenario. In the 1930s, General Smedley Butler was recruited to help take over the White House. He was told that he was needed because of his general popularity with the military. General Butler blew the whistle and named several prominent Americans as part of the plot. At the top of the list was John J. Raskob, who was a founding member of the U.S. branch of the Knights of Malta. He was board chairman of General Motors. He was, at the time, the U.S. treasurer of the Knights of Malta. Congressional hearings were held to investigate the plot, but none of those named, including Raskob, was ever called to testify, and nothing ever came of the hearings. Although you will find this in the congressional records, you will never find it in any history book anywhere. It is significant that the Iran-Contra episode has many similarities to the 1930s plot. William Casey was a member of the Knights of Malta. William Casey, with the help of Vice President Bush, Anne Armstrong and Donald Regan, caused the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board to be emasculated so that Bush, Casey, North and others could carry out their dirty deeds without oversight. They had also developed a plan to suspend the Constitution of the United States and were preparing to implement the plan when they were caught. These facts emerged from the hearings but were suppressed by the committee chairman, Senator Daniel Inouye of Hawaii. You must understand that tremendous power was involved in both attempts to overthrow the United States government. William Casey was the director of the CIA. He was a member of the CFR. Casey was a Knight of Malta. He was the head of Ronald Reagan's political campaign. He was head of the Securities and Exchange Commission. During the Nixon administration, he was head of the Export-Import Bank. Casey arranged financing for the Kama River truck factory in the Soviet Union with 90% of the funds guaranteed or furnished by the U.S. taxpayer. This factory built military truck and tank engines for the Soviet Army. It was, and may still be, the largest factory in the world and could produce more heavy trucks than all U.S. factories together. I believe Casey was murdered. The Knights of Malta is a world organization with its threads weaving through business, banking, politics, the CIA, other intelligence organizations, P2, religion, education, law, military, think tanks, foundations, the United States Information Agency, the United Nations, and numerous other organizations. They are not the oldest but are one of the oldest branches of the Order of the Quest in existence. The world head of the Knights of Malta is elected for a life term, with the approval of the Pope. The Knights of Malta have their own constitution and are sworn to work toward the establishment of a new world order with the Pope at its head. Knights of Malta members are also powerful members of the CFR and the Trilateral Commission. The Vatican has been infiltrated over many years by the Illuminati. This is easily proven by the fact that in 1738 Pope Clement XII issued a papal bull which stated that any Catholic who became a Mason would be excommunicated, a very serious punishment. In 1884 Pope Leo XIII issued a proclamation stating that Masonry was one of the secret societies attempting to revive the manners and customs of the pagans and establish Satan's kingdom on earth. Piers Compton, in his book The Broken Cross, traces the infiltration of the Catholic Church by the Illuminati. He has found the use of the all-seeing eye in the triangle by leading Catholics and by the Jesuits. It was used in the seal of the Philadelphia Eucharistic Congress in 1976. It was on a special issue of Vatican stamps in 1978, announcing the final Illuminati victory to the world. Mr. Compton claims that Pope John XXIII wore the all-seeing eye in the triangle on his personal cross. Compton is adamant that several hundred leading Catholic priests, bishops and cardinals are members of secret societies. He quotes an article in an Italian journal that lists more than 70 Vatican officials, including Pope Paul VI's private secretary, the Director General of Vatican Radio, the Archbishop of Florence, the Prelate of Milan, the assistant editor of the Vatican newspaper, several Italian bishops, and the abbot of the Order of Saint Benedict. Those are only the ones that are known and only the ones known in Italy. It is widely believed that this Pope, John Paul XXII, is a member of the Illuminati. I believe, according to my research, that it is true. The best indication of infiltration is that on November 27, 1983, the Pope retracted all of the papal bulls against Freemasonry and allowed Catholics, after several hundred years, to again become members of secret societies without fear of excommunication. The goal of the Illuminati to elect one of their own to the papacy appears to have come to fruition. If that is the case, the New World Order is just on the horizon. Now is the time. The first U.S. ambassador to the Vatican was William Wilson, a Knight of Malta. His appointment was probably illegal and, for a fact, was highly unethical. Wilson could not possibly have represented the U.S. when his allegiance was sworn to the Pope. Wilson, if you will remember, took an unauthorized trip to Libya and met privately with Libyan officials at a time when travel to Libya had been banned by the president. President Ronald Reagan had called Gaddafi a mad dog and made a few strong threats. The U.S. had been resolute in bombing Libya even though civilians were killed. Following Wilson's trip, Gaddafi issued a press release stating that an American diplomat had been sent to reduce tensions with Libya. The State Department denied that any such thing had taken place. Ambassador Wilson closed his mouth and refused any comment. To this day he has said nothing, even though his actions made a liar of the United States and embarrassed us worldwide. A clue to what was happening is the fact that while we had cut off Libya and even bombed them, and while travel by U.S. citizens to Libya was forbidden, 5 huge oil conglomerates were filling their pockets dealing with Gaddafi. One of the companies was headed by J. Peter Grace, president of W.R. Grace. 8 members of the W.R. Grace Company are members of the Knights of Malta. According to an article by Leslie Geld in the New York Times, administration officials had expressed concern about Mr. Wilson's activities. These actions, they said, often seemed to revolve around his contacts and interest in the oil business. Wilson should have been fired, but instead nothing happened except that he and his wife attended a papal Easter Mass and stood next to George Shultz and his wife. In diplomatic language, this indicated private approval of his actions. George Shultz, of course, is a member of the CFR, the Bohemian Club and the Bechtel Corporation, all of which have close ties to the Order and the Knights of Malta. Wilson engaged in several other improprieties during his ambassadorship. Again, in each case nothing happened. Finally he resigned. Later, if you will remember, President Reagan suffered a fall from a horse on William Wilson's ranch in Mexico. Do you seriously think that President Reagan would have visited Wilson's home in Mexico if he had not approved of Wilson's actions while he was the U.S. ambassador to the Vatican? Knight of Malta Myron Taylor was President Roosevelt's envoy. Knight of Malta John McCone was President Kennedy's envoy, and he was also the director of the CIA during the early 60s. A former mayor of New York City, Robert Wagner, was President Jimmy Carter's envoy. Frank Shakespeare replaced William Wilson. Frank Shakespeare is a Knight of Malta, and so it goes. President Reagan spoke at the annual Knights of Malta dinner. The Knights of Malta all have diplomatic immunity. They can ship goods across borders without paying duty or undergoing customs check. Does that ring any bells? In any case, that is power. The Knights of Malta is held up by a backbone consisting of nobility. Nearly half of the 10,000 members belong to Europe's oldest and most powerful families. This cements the alliance between the Vatican and the black nobility. The black nobility is mostly the rich and powerful of Europe. The head of the black nobility is the family that can claim direct descendancy from the last Roman emperor. Maybe now you can see that things are beginning to fall into their proper place. Membership in the Knights of Malta entails obedience to one's superior in the order and ultimately to the Pope. Therefore, a U.S. ambassador who is also a member of the Knights of Malta faces a conflict of interest. Why is this fact ignored? President Bush appointed Knight of Malta Thomas Melody to the post of U.S. Ambassador to the Vatican. The Vatican has founded the Pope John Paul II Center for Prayer and Study for Peace at 1711 Ocean Avenue, Spring Lake, New Jersey, in a mansion overlooking the ocean. The mansion was given to the New York Archdiocese by the estate of Elmer Bobst, who died in 1978. He was a multimillionaire and chairman of Warner Lambert Company. Richard Nixon was a frequent visitor. Directors of the center were Kurt Waldheim, former Secretary General of the United Nations and ex-Nazi war criminal, Cyrus Vance, former Secretary of State under Carter and member of both the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, Claire Booth Luce, a dame of the Knights of Malta, and J. Peter Grace of W.R. Grace Company, who is head of the Knights of Malta in the United States. The center was set up by the Vatican as a part of the Pope's new peace plan, which will bring the world together. See my paper The Secret Government. The center has 2 roles. 1. Educate Catholics and their children to accept the New World Order. 2. Provide residents for the World Peace Solution computer and an ongoing study for peaceful solutions to any future problems which may endanger world peace. The computer is hooked to the world capitals via satellite. All nations have agreed to relinquish sovereignty to the Pope and submit future problems to the computer for solution. Of course, this will not go into effect until the New World Order is publicly announced. I believe that the New World Order was born in secrecy on January 19, 1989. Now you know. Acquaint yourself anew with the teachings of Jesus. Compare his teachings with the tenets of the Illuminati and then compare it with the following. The Vatican has stated at various times that the Pope is for total disarmament, the Pope is for elimination of the sovereignty of the nation-states, the Pope is also stating that property rights are not to be considered true property rights. The Pope believes that only the Vatican knows what is right for man. In the early 1940s, the IG Farben chemical company employed a Polish salesman who sold cyanide to the Nazis for use in Auschwitz. The same salesman also worked as a chemist in the manufacture of the poison gas. This same cyanide gas along with Zyklon B and malathion was used to exterminate millions of Jews and other groups. Their bodies were then burned to ashes in the ovens. After the war, the salesman, fearing for his life, joined the Catholic Church and was ordained a priest in 1946. One of his closest friends was Dr. Wolf Smunes, the mastermind behind the November/78 to October/79 and March/80 to October/81 experimental hepatitis B vaccine trials conducted by the Center for Disease Control in New York, San Francisco and 4 other American cities that loosed the plague of AIDS upon the American people. The salesman was ordained Poland's youngest bishop in 1958. After a 30-day reign, his predecessor was assassinated and our ex-cyanide gas salesman assumed the papacy as Pope John Paul II. 1990 is the right time with the right leaders, ex-chief of the Soviet secret police Mikhail Gorbachev, ex-chief of the CIA George Bush, ex-Nazi cyanide gas salesman Pope John Paul II, all bound by an unholy alliance to ring in the New World Order. The Pope has challenged world leaders by claiming that the people of the world already recognize the absolute authority of Rome because they observe the Sunday Sabbath that was ordered by the Pope in the Council of Laodicea AD 364. The original 10 commandments given Moses by God ordered that we should remember the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. 6 days shalt thou labor, and do all thy work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God. In it thou shalt not do any work, thou, nor thy son, nor thy daughter, thy manservant, nor thy maidservant, nor thy cattle, nor thy stranger that is within thy gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and rested the 7th day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day, and hallowed it. King James Version of the Holy Bible, Exodus chapter 28:11. The 7th day, the Sabbath as handed to Moses by God, is Saturday. The celebration of Sunday as the Sabbath is verification that the people recognize the Pope as superior to God. The only whole people who have not recognized the authority of the Pope are the Jewish people, and that is why the Vatican has not and will not recognize the State of Israel. The Vatican refuses even to call it Israel. Instead, the Vatican says Palestine when talking about Israel. Again, I must remind you that what you believe makes not one bit of difference. The important thing to understand is that if they believe this, it is going to give you nightmares. The Pope has a lot of charisma, and in a one-world system you need a religious head for power. Khomeini proved that. This Pope has enough following and charisma to make what we consider a great threat in this move. Quote from the Mantooth Report. Pope John Paul II is most anxious to complete his goal. His goal is to reunite the Christian world under the leadership of the papacy. If at all possible, he hopes to reach his goal by the end of this century. This is the primary reason behind the Pope's many worldwide trips. From an article by Jean H. Hogberg, November/December 1989, Plain Truth. Were you aware that Hitler and his entire staff were Catholic? Did you know that the Nazis dabbled in the occult? Did you know that the New York Times of April 14, 1990, quotes George Bush as stating, "Lefts forgive the Nazi war criminals"? I wonder why he said that. Did you know that the Los Angeles Times, December 12, 1984, quoted Pope John Paul II as saying, "Don't go to God for forgiveness of sins, come to me"? The Pope committed blasphemy, thus fulfilling prophecy according to the Book of Revelation. The Pope is telling us that he is God. Remember, never worship a leader. If you worship a leader, you then no longer have the ability to recognize when you have been deceived. On July 21, 1773, Pope Clement XIV forever annulled and extinguished the Jesuit order. France, Spain and Portugal had independently come to realize that the Jesuits were meddling in the affairs of the state and were therefore enemies of the government. The Pope's action was a response to pressure applied by the monarchies. King Joseph of Portugal signed a decree by which the Jesuits were denounced as traitors, rebels and enemies to the realm. Pope Pius VII in August, 1814, reinstated the Jesuits to all of their former rights and privileges. Ex-President John Adams wrote to his successor, Thomas Jefferson, "I do not like the reappearance of the Jesuits. If ever there was a body of men who merited eternal damnation on earth, "It is this society," Jefferson replied. "Like you, I disapprove of the restoration of the Jesuits, for it means a step backwards from light into darkness. The Jesuits are still in trouble today as they have been throughout their existence." On February 28, 1982, Pope Paul II told the Jesuits to keep clear of politics and honor Roman Catholic tradition. U.S. News & World Report stated that the Jesuits had indeed meddled in the affairs of nations. The article stated, "Jesuits have played leading roles in Nicaragua's Sandinista revolution. Some Jesuits have joined communist parties. One priest in El Salvador has claimed that his order is working for the advancement of Marxism and revolution, not for God. Jesuits have joined left-wing rebel movements in Central America and the Philippines, and have advocated a melding of Marxism and Roman Catholicism in what is called liberation theology." When the United States wanted to employ the nastiest forms of the Haig-Kissinger depopulation policy in Central America, it was the Jesuits who organized and prodded the people into civil war. Wherever the Jesuits go, revolution quickly follows. I am always sad when I see or hear of people being hurt, but according to my research, the Jesuit priests murdered in Central America probably deserved it. The most powerful secret organization in the world is the Bilderberg Group, organized in 1952 and named after the hotel where its first meeting took place in 1954. The man who organized the Bilderberg Group, Prince Bernhard of the Netherlands, has the power to veto the Vatican's choice of any pope it selects. Prince Bernhard has this veto power because his family, the Habsburgs, are descended from the Roman emperors. Prince Bernhard is the leader of the black families. He claims descent from the House of David and thus can truly say that he is related to Jesus. Prince Bernhard, with the help of the CIA, brought the hidden ruling body of the Illuminati into public knowledge as the Bilderberg Group. This is the official alliance that makes up the world governing body. The core of the organization is 3 committees made up of 13 members each. Thus the heart of the Bilderberg Group consists of 39 total members of the Illuminati. The 3 committees are made up exclusively of members of all the different secret groups that make up the Illuminati, the Freemasons, the Vatican, and the black nobility. This committee works year-round in offices in Switzerland. It determines who is invited to the annual meeting and what policies and plans will be discussed. Every proposal or plan that has ever been discussed at an annual meeting of the Bilderberg Group has come to pass, usually within 1 or 2 years following the meeting. The Bilderberg Group is directing the quiet war that is being waged against us. How can they do it? These are the men who really rule the world. The numbers 3, 7, 9, 11, 13, 39 and any multiple of these numbers have special meaning to the Illuminati. Notice that the Bilderberg Group has a core of 39 members who are broken into 3 groups of 13 members in each group. Notice that the core of 39 answers to the 13 who make up the Policy Committee. Take special notice that the 13 members of the Policy Committee answer to the Round Table of 9. You know that the original number of states in the United States of America was 13. The Constitution has 7 articles and was signed by 39 members of the Constitutional Convention. The United States was born on July 4, 1776. July is the 7th month of the year. Add 7 for July and 4 and you have 11. 1 plus 7 plus 7 plus 6 equals 21, which is a multiple of 3 and 7. Add 2 plus 1 and you get 3. Look at the numbers in 1776 and you see 2 7s and a 6, which is a multiple of 3. Coincidence, you say. I say, baloney, and I'd really like to say something a lot stronger. For those of you who still say it's accidental, however, I offer the following evidence. I could write a book just on numerical links, but I won't. Manly P. Hall, a 33rd-degree Mason, probably the most renowned expert on these subjects, wrote in his book The Secret Destiny of America, for more than 3,000 years, secret societies have labored to create the background of knowledge necessary to the establishment of an enlightened democracy among the nations of the world. All have continued and they still exist as the Order of the Quest. A link to the audiobook entitled, Secret History of America by Manly P. Hall can be found in the post description or at the Audioboy 279 channel on YouTube. Men bound by a secret oath to labor in the cause of world democracy decided that in the American colonies they would plan the roots of a new way of life. The Order of the Quest was set up in America before the middle of the 17th century. Franklin spoke for the Order of the Quest, and most of the men who worked with him in the early days of the American Republic were also members. Not only were many of the founders of the United States government Masons, but they received aid from a secret and august body existing in Europe which helped them to establish this country for a particular purpose known only to the initiated few. I found these quotes in a book on page 133. When added together, 1 plus 3 plus 3 equal the number 7. Coincidence? I think not. We can get a little insight into the order of the quest from Franklin D. Roosevelt's Secretary of Agriculture, Henry Wallace, the man directly responsible for the printing of the reverse of the Great Seal of the United States on the $1 bill. Mr. Wallace, a member of the Order of the Quest, wrote in a letter to the Russian mystic and artist Nicholas Roerich, the search, whether it be for the lost word of Masonry, or the holy chalice, or the potentialities of the age to come is the one supremely worthwhile objective. All else is karmic duty. But surely everyone is a potential Galahad. So may we strive for the chalice and the flame above it. The Holy Grail has a way of popping up on a regular basis in the writings of secret. In the Great Seal of the United States we see the ancient symbol of the Brotherhood of the Snake or Dragon, which as you already know is the all-seeing eye in the pyramid representing Lucifer in the form of wisdom. Just below the pyramid you will note Novus Ordo Seclorum, which translated means, New World Order. There are 9 tail feathers on the eagle. 13 leaves in the olive branches. 13 bars and stripes. 13 arrows. 13 letters in E pluribus unum, 13 stars in the green crest above. 13 stones in the pyramid. 13 letters in Inuit coeptus. 13 is the mystical number assigned to Satan, according to Stan Deyo in his excellent book entitled Cosmic Conspiracy. All of these mystical numbers also have special meaning to the Freemasons. You would have to be a devout skeptic to miss the tremendous significance of all of these supposed coincidences. Who among you can still say that there is no link? I read while in naval intelligence that at least once a year, maybe more, 2 nuclear submarines meet beneath the polar ice cap and mate together at an airlock. Representatives of the Soviet Union meet with the policy committee of the Bilderberg Group. The Russians are given the script for their next performance. Items on the agenda include the combined efforts in the secret space program governing Alternative 3. I now have in my possession official NASA photographs of a moon base in the crater Copernicus. This method of meeting is the only way that is safe from detection and or bugging. The public outcry that would result would destroy everything should these meetings be discovered. A BBC TV documentary program entitled Science Report revealed these same facts but subsequently issued a retraction. In their retraction they stated that the show had been fiction. It must be noted here that Science Report was a very respected documentary non-fiction program in Britain. Never in its history had it ever aired fiction. This subject is explored in depth in another chapter. There is no other method that I know of to verify these meetings short of somehow becoming a crew member on one of the submarines. Is Alternative 3 true, or is it a part of the plan to ring in the New World Order? It really doesn't matter, because either way we're screwed. The quicker you understand that, the wiser you become. The members of the Bilderberg Group are the most powerful financiers, industrialists, statesmen and intellectuals, who get together each year for a private conference on world affairs. The meetings provide an informal, off-the-record opportunity for international leaders to mingle, and are notorious for the cloak of secrecy they are held under. The headquarters office is in The Hague in Switzerland, the only European country never invaded or bombed during World Wars I and II. Switzerland is the seat of world power. The goal of the Bilderberg Group is a one-world totalitarian socialist government and economic system. Take heed, as time is running short. You must understand that secrecy is wrong. The very fact that a meeting is secret tells me that something is going on that I would not approve. Do not ever believe that grown men meet on a regular basis just to put on fancy robes, hold candles, and glad-hand each other. George Bush, when he was initiated into the Skull and Bones, did not lie naked in a coffin with a ribbon tied around his genitalia and yell out the details of all his sexual experiences because it was fun. He had much to gain by accepting initiation into the order, as you can now see. These men meet for important reasons, and their meetings are secret because what goes on during the meetings would not be approved by the community. The very fact that something is secret means there is something to hide. John Robison wrote Proofs of a Conspiracy in 1798, and I believe he said it best in the following passage from the book. Nothing is so dangerous as a mystic association. The object remaining a secret in the hands of the managers, the rest simply put a ring in their own noses, by which they may be led about at pleasure, and still panting after the secret they are the better pleased the less they see of their way. A mystical object enables the leader to shift his ground as he pleases, and to accommodate himself to every current fashion or prejudice. This again gives him almost unlimited power, for he can make use of these prejudices to lead men by troops. He finds them already associated by their prejudices, and waiting for a leader to concentrate their strength and set them in motion. And when once great bodies of men are set in motion, with a creature of their fancy for a guide, even the engineer himself cannot say, "Thus far shalt thou go, and no farther." Is the common man really as stupid as the elite seem to believe? If he is, then maybe the average citizen is better off ignorant, being manipulated this way and that, whenever the elite deem it necessary. We will discover the answer very quickly when the common man finds that his e-ticket to fantasy land has just expired. I hope I have shown you the role of secret societies and groups within the world power structure. I hope you can see how these groups gain and keep power. You should have some understanding of how, operating in secrecy and infiltrating every level of government and vital industry including the press, the elect manipulate the people and nations of the world toward any direction desired. I hope you caught on to the fact that the secret power structure is toward a totalitarian socialist state, fascism. It is not the Nazis, as they were a product of this power structure. It is not the Jews, although some very wealthy Jews are involved. It is not the communists, as they fit the same category as the Nazis. It is not the bankers, but they do play an important role. I also hope that you are beginning to look inside yourself to see if their reality fits. Are you getting the message? For a better understanding of secret societies and their role throughout the ages, I recommend you read the books listed as source material at the end of this chapter. US President Bush and Soviet President Gorbachev arrived yesterday on this Mediterranean island for a summit conference beginning today, during which both hope to start the search for a new world order. New York Times, December 1, 1989. Sources: Alamo, Tony. Various writings: Music Square Church, P.O. Box 710, Van Buren, Arkansas, 72956501997-8118. Bygent, Michael. Richard Lee and Henry Lincoln, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, Delacorte Press, New York, 1982. Bygent, Michael. Richard Lee and Henry Lincoln, The Messianic Legacy, Dell Publishing, New York, 1989. Bramley, William. The Gods of Eden, Darlan Family Press, San Jose, California, 1989. Cantwell, Alan Jr. M.C., AIDS and the Doctors of Death, Aries Rising Press, 1988. Carr, William Guy. Pawns in the Game, Omni Publications, Palmdale, California, date unknown. This title can also be found on this channel listed in the post description. Darrell, Arkin. A History of Secret Societies, The Citadel Press, New York, 1961. Epperson, Ralph. The New World Order, Publius Press, Tucson, Arizona, 1990. Epperson, Ralph. Unseen Hand, An Introduction to the Conspiratorial View of History, Publius Press, Tucson, Arizona, 1985. Hall, Manly P. The Secret Teachings of All Ages, The Philosophical Research Society, Inc., Los Angeles, 1988. Hieronymus, Robert. Ph.D., America's Secret Destiny, Spiritual Vision and the Founding of a Nation, Destiny Books, Rochester, Vermont, 1989. Howard, Michael. The Occult Conspiracy, Destiny Books, Rochester, Vermont, 1989. Mantooth, Don. The Mantooth Report, Newsletter, November 1989, New Haven, Indiana. Mullins, Eustace. The Curse of Canaan, Revelation Books, Staunton, Virginia, 1987. Robertson, John. Proofs of a Conspiracy, The American Classics, Belmont, Massachusetts, 1967, originally published in 1798. Robinson, John J. Born in Blood. The Lost Secrets of Freemasonry, M. Evans and Company, Inc., New York, 1989. Sutton, Anthony C. America's Secret Establishment, An Introduction to the Order of Skull and Bones, Liberty House Press, Billings, Montana, 1986. Waite, Arthur Edward. A New Encyclopedia of Freemasonry, Combined Edition, Weathervane Books, New York, 1970. Whitmire, Richard. Article on Jason, September 17, 1989, The Olympian newspaper, Olympia, Washington. Chapter 3. Oath of Initiation of an Unidentified Secret Order. From a mother who states that her son took this oath, and who must remain unidentified. And Congressional Record House, 1913, page 3216. Furnished by Dr. Ron Brown. Not yet, O freedom. Close thy lids in slumber, for thine enemy never sleeps. Bryant. Author's note: the author makes no claims whatsoever regarding this oath. It was handed to me by a woman who claimed that her son took this oath. Another source, Dr. Ron Brown, independent of and not known by the first, furnished a copy of the Congressional Record of the House of Representatives dated February 15, 1913, where the same oath is entered as purported to be of the Knights of Columbus. The congressman may have been wrong, however, since the content indicates that this oath may belong either to the Society of Jesus, otherwise known as the Jesuits, or to the Knights of Malta, which is the militia of the Pope. I include this oath only as an example that such oaths do in fact exist and are subversive. Because of the impeccably correct and difficult level of English used, the obvious expert knowledge of religious terminology and form, and the content and format of this oath, I consider it highly unlikely that it is a forgery. You must be the ultimate judge of its authenticity. The truth will win. The oath. I. Insert name. Now in the presence of Almighty God, the Blessed Virgin Mary, the Blessed Saint John the Baptist, the Holy Apostles, Saint Peter and Saint Paul, and all the saints, sacred host of heaven, and to you, my ghostly father, the Superior General of the Society of Jesus founded by Saint Ignatius Loyola, in the pontification of Paul III and continued to the present, do by the womb of the Virgin, the matrix of God, and the rod of Jesus Christ, declare and swear that His Holiness the Pope, is Christ's vice-regent and is the true and only head of the Catholic or Universal Church throughout the earth, and that by virtue of the keys of binding and loosing given His Holiness by my Saviour, Jesus Christ, He hath power to depose heretical kings, princes, states, commonwealths and governments, and they may be safely destroyed. Therefore to the utmost of my power I will defend this doctrine and His Holiness's right and custom against all usurpers of the heretical or Protestant authority whatever, especially the Lutheran Church of Germany, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, and Norway, and the now pretended authority and churches of England and Scotland, and the branches of same now established in Ireland and on the continent of America and elsewhere, and all adherents in regard that they may be usurped and heretical, opposing the Sacred Mother Church of Rome. I do now denounce and disown any allegiances due to any heretical king, prince, or state, named Protestant or Liberals, or obedience to any of their laws, magistrates, or officers. I do further declare that the doctrine of the churches of England and Scotland, of the Calvinists, Huguenots, and others of the name of Protestants or Masons to be damnable, and they themselves to be damned who will not forsake the same. I do further declare that I will help assist, and advise all or any of His Holiness's agents, in any place where I should be, in Switzerland, Germany, Holland, Ireland, or America, or in any other kingdom or territory I shall come to, and do my utmost to extirpate the heretical Protestant or Masonic doctrines and to destroy all their pretended powers, legal or otherwise. I do further promise and declare that, notwithstanding I am dispensed with to assume any religion heretical for the propagation of the Mother Church's interest, to keep secret and private all her agents' counsels from time to time, as they entrust me, and not divulge, directly or indirectly, by word, writing, or circumstances whatever, but to execute all that should be proposed, given in charge or discovered unto me by you my ghostly father, or any of this sacred order. I do further promise and declare that I will have no opinion or will of my own or any mental reservation whatsoever, even as a corpse or cadaver, perinde ac cadaver, but will unhesitatingly obey each and every command that I may receive from my superiors in the militia of the Pope and of Jesus Christ. That I will go to any part of the world whithersoever I may be sent, to the frozen regions north, jungles of India, to the centers of civilization of Europe, or to the wild haunts of the barbarous savages of America without murmuring or repining, and will be submissive in all things whatsoever is communicated to me. I do further promise and declare that I will, when opportunity presents, make and wage relentless war, secretly and openly against all heretics, Protestants and Masons, as I am directed to do, to extirpate them from the face of the whole earth, and that I will spare neither age, sex, or condition, and that will hang, burn, waste, boil, flay, strangle, and bury alive these infamous heretics, rip up the stomachs and wombs of their women, and crush their infants' heads against the walls in order to annihilate their execrable race. That when the same cannot be done openly, I will secretly use the poisonous cup, the strangulation cord, the steel of the poniard, or the leaden bullet, regardless of the honor, rank, dignity, or authority of the persons, whatever may be their condition in life, either public or private, as I at any time may be directed so to do by any agents of the Pope or Superior of the Brotherhood of the Holy Father of the Society of Jesus. In confirmation of which I hereby dedicate my life, soul, and all corporal powers, and with the dagger which I now receive I will subscribe my name written in my blood in testimony thereof, and should I prove false or weaken in my determination, may my brethren and fellow soldiers of the militia of the Pope cut off my hands and feet and my throat from ear to ear, my belly opened and sulphur burned therein with all the punishment that can be inflicted upon me on earth, and my soul shall be tortured by demons in eternal hell forever. That I will in voting always vote for a K of C in preference to a Protestant, especially a Mason, and that I will leave my party so to do, that if 2 Catholics are on the ticket I will satisfy myself which is the better supporter of Mother Church and vote accordingly. That I will not deal with or employ a Protestant if in my power to deal with or employ a Catholic. That I will place Catholic girls in Protestant families, that a weekly report may be made of the inner movements of the heretics. That I will provide myself with arms and ammunition that I may be in readiness when the word is passed, or I am commanded to defend the Church either as an individual or with the militia of the Pope. All of which, I insert name, do swear by the Blessed Trinity and Blessed Sacrament which I am now to receive to perform and on part to keep this, my oath. In testimony hereof, I take this most holy and blessed sacrament of the Eucharist and witness the same further with my name written with the point of this dagger dipped in my own blood and seal in the face of this holy sacrament. Chapter 4. Secret Treaty of Verona. Precedent and positive proof of conspiracy. From Congressional Record, Senate, 1916, page 6781. The American Diplomatic Code. Volume 2. 1778–1884, Elliott, page 179. 1916. Congressional Record, Senate. Mr. Owen. I wish to put in the record the secret Treaty of Verona of November 22, 1822, showing what this ancient conflict is between the rule of the few and the rule of the many. I wish to call the attention of the Senate to this treaty because it is the threat of this treaty which was the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. It throws a powerful white light upon the conflict between monarchical government and government by the people. The Holy Alliance under the influence of Metternich, the Premier of Austria, in 1822, issued this remarkable secret document. American Diplomatic Code. 1778–1884. The undersigned, specially authorized to make some additions to the Treaty of the Holy Alliance, after having exchanged their respective credentials, have agreed as follows. Article 1. The high contracting powers, being convinced that the system of representative government is equally as incompatible with the monarchical principles as the maxim of the sovereignty of the people with the divine right, engage mutually, in the most solemn manner, to use all their efforts to put an end to the system of representative governments, in whatever country it may exist in Europe, and to prevent its being introduced in those countries where it is not yet known. Article 2. As it cannot be doubted that the liberty of the press is the most powerful means used by the pretended supporters of the rights of nations to the detriment of those of princes, the high contracting parties promise reciprocally to adopt all proper measures to suppress it, not only in their own states but also in the rest of Europe. Article 3. Convinced that the principles of religion contribute most powerfully to keep nations in the state of passive obedience which they owe to their princes, the high contracting parties declare it to be their intention to sustain in their respective states those measures which the clergy may adopt, with the aim of ameliorating their own interests, so intimately connected with the preservation of the authority of the princes, and the contracting powers join in offering their thanks to the Pope for what he has already done for them, and solicit his constant cooperation in their views of submitting the nations. Article 4. The situation of Spain and Portugal unite unhappily all the circumstances to which this treaty has particular reference. The high contracting parties, in confiding to France the care of putting an end to them, engage to assist her in the manner which may the least compromit them with their own people and the people of France by means of a subsidy on the part of the two empires of 20 million of francs every year from the date of the signature of this treaty to the end of the war. Article 5. In order to establish in the peninsula the order of things which existed before the Revolution of Cadiz, and to ensure the entire execution of the articles of the present treaty, the high contracting parties give to each other the reciprocal assurance that as long as their views are not fulfilled, rejecting all other ideas of utility or other measure to be taken, they will address themselves with the shortest possible delay to all the authorities existing in their states and to all their agents in foreign countries, with the view to establish connections tending toward the accomplishment of the objects proposed by this treaty. Article 6. This treaty shall be renewed with such changes as new circumstances may give occasion for, either at a new Congress or at the court of one of the contracting parties, as soon as the war with Spain shall be terminated. Article 7. The present treaty shall be ratified and the ratifications exchanged at Paris within the space of 6 months. Made at Verona the 22nd of November 1822. For Austria, Metternich. For France, Chateaubriand. For Prussia, Bernstedt. For Russia, Nesselrode. Mr. Owen. I ask to have printed in the Congressional Record this secret treaty, because I think it ought to be called now to the attention of the people of the United States and of the world. This evidence of the conflict between the rule of the few versus popular government should be emphasized on the minds of the people of the United States, that the conflict now waging throughout the world may be more clearly understood. For after all said, the great pending war springs from the weakness and frailty of government by the few, where human error is far more probable than the error of the many, where aggressive war is only permitted upon the authorizing vote of those whose lives are jeopardized in the trenches of modern war. Mr. Shafrath. Mr. President, I should like to have the Senator state whether in that treaty there was not a coalition formed between the powerful countries of Europe to re-establish the sovereignty of Spain in the republics of South and Central America. Mr. Owen. I was just going to comment upon that, and I am going to take but a few moments to do so because I realize the pressure of other matters. This Holy Alliance, having put a Bourbon prince upon the throne of France by force, then used France to suppress the constitution of Spain immediately afterwards, and by this very treaty gave her a subsidy of 20 million francs annually, to enable her to wage war upon the people of Spain and prevent their exercise of any measure of the right of self-government. The Holy Alliance immediately did the same thing in Italy, by sending Austrian troops to Italy, where the people there attempted to exercise a like measure of liberal constitutional self-government. And it was not until the printing press, which the Holy Alliance so stoutly opposed, taught the people of Europe the value of liberty, that finally one country after another seized a greater and greater right of self-government. Until now, it may be fairly said that nearly all the nations of Europe have a very large measure of self-government. However, I wish to call the attention of the Senate and the country to this important history in the growth of constitutional popular self-government. The Holy Alliance made its powers felt by the wholesale drastic suppression of the press in Europe, by universal censorship, by killing free speech and all ideas of popular rights, and by the complete suppression of popular government. The Holy Alliance, having destroyed popular government in Spain and in Italy, had well-laid plans also to destroy popular government in the American colonies, which had revolted from Spain and Portugal in Central and South America under the influence of the successful example of the United States. It was because of this conspiracy against the American republics by the European monarchies that the great English statesman, Canning, called the attention of our government to it, and our statesmen then, including Thomas Jefferson, took an active part to bring about the declaration by President Monroe in his next annual message to the Congress of the United States that the United States would regard it as an act of hostility to the government of the United States and an unfriendly act if this coalition or if any power of Europe ever undertook to establish upon the American continent any control of any American republic or to acquire any territorial rights. This is the so-called Monroe Doctrine. The threat under the secret Treaty of Verona to suppress popular government in the American republics is the basis of the Monroe Doctrine. This secret treaty sets forth clearly the conflict between monarchical government and popular government, and the government of the few as against the government of the many. It is a part in reality, of developing popular sovereignty when we demand for women equal rights to life, to liberty, to the possession of property, to an equal voice in the making of the laws and the administration of the laws. This demand on the part of the women is made by men, and it ought to be made by men as well as by thinking, progressive women, as it will promote human liberty and human happiness. I sympathize with it, and I hope that all parties will in the national conventions give their approval to this larger measure of liberty to the better half of the human race. Authors note, anyone who believes that the monarchs, after being deposed, forgave and forgot, is not playing with a full deck. Most of these families are wealthy beyond belief and may be more powerful today than when they sat upon thrones. Today they are known collectively as the black nobility. Just because the secret Treaty of Verona was signed in 1822 does not mean that the treaty is void. It is imperative that you realize that privately, the black nobility refuses to ever recognize any government other than their own inherited and divine right to rule. They work diligently behind the scenes to cause conditions whereby they might regain their crowns. They believe that the United States belongs to England. Chapter 5. Goodbye USA, Hello New World Order. Backbone of hidden government and subversion of the balance of power. The plan to suspend the Constitution and declare martial law. It could probably be shown by facts and figures that there is no distinctly Native American criminal class except Congress. Mark Twain, 1885. The balance of power. When our forefathers wrote the Constitution of these United States, they provided safeguards against despotism by providing a balance of power. The Constitution was set up to provide clear divisions of legislative, judicial, and executive powers. It was believed that this system would ensure that if one branch got out of hand, the other two would act to keep the one in check. This balance of power was predicated upon the assumption that none of the three branches could or would infringe upon the power of the others. The Constitution is clear on the functions of each of the branches. The legislative will make the laws. The judicial will interpret the law. The executive will decide policy and enforce the law. This, of course, is the simplest of explanations, but this is not a textbook on government. My intent is to acquaint you with simple basics of the balance of power so that you can then understand how it has been subverted. The legislature, Congress in the form of the House and Senate, is required to publish the laws that are made, and this is done in the Congressional Record and the Federal Register. Pending or passed legislation can be obtained by citizens through their congressman or from the government printing office. Citizens cannot be held responsible for the law if it is not made available to them. It is paradoxical that the government body most representative of the American citizen is the one that has been the most easily subverted. Through PACs, payoffs, pork barrel politics, professional politicians, congressmen who are members of secret societies, and through greed and fear, our representatives and senators quit representing us long ago. Congress has tremendous powers but fails in most cases to exercise even a token amount. How is it that our legislature has allowed and at times encouraged the executive branch to write law? You probably did not know that the president and others in the executive branch of the government can and do write law. This is done in the form of presidential executive orders, National Security Council memos, National Security Decision Directives, and National Security Directives. NSC memos were broad policy papers in the days after passage of the National Security Act. NSC memos became narrower and more specific over the years, and the name has varied. Under Kennedy they were called National Security Action Memorandums. President Bush has changed the name to National Security Directives. There is a tremendous difference between presidential executive orders, NSC memos, and National Security Decision Directives. Presidential executive orders are listed in the Federal Register or Presidential Findings, which are made known to the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. The most important difference between the presidential executive orders and all of the others, no matter what they are called, is that the others do not have to be reported, reviewed, made available to anyone, or even acknowledged that they exist. There is no oversight whatsoever that could maintain a check on the legality of these national security directives. The President and others within the executive branch have used these super-secret directives to skirt the balance of power and write law without anyone's knowledge. Justification of the President's power to write law through executive orders stems from the failure of the government to rescind the declaration of martial law during the Civil War. In effect, the United States has been under martial law ever since Lincoln's administration. These NSDs are powerful, hidden, and dangerous tools. They were prolific during the Reagan administration, over 300 were written, with no more than 50 ever leaking out to undergo public scrutiny. Yet most Americans have never heard of these subversive weapons. They are being used to destroy our Constitution. I believe that everyone should know about this corruption of government. Congress has turned a blind eye to these abuses of executive power. At 3:30 a.m. Saturday, August 4, 1990, the Senate made it even easier for the executive branch to subvert the Constitution and may have made George Bush the first American king. At that time on that day, a minority of United States senators, maybe 10 at the most, passed Senate Intelligence Authorization Act for fiscal year 1991, SB 2834. This bill will fundamentally change our constitutional system, and threatens to destroy the very foundations of our great nation. Since attention has been focused upon the Middle East crisis, the public and most congressmen know absolutely nothing about this bill. The bill was fraudulently introduced as a reform to prevent future incidents of the abuses brought to light during the Iran-Contra scandal. Instead of preventing future abuses, however, it virtually authorizes essentially every abuse. The bill was carefully brought to a vote by Senator Sam Nunn in the dead of night when the opposition was gone. It effectively transfers most authority over the United States government directly into the hands of George Bush and thus directly into the hands of the secret government. The president, presently George Bush, was given the power to initiate war, appropriate public funds, define foreign policy goals, and decide what is important to our national security. In oversight of intelligence activities, Tide 7, SB 2834 authorizes the following. Gives the President power to initiate covert actions. This has never before been given to the President. Prevents Congress from stopping the President's initiation of covert actions. Allows the President to use any federal departments, agencies, or entities to operate or finance a covert operation. Empowers the President to use any other nation or private contractor or person to fund or operate a covert action. Redefines covert actions as operations necessary to support foreign policy objectives of the United States, a definition that is so vague and broad as to be essentially unlimited. For the first time officially claims the right of the United States to secretly interfere in the internal political, economic, or military affairs of other countries in direct and flagrant violation of international law. Requires that the President prepare and deliver a written finding to the intelligence committees of the Congress, but allows the President to omit extremely sensitive matters and authorizes the President to claim executive privilege if Congress asks too many questions. There are no penalties in the bill for violating any of its provisions, including the provision requiring a finding. Why should there be? This bill has literally handed the power of all the branches of government to the President on a silver platter. President Bush is now truly American King George I. SB 2834 gives Bush the power to use any agency or branch of the government and any appropriated funds from any agency or branch of the government for covert action even if they were never appropriated for that purpose. The bill effectively prevents any oversight by anyone and allows the executive branch to skirt the law and to escape accountability. This will be done using national security directives. A few examples of past NSD directives that have come to light will help you understand the seriousness of the matter. They will be listed in the following paragraphs under the heading of the subject matter of the NSDDs. NSDD 84, Safeguarding National Security Information, Secrecy, 3/11/83. Declassified in full. Subject. This directive drastically expands restrictions on government employees' freedom of speech. Those with access to classified information were required to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Those with access to a special category of classified information were made to agree to pre-publication review of any future writings. The use of polygraphs was authorized. Purpose: prevent disclosure of information that could damage national security. Consequences: the polygraph requirement was rescinded due to congressional opposition. Secrecy restrictions were imposed on more than 4 million government employees and contractors for more than 50 executive agencies. Many reporters' contacts were shut down. Government employees' unions and members of Congress sued to protect the rights of whistleblowers, and the Supreme Court recently sent the case back to the district level for review. Author's note: NSDD 84 indicates that John Lear, Robert Lazar, Bruce McCabe, Stanton Friedman, Clifford Stone, and many others may be active government agents. They were all working in government jobs or for government contractors, and all of them were subject to this executive order. NSDD 84 was not used to silence them, which seems to indicate that they had executive approval in each and every instance. NSDD 17. Deterring Cuban Models/Covert Action in Nicaragua, 11/23/81. Classified. Subject. The Central Intelligence Agency was given authority to create the Contras and work with foreign governments as appropriate to undermine the Sandinista government of Nicaragua. Purpose: to stop the flow of arms from Cuban and Nicaraguan sources to the Salvadoran rebels. Consequences: the CIA was given $19 million to assemble and arm a force of 500 Contras to join with 1,000 exiles already being trained by Argentina. Scores of operatives arrived in Honduras, arms shipments from Miami began. The Contra War was set in motion. NSDD 77. Management of Public Diplomacy Relative to National Security, 1/14/83. Declassified in full. Subject. This directive set up several planning groups to conduct public diplomacy activities. It ordered organizational support for foreign governments and private groups to encourage the growth of democratic political institutions and practices. Purpose: to mobilize international and domestic support for our national security objectives. Consequences: created propaganda ministries in the National Security Council, the State Department and the White House that concentrated on, in the words of the NSC staff member in charge of the program, gluing black hats on the Sandinistas and white hats on UNO, the Contras united Nicaraguan opposition. Stories were planted in the press, journalists were pressured. The General Accounting Office later found that these activities violated the law banning covert propaganda inside the United States. How many other covert propaganda programs do you think are operating against the American citizens? I can assure you that there are many more than you would ever believe. NSDD 138. International Terrorism, 4/3/84. Subject. This directive endorsed the principle of preemptive strikes and retaliatory raids against terrorists and called on 26 federal agencies to recommend specific measures to combat terrorism. Purpose: to lessen international terrorism and free U.S. hostages in Lebanon. While this NSD directive pretends to be concerned about international terrorism, it is really a thinly disguised authorization of preemptive strikes and retaliatory raids against patriots in this country. When FEMA is activated, patriots will be rounded up in the dead of night, most likely on a national holiday such as Thanksgiving. Government agents and law enforcement officers in every city across the nation have received anti-terrorist training under this NSDD directive, and I can assure you the target is patriots. Consequences. Set up the Terrorist Incident Working Group under North in the NSC. Its first major action was the interception and capture of the Achille Lauro hijackers, which gave North Korea an important boost. Either NSDD 138 or a subsequent NSD directive on terrorism authorized the training of 3 Lebanese units for preemptive strikes. When problems arose, Director of Central Intelligence William Casey took that operation off the books and enlisted Saudi Arabian help in an attempt to assassinate the head of Hezbollah. A resulting car bombing killed about 80 in Beirut. Sheikh Fadlallah, the target, was unhurt. The U.S. military, along with civilian law enforcement teams, conducted joint anti-terrorist training across America. To allay public fears, the participants wore civilian clothing. NSD directives have become the de facto legislative vehicle of the national security state. It has become known through the research of Susan Fitzgerald, a research consultant at the Fund for Constitutional Government in Washington who has collected declassified NSD directives, that many were released without the White House letterhead at the top of the page and without the president's signature at the bottom. This, she speculates, is to conceal the fact that the signatures on some of them would reveal that they had been made by AutoPen, not by Ronald Reagan's own hand. That should give you a taste of what we are up against. Please understand that virtually all but a very few NSD directives still remain classified, and unless the public forces disclosure their effect will probably never be known. Somewhere within the volumes of secret NSD directives there is a plan to suspend the Constitution of the United States of America. The existence of this plan surfaced during the Iran-Contra hearings. Congressman Jack Brooks, Texas, attempted to bring it into the open. When he asked Colonel North directly if North had ever helped draft a plan to suspend the Constitution, Brooks was silenced by the committee chairman Senator Daniel K. Inouye, Hawaii. Senator Inouye stated that the subject dealt with national security, and any questions regarding the matter could be brought up during a closed-door session. We never learned the outcome. I would like to know who gave anyone, in any branch of government, with any title, the right to suspend the Constitution at any time, for any reason, under any conditions. I believe the plan to suspend the Constitution is directly tied to the underground facility called Mount Weather and to the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA. Mount Weather is so shrouded in secrecy that 99.9% of Americans have never heard of it. FEMA, however, is another story. Remember Hurricane Hugo? Remember the federal agency, FEMA, that was sent to handle the emergency and was thrown out by the citizens because of gross incompetence. FEMA was incompetent, because emergency management is just a guise for its real purpose, which is to take over local, state, and federal government in case of a national emergency. The only way FEMA could do such a thing is if the Constitution was suspended and martial law were to be declared. Therefore its very existence is proof positive that a plan to suspend the Constitution does in fact exist. Mount Weather. Just outside of a sleepy little town called Bluemont, Virginia, about 46 miles west of Washington, D.C., is an area of wilderness covering what has been called the toughest granite rock in the eastern United States. The area is surrounded by signs marked restricted area, and this installation has been declared a restricted area. Unauthorized entry is prohibited. Other signs state, all persons and vehicles entering area are liable to search. Photographing, making notes, drawings, maps or graphic representations of this area or its activities is prohibited. Such material found in the possession of unauthorized persons will be confiscated. Internal Security Act of 1950. The installation is beneath a mountain and its name is the Western Virginia Office of Controlled Conflict Operations. Its nickname is Mount Weather. It was ordered to be built by the Federal Civil Defense Administration, which is now the Federal Preparedness Agency. Mount Weather was designed in the early 50s as part of a civil defense program to house and protect the executive branch of the federal government. The official name was the Continuity of Government Program. Congress has repeatedly tried to discover the real purpose of Mount Weather, but so far has been unable to find out anything about the secret installation. Retired Air Force General Leslie W. Bray, director of the Federal Preparedness Agency, told the Senate Subcommittee on Constitutional Rights in September 1975, "I am not at liberty to describe precisely what is the role and the mission and the capability that we have at Mount Weather or at any other precise location." In June 1975, Senator John Tunney, California, chairman of the Subcommittee on Constitutional Rights, charged that Mount Weather held dossiers on at least 100,000 Americans. He later alleged that the Mount Weather computers, described as the best in the world, can obtain millions of pieces of additional information on the personal lives of American citizens simply by tapping the data stored at any of the other 96 federal relocation centers. "I know from my stint with the Office of Naval Intelligence that these dossiers consist of information collected about American patriots, men and women who are most likely to resist the destruction of our Constitution and the formation of the totalitarian police state under the New World Order. The Patriot Data Bank is constantly updated so that when the appointed hour arrives all patriots can be rounded up with little if any effort. The plan calls for this to be accomplished in the dead of night on a national holiday. The most likely holiday is Thanksgiving, when everyone, no matter the religion, race, or creed, will be at home. The targets will be ripe for the picking after a heavy meal, maybe some alcoholic beverages, and during a deep sleep. There is a traitor in the Patriot movement who provides the secret government with accurate names and addresses of patriots who will fight to protect and defend the Constitution. My recommendation is that no patriot should ever be at home or at the home of any family member on any holiday ever again until the traitors have been hung and the Constitution restored as the supreme law of the land." Some sources state that Mount Weather is virtually an underground city complete with dormitories, private apartments, streets, sidewalks, cafeterias, hospitals, water purification systems, power plant, office buildings, a lake fed by fresh water from underground springs, a mass transit system, and many other astounding things. Several disturbing facts emerge when one researches Mount Weather. One is the conclusion that a complete parallel government exists at the site. 9 federal departments exist there: Agriculture, Commerce, HUD, Interior, Labor, State, Transportation, and the Treasury. Apparently at least 5 federal agencies are also in residence. FCC, Selective Service, Federal Power Commission, Civil Service Commission, and the Veterans Administration. 2 privately owned corporations have offices at Mount Weather, the Federal Reserve and the U.S. Post Office. There is also an office of the presidency. What makes all this upsetting is that there is a president and a complete set of cabinet officers in residence at Mount Weather. Who are they and who appointed them? Where is such a thing provided for in the Constitution of the United States of America? Mount Weather is the operational center, the hub of over 96 other underground federal relocation centers scattered across the United States. The majority of these appear to be concentrated in Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, Maryland, and North Carolina. Each of these facilities contains computer data banks holding information, not on enemy agents, Soviet diplomats, or suspected terrorists but on American citizens, patriots. A list of other files kept at the facilities was furnished to the Subcommittee on Constitutional Rights in 1975. The list included military installations, government facilities, communications, transportation, energy and power, agriculture, manufacturing, wholesale and retail services, manpower, financial, medical and educational institutions, sanitary facilities, population, housing shelter, and stockpiles. The committee concluded that these databases operate with few, if any, safeguards or guidelines. Senator James Abourezk, South Dakota, a member of the subcommittee, said, "I feel the entire operation has eluded the supervision of either Congress or the courts." Chairman Tunney said, "Mount Weather is out of control. Nothing was done by Congress to rectify the situation, however, and Mount Weather remains out of control." Former high-level officials from Mount Weather agree that the base at Mount Weather is much more than any standby government facility or storage center for the preservation of records. They describe it as an actual government in waiting. "We do not merely store essential information, the facility attempts to duplicate the vital functions of the executive branch of the administration. As stated above, according to my research, this includes a president and all cabinet members actually in residence. Protocol even demands that subordinates address them as Mr. President or Mr. Secretary. Most of these mysterious appointees have held their positions through several administrations. "We just act on the orders of the President in national emergencies," said one former Mount Weather official. The FPA in its 1974 annual report stated that studies conducted at Mount Weather involve the control and management of domestic political unrest where there are material shortages, such as food riots, or in strike situations where the FPA determines that there are industrial disruptions and other domestic resource crises. The report states that the bureaucracy at Mount Weather invokes what it calls civil crisis management. Officials who were at Mount Weather and who have furnished us with data say that during the 1960s the complex was actually prepared to assume certain governmental powers at the time of the 1961 Cuban Missile Crisis and the assassination of President Kennedy in 1963. The source said that the installation used the tools of its civil crisis management program on a standby basis during the 1967 and 1968 urban riots and during a number of national anti-war demonstrations against the administration by the American people. Daniel J. Cronin, who was the assistant director for the FPA, outlined a massive surveillance and manipulation program that is directed against the American population on a continuing basis. The FPA has organized an impressive armament of resources and equipment. Mr. Cronin described in an interview his agency's attitude toward its wide-ranging surveillance program. "We try to monitor situations," he said, "and get to them before they become emergencies. No expense is spared in the monitoring program." He cited reconnaissance satellites, local and state police intelligence reports, and law enforcement agencies of the federal government as examples of the resources available to the FPA for information gathering. "The only document that I was able to find that attempts to outline some of the statutory authority of Mount Weather is Executive Order 11490. It was drafted by General George A. Lincoln, former director for the Office of Emergency Preparedness, preceded FPA, and was signed into law by President Nixon in October 1969. Executive Order 11490 superseded Executive Order 11051, signed on October 2, 1962, by President Kennedy. Kennedy's order used the language, "whereas national preparedness must be achieved, as may be required to deal with increases in international tension with limited war, or with general war including attack upon the United States." Nixon's order began, "whereas our national security is dependent upon our ability to assure continuity of government, at every level, in any national emergency-type situation that might conceivably confront the nation." Nixon has deleted any reference to war, imminent attack, and general war from the order and replaced them with the phrase "during any emergency that might conceivably occur." Nixon's order, which is the one in effect today, allows the government in the form of FEMA to suspend the Constitution for literally any reason they decide to call a national emergency. I cannot find a plan or executive order anywhere which outlines any procedure or allowance for the restoration of the Constitution after a national emergency has ended. This leads to the obvious conclusion that no restoration of the Constitution is contemplated or desired by those in power. In 1975, Senator Tunney expressed concern, "We know, from what we've heard in the press, that 15,000 names were being maintained by the FBI for detention in an emergency. We also know that the IRS had its files on individual taxpayers. We know that the CIA had their Operation Chaos and that the NSA has the records of conversations that have been intercepted electronically. My question is this: is there anyone like yourself, General Bray, that is in control of the overall access to this data if it is maintained in a relocation site?" And your answer, as I understood it, is no. Tunney continued, "General Bray, I must say that I still don't know who's in control of these relocation centers. You say you don't have that knowledge, and still we don't know from the 3 witnesses that we had here today, that they had information as to who has control of those centers." "I am not at liberty," Bray answered, "to describe precisely what is the role and the mission and the capability that we have at Mount Weather, or at any other precise location. I firmly believe that our continuity of government program has not provided continuity at all, but has been the instrument for discontinuing open and democratic government, and that the very program designed to protect Americans has actually been turned against us. We at the executive level here were active in either OSS, the State Department, or the European Economic Administration. During those times, and without exception, we operated under directions issued by the White House. We are continuing to be guided by just such directives, the substance of which was to the effect that we should make every effort to so alter a life in the United States as to make possible a comfortable merger with the Soviet Union. H. Rowan Gaither, President of the Ford Foundation, 1953. Sources: Bureaucrats Get Ready for a Presidential Order, Spotlight, Washington, D.C., July 27, 1987. Pell, Eve. The Backbone of Hidden Government, The Nation, June 19, 1989. Pollock, Richard P., The Mysterious Mountain, The Progressive, March 12, 1976. Sinkin, Lanny. Democracy at Risk If Covert Bill Passes, Another View, Los Angeles Daily News, September 19, 1990. Weekly Compilation of Presidential Documents, Office of the Federal Register, National Archives and Records Administration, Washington, D.C., 1950 to present. Witt, Howard. Lawyers Press U.S. on Martial Law Plan, Chicago Tribune, August 15, 1983. Chapter 6, H.R. 4079 and FEMA Federal Emergency Management Agency. Tool that can be used to establish the police state, patriots and tax protesters. You must never be found at home on any holiday. Your life depends upon how well you can obey that rule. The following is a transcript of an audio tape with an urgent message to the people from William Cooper on the subject of H.R. 4079. We must stop the traitors now. William Cooper dictated this information to me by phone early in 1990 and I tape recorded the information as he gave it. I made many tapes and sent them out exactly as Mr. Cooper has asked me to do, and those recipients have done the same. My name is Richard Murray and I believe that William Cooper is the only man in America outside the secret government who truly knows what is happening and what it means to us, the average American citizens. Begin tape. There's a guy by the name of Buster Horton. He's a member of FEMA, and he's a member of the interdepartmental unit which is empowered in the event of a national security emergency to become the unelected national government, a sort of FEMA secret government, so to speak. A pretext for invoking those emergency measures can be found almost daily in the newspapers. It can be anything from the suspension of debt payments by the high bureaus of American countries, to mass runs on U.S. commercial banks, and that's an issue. By the way, that's being handled personally by the National Security Council and Brent Scowcroft, to food shortages, to the drug war. Any disaster emergency declared at all, even including the oil spill from the Exxon tanker in Alaska. If the president had declared a national emergency, that could have triggered it. Any instability in the Middle East, anything, in fact. And they've already tested their capabilities in April 1984 with Rex 84A. That was designed to test the readiness of the U.S. civilian and military agencies to respond to a serious national security crisis. The executive order that will implement this, the Executive Order 11051, details responsibilities to the Office of Emergency Planning or FEMA. It gives authorization to put all executive orders into effect in times of national emergency declared by the President, increased international tension or economic or financial crisis. Note that it covers every conceivable domestic crisis but does not even mention war or nuclear attack. Now, the only thing that has to happen for FEMA to be able to implement all the executive orders, emergency executive orders, is for the President to declare a national emergency of any type, as long as it's a national emergency. Executive Order 10995 provides for the takeover of the communications media. Executive Order 10997 provides for the takeover of all electric, power, petroleum, gas, fuels, and minerals. Executive Order 10988 provides for the takeover of food resources and farms. Executive Order 10999 provides for the takeover of all modes of transportation, control of highways, seaports, etc. Executive Order 11000 provides for mobilization of all civilians into work brigades under government supervision. Executive Order 11001 provides for governmental takeover of all health, education and welfare functions. Executive Order 11002 designates the Postmaster General to operate a national registration of all persons. Executive Order 11003 provides for the government to take over airports and aircraft. Executive Order 11004 provides for the Housing and Finance Authority to relocate communities, designate areas to be abandoned, and establish new locations for populations. Executive Order 11005 provides for the government to take over railroads, inland waterways and public storage facilities. Now, all of these were combined under Nixon into one huge executive order, which allows all of this to take place if the president declares a national emergency, and it can be implemented by the head of FEMA, not by the president. The president has already given him that power under these executive orders. All of these were combined into Executive Order 11,490, and that was signed by President Carter on July 20, 1979, and is, in fact, law. So, if H.R. 4079 is passed and the president does what it says and declares a national emergency because of the drug situation, whether it's for 1 year, 5 years, 5 minutes or forever, it doesn't make any difference. FEMA then can implement all these executive orders, take over all local, state, and national governments, suspend the Constitution, and do whatever they want to do. Now, remember what North said during the Iran-Contra hearings. He said that they were prepared to suspend the Constitution of the United States. And he said if it hadn't been for their getting caught that this would have happened. And all that did was delay it. This is what is still going to happen. Now, they've nominated, and I think he's been appointed, Major General Calvin Franklin, who's the head of FEMA. He was nominated because of discussions proposing the removal of the implementation of the National Guard in Washington, D.C. and Major General Franklin is or was the commanding general of the District of Columbia National Guard. Now, you've got to know that the National Guard would be of no help at all in combating drug traffic in Washington, D.C., or anywhere else. The primary effectiveness of the National Guard is in controlling mass civil disorders. On March 24, President Bush issued a new executive order delegating to the director of FEMA powers which were vested in the president by the Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act of 1988. And although the order is described by the White House as simply a technical matter, in reality the revision delegates to the FEMA director direct responsibility for a large number of items which were earlier only the president's prerogative. And that includes responsibility for general federal assistance, federal emergency assistance, hazard mitigation, individual and family grant programs, and the power to direct other federal agencies to assist in an emergency. And that's the key. All other federal agencies will come under FEMA. Of course, the president retains the power to actually declare an emergency, but as soon as he does that, the implementation of the measures utilized will be transferred directly to the director of FEMA. The brains behind this contingency plan for a police state were the members of the Council on Foreign Relations and the Trilateral Commission, both of which Bush is a member. And Brent Scowcroft, National Security Advisor, who was a member of FEMA's advisory board until he was appointed by Bush to head the National Security Council, is a member of the Trilateral Commission and also a business partner of Henry Kissinger, who has been a traitor to this country for many, many years. And of course Scowcroft would become the superior to FEMA in the chain of command of the national security emergency whenever it is declared. The FEMA Advisory Board is dominated by Professor Samuel P. Huntington. In 1978 Huntington drafted for Jimmy Carter Presidential Memorandum 32, which led to the creation of FEMA in 1979. And he's a Harvard professor. He wrote the seminal piece for the Trilateral Commission in the mid-1970s, recommending that democracy and economic development be discarded as outdated ideas. He wrote, as co-author of the book Crises in Democracy, "We have come to recognize that there are potential desirable limits to economic growth. There are also potentially desirable limits to the indefinite extension of political democracy. A government which lacks authority will have little ability short of cataclysmic crisis to impose on its people the sacrifices which may be necessary." All of Huntington's ideas were rewritten into National Security Decision Directive 47, which is in NSDD 47, and that was enacted by President Reagan on July 22, 1982. It identified important areas to be upgraded, such as the nation's industrial base to maintain the national defense, but it nonetheless, and this is very important, laid the groundwork for the secret government's options to institute a police state, and its title is Emergency Mobilization Preparedness. It ordered preparedness measures that involved the waiving or modification of socio-economic regulations that delay emergency responses and that should receive priority attention. It also specified that preparedness measures that are or may be impeded by legal constraints be identified in the priority task that lays the groundwork for the suspension of the Constitution. Make copies of this tape if you want to. You don't even have to transcribe it if you don't want to. But get this out to the people. It's important that they understand that if H.R. 4079 is past their history, they won't pass it if we get this out to the people and tell them that this is what they're doing. Most people don't even know about it, and that's to the secret government's benefit. If we get this out and tell people what they're doing, then people can get on the phone and then go down and kick their congressman's ass, which is what they should have been doing years ago, and get this thing thrown out of Congress. And the next thing they need to do is throw their congressmen and their senators out of Congress and keep them out of Congress. And put their neighbors in there, people they can trust, and keep them in there for only one term. The Constitution is in serious danger. This has nothing to do with the right wing, left wing, or any other damn thing. It has to do with the Illuminati taking over this country and joining in the New World Order. When you give this out to people, make sure they agree to make 10 copies and send them to all their friends. End of tape. I decided that the transcript of this tape says it all. Why write it again? As of this writing, H.R. 4079 is still in committee and has not been subjected to a vote. It is one of the most deceptive and dangerous pieces of legislation to go in front of the Congress in many years. It must be stopped at all costs. You must call your representative and stop this bill. H.R. 4079 has included within its pages 2 provisions that are meant to divert attention from the fact that the bill would declare a state of national emergency for 5 years and would allow FEMA to literally take over local, state, and federal government. This means that the Constitution of the United States could be suspended. The diversions used are terrible if allowed to sneak through. One is a clause that would eliminate the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution and the other would eliminate the Eighth Amendment to the Constitution. The diversion would cause heated argument over these 2 provisions, resulting in some sort of compromise while allowing the declaration of a 5-year state of national emergency to sail right through Congress and become signed into law. If that happens, goodbye USA, hello New World Order. Call your congressman and insist that he/she deliver into your hands a complete copy of H.R. 4079 immediately. Do not take no for an answer. Read it and defeat it. Added before press time. H.R. 4079 may have been secretly passed just as SB 2834 was passed, and H.R. 4079 may be Public Law 101-647 signed into law by President Bush on November 29, 1990. If this has occurred, then we are already subject to a FEMA takeover. I am attempting to acquire a copy of PL 101-647. This late-breaking news was furnished by a congressional staff member and has not been verified as of January 8, 1991. Sources: Bureaucrats get ready for a presidential order, Spotlight, Washington, D.C., July 27, 1987. Codification of Presidential Proclamations and Executive Orders, Office of the Federal Register, National Archives and Records Administration, Washington, D.C., 1/20/61-1/20/85. Murray, Richard. Transcript of phone conversation with William Cooper. FEMA and H.R. 4079, San Diego, California, winter 1989. Pell, Eve. The Backbone of Hidden Government, The Nation, June 19, 1989. Pollock, Richard P., The Mysterious Mountain, The Progressive, March 12, 1976. Quinde, Herbert. Article from Executive Intelligence Report News Service. Washington, D.C. April, no year on document, uploaded to my computer. BBS by anonymous user. Sinkin, Lanny. Democracy at risk if covert bill passes. Another view. Los Angeles Daily News, September 19, 1990. Weekly compilation of presidential documents, Office of the Federal Register, National Archives and Records Administration, Washington, D.C., 1950 to present. Witt, Howard. Lawyers Press U.S. on Martial Law Plan, Chicago Tribune, August 15, 1983. Author's note. The following report by Dr. Pabst concerning FEMA and concentration camps in the United States is photographed and printed exactly as written. In the United States. A national emergency. Total takeover. This is Dr. William R. Pabst. My address is 1434 West Alabama Street, Houston, Texas, 77006. My telephone number is, area code 713-521-9896. This is my 1979 updated report on the concentration camp program of the Department of Defense of the United States. On April 20, 1976, after a rapid and thorough investigation, I filed suit on behalf of the people of the United States against various personages that had a key part in a conspiratorial program to do away with the United States as we know it. This is a progress report to you, the plaintiffs, you the people of the United States. The civil action number is 76H667. It is entitled, Complaint Against the Concentration Camp Program of the Department of Defense. It was filed in the U.S. District Court for the Southern District of Texas, Houston Division. The judge responsible for the case was Judge Carl Boo. You have no doubt heard the story. Once upon a time, under the Nazi regime in Germany, a man worked on an assembly line in a baby carriage factory. His wife was going to have a baby, but the Nazi government would not let anybody buy a baby carriage. The man decided he would secretly collect one part from each department and assemble the carriage himself. When this was done, he and his wife gathered up the pieces and assembled it. When they were finished, they did not have a baby carriage, they had a machine gun. And that is exactly the situation that I am going to present to you at this time. The Center for the Study for Democratic Institutions recently completed a proposed Constitution for the New States of America. The center is Rockefeller-funded. To give you an indication of the type of constitution proposed, the term national emergency is mentioned 134 times. The document did not have a Bill of Rights, and the right to own arms was taken away. At the same time, House Concurrent Resolution No. 28 awaited for calling a constitutional convention on or before July 4, 1976. The presiding officer of such an event would have been Nelson Rockefeller, Vice President and President pro turn of the Senate. This particular resolution awaited in committee. Obviously, money would not be spent on these massive programs unless there would be the chance for the actual implementation of such a scheme. However, in case the American people do not voluntarily adopt a new constitution less troublesome to those who desire dictatorship, there is Executive Order Number 11490, which will include its predecessors when it is cited herein. The executive order authorizes the secretaries of the various agencies to prepare for any national emergency type situation, including, but not limited to, those specified in the executive order itself. If you read the order, there is nothing at all left to the imagination. For any conceivable pretense, a national emergency may be declared based upon this frightening decree, dated October 1969. The order itself was prefaced in March of '69 by another executive order which established the federal regions and their capitals. All the departments of the government were involved, including the LEAA, Law Enforcement Assistance Administration, and HEW, Health, Education and Welfare. Congressman Larry McDonald has revealed to Congress that various guerrilla and terrorist groups were being financed by the federal government. If the terrorist groups actually began insurgent activities, Executive Order Number 11490 would be activated. But as mentioned previously, if you will read Executive Order Number 11490, you will see that a national emergency may be declared for any conceivable pretense whatsoever. If the order itself were activated, here is what would happen. The next day you and your family would be standing in front of your local post office with your neighbors, the front door bursting with block-long lines of people waiting to be registered. After waiting in line with your family for hours, you finally get channeled through the doors. Once inside, you overhear the postal clerk with his sidearm telling a frightened restaurant, "Look, there is nothing I can do. The truck behind the building will take you to a work camp where you have been assigned. Your wife has been assigned to a factory and there's nothing I can do." Then your son or daughter looks up at you with a quivering voice and asks, "Dad, why are we here?" Implementing the new government. Well, you see, there's much more to life in a free country than paying your mortgage. You have to be aware of what is going on and act accordingly and participate in government, that is, get involved. Examining the organization chart on Executive Order Number 11490 to discover how we have all helped finance, through our tax dollars, the mechanics of the overthrow of our Constitution, Executive Order Number 11490 designates certain authorities to the Office of Emergency Preparedness, which in turn designates authority to the various departments of the federal government. If order were implemented, the Post Office Department would be responsible for a national registration. The State Department would be responsible for the protection of the United Nations personnel or properly and prevention of escape from the United States. The Department of Defense would be responsible for the expropriation of industry, direction of services and national production system, control of censorship, and communication expropriation of non-industrial facilities. The Commerce Department would be responsible for expropriation, selection and international distribution of commodities, which would be the actual looting of the United States, census information and human resources. The Treasury Department would be responsible for collection of cash and non-cash items and the recreation of evidence of assets and liabilities. The Justice Department would have concurrent responsibility with the Department of State for prevention of escape from the United States, for replenishing the stockpile of narcotics, for a national police force, for correctional and penal institutions, for mass feeding and housing of prisoners, and for use of prisoners to augment manpower which would be slave labor. The Federal Bank, which is not a federal bank at all, see The Creature from Jekyll Island by Edward Griffin listed in the description, would be responsible for regulation of withdrawal of currency. The GSA, General Services Administration, would be responsible for confiscation of private property for government use. Health, Education and Welfare would be responsible for nationalization of education, which the Department of Education has already done. Health services, hospitals and mental institutions. The Labor Department would be responsible for recruiting, selecting, referring and allocating manpower, so each particular person that was registered at the post office in this national registration would be told where he or she was going to work. HUD, Housing and Urban Development, would be responsible for transfer of persons to temporary or permanent housing in regional emergency planning and cooperation. The Transportation Department is responsible for emergency enforcement and control and movement of passengers and the emergency operation of the Alaska Railroad. There are two specific agencies here that we need to look at and to keep in mind. They are HEW and Justice Department, as those two agencies are related to the Department of Defense. The various military departments are part of the Department of Defense. Under it, we have the Secretary of Army, Chief of Staff, Deputy Chief of Staff of Personnel and Law Enforcement, U.S. Army's Forces Command, and Continental Army Reserve and National Guard. And under that we have the four armies dividing up the United States. Under the Fifth Army we have the Provost Marshal, who is directly connected to the Deputy Chief of Staff for Law Enforcement Personnel. Under the Provost Marshal for the Fifth Army we have the 300 Military Police Prisoner of War (POW) Command at Livonia, Michigan. At this point I quote from retired Admiral Elmo Zumwalt's book, On Watch. Kissinger states, "I believe the American people lack the will to do the things necessary to achieve parity and to maintain maritime superiority. I believe we must get the best deal we can in our negotiations before the United States and the Soviets both perceive these changes and the balance that occurs. When these perceptions are in agreement, and both sides know the US is inferior, we must have gotten the best deal we can. Americans at that time will not be happy that I have settled for second, but it will be too late." Zumwalt said, "Then why not take it to the American people? They will not accept the decision to become second best while we are in a position of gross national product twice that of the USSR." Kissinger responds, "That's a question of judgment. I judge that we will not get their support, and if we seek it and tell that fact, as we would have to, we would lose our negotiating leverage with the Soviets." Zumwalt stated, "But isn't that the ultimate immorality in a democracy, to make a decision for the people of such importance without consulting them?" Kissinger stated, "Perhaps, but I doubt that there are 1 million who could even understand the issue." Zumwalt responded, "Even if that presumption is correct, those 1 million can influence the opinions of the majority of the people. I believe it is my duty to take the other course." Kissinger responded, "You should take care, lest your words result in a reduction in the Navy budget." So we see what the intention of the State Department is regarding the people. Another fact, on December 30, 1975, the California National Guard announced in a press release, which I have, that the state's military police battalions were organized and trained to provide immediate response to virtually every civil and man-made disaster, as well as to assist law enforcement officers in emergency situations, to carry out their law enforcement as well as their military mission. When I asked 4 of the defendants in this case for their mission statement, they did not provide it, although they say it is public information. The training spoken of for the California National Guard covers such subjects as dealing with individual civilians/civil population, detention procedures, citizens' rights, and similar matters. And you know as well as I do that when there is martial law, or martial rule, citizens have no rights, because the Constitution is preempted. Even the uniforms of the National Guards who participate in this program are different from the regular uniforms. Army spokesman will not reveal more about the uniforms. But the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department paramilitary units, who have received this training also, have Army fatigues dyed black for their uniforms. A further fact is the Disaster Preparedness Plan for the Marine Corps Supply Center in Barstow, California. Quoting from that document, under the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the preservation of law and order is the responsibility of local and state government. and the authority to maintain the peace and enforce the law is invested in the authorities of those governments. There are specific exemptions to the above concept. One of these pertains to federal intervention to civil disturbances in certain situations. Military commanders are deemed to have the inherent authority to take any measure reasonably necessary for the protection of life and property in the event of a sudden unexpected public calamity which disrupts the normal process of government and presents an emergency so imminent as to make it dangerous to await instructions from appropriate authorities. This includes law enforcement duties. The manual mentions something called garden plot forces, which we will discuss at length in a few minutes. Don Bell, who writes a weekly report, reported on July 25, 1975, that in May of 1975, the 303 Civil Affairs Group of the U.S. Army Reserves in Kearney, New Jersey, conducted an exercise to sharpen plans for a military takeover of the state government in New Jersey. According to Colonel Francis Clark, they had conducted similar studies on how to seize municipal and county government over the past few years. But this was the first time they had studied state government. Such units were trained during World War II to operate captured governments in the foreign. We never had federal troops training to take over governments in the United States. When local violence or catastrophe struck, the National Guard, under command of the governor, went into action. This is definitely not the situation at this time. Controlling the masses. On February 16, 1975, in the San Gabriel Valley Tribune, it was reported that the LEAA, funded by the Department of Justice, and the Police Foundation, funded by the Ford Foundation, are prime movers toward implementing a national police force. Each, however, contends they support local police agencies. The total program invoices military units that have the function of taking over the administration of local and state governments. That program is Operation Cable Splicer by Army Civil Affairs Groups, a sub-plan of Operation Garden Plot, the martial law program. The method by which the national police concept is being presented to the public has changed. It was first disguised under the cover of protection against civil disturbances. This program was as follows. A. Keep the people from gathering in the streets. B. Isolate and neutralize the revolution's leadership. G. Dispersal of crowds and demonstrators. This is followed by successful prosecution in order to 1. Validate the action of police. 2. Denying the arrestees propaganda materials, and 3. Denying them the opportunity to recover money damages against the police for arresting them. Let me quote for you the scenario which was developed for Cable Splicer 1, 2 and 3, to justify the needs for dealing with civil disturbances. Phase 1, an arrest and shooting provoke crowd unrest and threats against public officials and a riot begins to form. Phase 2. Police vehicles are ambushed, various attempted assassinations of public officials occur, destruction and raiding of armories occur, and thousands of people begin to gather and local police lose control. Phase 3. Increased movement of rioters and the crowds must be dispersed before they become sympathetic with the rioters. The National Guard and the local police lose control. This scenario provides for an orderly transition from state to federal control. The Deputy Attorney General of California commented, at a Cable Splicer 3 conference, that anyone who attacks the state, even verbally, becomes a revolutionary and an enemy by definition. They are the enemy and must be destroyed. This program was taught in almost every state west of the Mississippi River and included as participants local active military, reserve military, and civilian police. The course name was Civil Emergency Management Course. The official explanation that was to be given, if any questions were asked about the program, was this activity is a continuous, joint law enforcement military liaison effort and a continuation of coordination established last year. In 1976, the Oakland Tribune carried the most complete explanation of what was planned. It's reported in its entirety in the National Chronicle, which added an analysis to the story. The Oakland Tribune's editor died suddenly after the story was published. And, I quote, "Last Saturday the California National Guard unveiled a new Law Enforcement Assistance Force, LEAF, a specially trained and outfitted military police unit, whose members will serve as shock troops in the state's war against political protesters and demonstrators. I saw a full-dress exhibition of what the California National Guard has planned for the next American Revolution. Helicopters, SWAT teams, civilian military policemen in jack boots and helmets, 12-gauge shotguns, .38 and .45 caliber pistols, radios, walkie-talkies, and electrically controlled intelligence centers wired for instant communications with any police force in the state. LEAF is a 1,000-member unit put together this year to handle unique law enforcement problems, such as mass civil disobedience, protest demonstrations and riots. In other words, breaking heads and taking names. LEAF has the support of Governor Brown, $250,000 worth of grants from the federal government, and no public opposition from civil liberties groups. For all its ineptitude, however, LEAF has a frightening possibility from a civil liberties standpoint. It is a direct product of the California Cable Splicer Conferences, a series of high-level secret meetings between government officials, law enforcement officers, and military planners held during the late 60s and early 70s. The meetings were held as late as 1975 so far as many public records show. These were the conferences which Counter Spy magazine had identified as California's Garden Plot sub-plan. Gary Davis, Governor Brown's right-hand man, says LEAF is to assist civil police, not to replace them. Gary says, civilians could expect a civilian-type law enforcement rather than what is commonly known as martial law. Despite this assurance, LEAF's exercises look disturbingly like the military coup described in the novel, 7 Days in May. LEAF soldiers with nightsticks sued at intersections, stopping cars with suspicious occupants, checking ID cards and generally intimidating onlookers with their SWAT-style uniforms, their sidearms and helmets. Perhaps more ominously, several participants in the role-playing exercises Saturday admitted that, even under simulated pressure, there has already been a number of incidents where the LEAF troops used excessive force to quell disturbances, even though their orders forbade it. End of quote. Former LEAFA administrator, Charles Rosgovin, is on record as having stated that local law enforcement has failed and must be replaced by a national police force. Patrick Murphy, the administrator of the Police Foundation, states, "I have no fear of a national police force. Our 40,000 police departments are not sacred." Ex-Attorney General, William Saxby, warned that, if we can go on as we are, crime will invade us and the national police will take over. For the policemen who do not cooperate and still want to be policemen, there is the Program of Contemporary Research, Inc., an organization of psychologists, sociologists, education specialists and economic experts, who work toward a solution of many of today's social problems. The same organization develops specialized computer programming for the new worldwide military command and control system, as well as computer-based systems for law enforcement agencies at all levels of government. The LEAA alone will receive over $1 billion a year over the next 4 years, even though it has been ineffective against crime. This is because the LEAA is not geared to fighting crime, it's geared to developing a system for takeover of the United States with the assistance of the Department of Defense. The planned police state. One of the programs the LEAA works on in its fight against crime is psychosurgery. If you don't cooperate with their programs, you are merely operated on so that you be as cooperative as an adding machine. The LEAA supports drug research for the same purpose, to neutralize neurological sources of violence. Hence, as an example, if a law were passed whereby the ownership of firearms was declared to be illegal, you would be placed in one of these programs if you did not cooperate. The LEAA control exercise, at the state's level, is from the Office of Criminal Justice Planning of the Governor's Office. Here in Texas, at the time of writing, Mr. Robert C. Flowers is still the executive director in that office. But all states have that particular department. In May 1975, the LEAA newsletter describes the function of one of its organizations, the National Institute of Law Enforcement and Criminal Justice. This organization funds something called the United Nations Clearinghouse in Rome, Italy. The function of that organization is, among other things, the exchange of criminal justice system information with the Soviet Union. And it goes without saying that we have nothing to learn from the criminal justice system of the Soviet Union. These incredible projects are being funded with our tax dollars. The code name for these projects are Garden Plot and Cable Splicer. Garden Plot is the program to control the population. Cable Splicer is the program for an orderly takeover of the state and local governments by the federal government. An investigation was completed in November 1975 by 4 sources: the conservative publication American Challenge, the leftist New Times, the Foundation-financed Fund for Investigative Journalism, and Don Wood of the trustworthy Ozark Sunbeam. It involves the potential creation of a police state through the use of the Pentagon and its computerized intelligence dossier, lodged in the Pentagon basement, of thousands of citizens by the National Guard, state and local police departments, the LEAA, plainclothes military forces, SWAT teams, and the Department of Justice. Brigadier General J. L. Julinik. senior Army officer of the Pentagon National Guard Bureau, has admitted, "I know of no state that did not have some form of these exercises within the last year." Today the Cable Splicer Handbook is composed of 6 loose-leaf 3-ring binders that are merely an outline for the impending takeover and destruction of our Constitution. The Sixth Army used the term cable splicer for the name of the operation, but it has not revealed the name of the operation in the other military areas within the U.S. On page 4, paragraph 10, on public information, the instructions state, "As a means to prevent adverse publicity or misleading psychological effects in regard to coordinating, planning, and conducting this exercise, all military participants involved will perform such duties in civilian clothing when exercise-oriented activities are conducted at law enforcement facilities. In the event inquiries are received regarding this exercise, the response should be limited to identifying the activity as a continuous, joint law enforcement military liaison effort and a continuation of coordination established last year." On page 6, security guidance is explained to the effect that if anybody asks any questions, limit the information that is given out on the basis of it being in the interest of national security. Now, in the festivities celebrating the success of completion of the exercises, General Stanley R. Larson, the commanding general of the Sixth Army, stated, "The most serious challenge facing all of us will be the challenge of discharging our legitimate responsibilities. For a significant portion of a society at large is likely to regard us with suspicion and to question, even challenge our authority on the basic assumption of our profession. Part of this challenge we must be prepared to deal with, a potentially dangerous portion of our society which, in truth, could well become the domestic enemy." The manual includes instructions on operation of confinement facilities, handling and processing prisoners, including searching, transporting, feeding, housing and handling of the special class of persons called detainees. The plan also specifically includes a proposition for confiscation of privately owned weapons and ammunition. Files on potential prisoners. The Army has over 350 separate record centers containing substantial information on civilian political activities. Virtually every major Army unit has its own set aside from this. The Fifth Army of San Antonio has over 100,000 files of its own. The overall Operation Command Post is a domestic room at the Pentagon. There are 25 million cards on individuals and 760,000 on organizations held by the Defense Central Index of Investigations alone. And this information includes political, sociological, economic and psychological profiles. All this type of information on 25 million Americans. Since 1970, local county and state police forces all over the country have undertaken crash programs to install various kinds of computerized information systems. A large portion of this is being paid for by the LAA. Beginning in 1970, Congress and the Joint Chiefs of Staff ordered the destruction of all these data banks, but they were not destroyed. All the outlawed collection is now located at Mount Weather, Clark County, West Virginia, and similar Pentagon facilities designed as adjuncts to the President's emergency powers under the executive orders. The cadre of specialized persons to enforce this plan are found in the U.S. Army Reserve's Military Police POW Command at Livonia, Michigan. Mr. Fenron, of the 300th Military Police POW Command, at Livonia, told me, when I called him from the Federal Information Center at Houston, that the camps in the command were for foreign prisoners of war and for enemies of the United States. I asked him if enemies of the United States included U.S. citizens. He became angry, wouldn't deny it, and referred me to a very sinister individual at the Army Reserve facility here at Houston who I talked to, who explained to me that the prisoners were called infantry and internees. He would not deny that the camps were for U.S. citizens. I called the Pentagon, spoke with the defendant there, and then with the Provost Marshal for the Fifth Army, and do you know what? Not one of these persons would deny that the system was for U.S. citizens. The Provost Marshal for the Fifth Army, when I mentioned the names of all the campsites, said, "Well, at least you've got that right." The names of the detention facilities that I gave him were a list that I had acquired from the Ozark Sunbeam. That list of names was the same list of facilities designated under the old Detention Act of 1950 as emergency detention centers. But there is only one problem: that act was supposed to have been repealed in 1971. After some research, I found out what the problem was. One congressman, when the hearings were held for the repeal of the Emergency Detention Act, mentioned that there are 17 other bits of law that provided for the same thing. So it didn't matter whether they ever repealed the Emergency Detention Act. The public was in fact tricked by the Congress of the United States. Here are the designated sites. Tucked away in the Appalachian Mountains of central Pennsylvania is a bustling town of approximately 10,000 people. 15 to 20 years ago it was a sleepy village of 400. Allenwood, Pennsylvania is linked to New York City by Interstate 80. It takes up approximately 400 acres and is surrounded by a 10-foot barbed wire fence. It now holds approximately 300 minimum security prisoners to keep it in shape. It could hold 12,000 people from one day to the next. 30 miles from Oklahoma City, on US 66, is El Reno, Oklahoma with an approximate population of 12,000. Due west, 6 miles from town, almost in sight of US 66, is a complex of buildings which could pass for a small school. However, the facility is overshadowed by a guardhouse which appears to be something like an airport control tower, except that it's manned by a vigilant, uniformed guard. This a federal prison camp or detention center. These camps are all located near superhighways or near railroad tracks or both. The federal prison at Florence, Arizona could hold 3,500 prisoners. It is presently kept in condition by approximately 400 legally convicted prisoners. Wickenburg, Arizona is famous for its municipal airport, which was once government-owned. It is now occupied by a private party. It is rumored to be capable of being taken back by the federal government without notice. Now there are a couple other of these facilities which are probably existing under the same arrangements. This particular rumor of instant taking back without notice has existed for about 9 or 10 years. The only way it can actually be established is by looking at the local contract for the Wickenburg Municipal Airport itself, and the parties that have possession of it. As I mentioned previously, these names were ratified by the Provost Marshal of the Fifth Army, who is in charge of the 300th Military Police Power Command. He is the one who verified them. He said, as I mentioned before, well, at least you've got that right. Some of the other locations are Tule Lake, in California, now in private hands. It can be retaken without notice. Some of the others, we have Mill Point, West Virginia. I couldn't find a thing on Mill Point, but in that area we have all kinds of prisons. Among them are Alderson, West Virginia, a woman's federal reformatory; Lewisburg, West Virginia, a federal prison; Greenville, South Carolina, in Greenville County, is now occupied by the State Youthful Offenders Division. Even that is a mystery to the people of the area. At Montgomery, Alabama, we have a federal civilian prison camp at Maswell Air Force Base. Now does that sound right? There's one at Tucson, Arizona, David Munson Air Base. In Alaska, we have Elmendorf at Eielson Air Force Base. And that brings us to a facility in Florida called Avon Park, Florida. I sent a representative to see what was at Avon Park. He found the Avon Park Bombing and Gunnery Range, which is also listed as the 56th Combat Support Squadron of the U.S. Air Force, which is also listed as the Avon Park Correctional Institute. No one is permitted entrance and probably there is no overfly permitted because it is a bombing and gunnery range. This was one of the places ratified by the Provost Marshal of the Fifth Army. In 1976, as well as on March 20, 1979, I went to the Sheriff's Department in Houston to see if our local Sheriff's Department had been infiltrated by these plans. Well, it appears so. I was put in contact with a Lieutenant Kiljan, who is in charge of some secret unit in the department. I asked him if he had participated in military training or in training with military personnel here in the Sheriff's Department. He denied it, and when I asked him if he would testify so under oath, he became angry and stated, "You are just an ordinary citizen. I don't have to tell you anything." I later discovered that Lieutenant Kiljan is the ex-director of the Houston branch office of the U.S. Secret Service. Now where does his money come from? The area is administered by the Houston-Galveston Area Council. In this regional government plan, each federal region is divided into state clearinghouses, and each state clearinghouse is divided into area clearinghouses. And for our area we have the Houston-Galveston Area Council. It serves as a conduit for federal funds in two major areas. LEAA and HEW. Most everybody thinks this organization, the Houston-Galveston Area Council, is for the development of the area, the geographical area here in Houston. But it is not. It is for the development of LEAA and HEW projects. Now this finds its counterpart in every community across the U.S. It provides for these agencies a liaison for intergovernmental communications, interaction and coordination, mental cooperation in takeover plans. I examined their projects to see what they were doing. This regional government program distributes federal funds for two major purposes. 1. Radio hookups between every police agency in the state for Sam Houston, and 2. Mental health programs, including programs for the mentally ill having priority of beds and hospitals. Another interesting fact to consider is that in the Pine Bluff, Arkansas arsenal BZ is stored. It's a nerve gas which creates sleepiness, dizziness, stupor, and the incapacity to move about. According to the Associated Press, the agent can be sprayed by aerosol, injected or sprayed over large areas by a bomb. The military has a potential use of the gases for civilian control. So, whatever they have planned, they've also planned a way for you to go to your destination in a tranquil state of mind. HEW, by law, is operated in conjunction with the United Nations through the World Health Organization. Back in 1948, the International Congress on Mental Health, a UN organization, declared in its pamphlet, Mental Health and World Citizenship, that prejudice, hostility or excessive nationalism may become deeply embedded in the developing personality without awareness on the part of the individual concerned. In order to be effective, efforts of changing individuals must be appropriate to the successive stages of the unfolding personality. While in case of a group of society, change will be strongly resisted unless an attitude of acceptance has first been engendered. Principles of mental health cannot be successfully furthered in any society unless there is progressive acceptance of the concept of world citizenship. The document states, programs for social change to be effective require a joint effort of psychiatrists and social scientists, working together in cooperation with statesmen, administrators and others in positions of responsibility. The 3 phases of the development are 1. Mental hospitals for segregation, care and protection of persons of unsound minds. 2. Community mental health care centers, so that persons may be treated in their own neighborhoods, and 3. Child care centers for dealing with early difficulties of nationalism in a child's life. 2 years earlier, Major General G.B. Chisholm, Deputy Minister of Health in Canada, who later became Director of United Nations World Health Organization, explained, self-defense may involve a neurotic reaction when it means defending one's own excessive material wealth from others who are in great need. This attitude leads to war. So his solution to the problem is, let's redistribute the wealth among everyone. Further, the reinterpretation and eventual eradication of the individual's concept of right and wrong, which has been the basis of child training, are the belated objectives of practically all effective psychotherapies. Now, if we digress even further, to Beria, phonetic spelling, the director of the Soviet secret police, in the 1930s, we see that he explained the communist political strategy through the use of mental healings of psychiatry. Psychopolitics is the art and science of asserting and of maintaining a dominion over the thoughts and loyalties of individuals, officers, bureaus, and masses. And the effecting of the conquest of enemy nations through mental healing. You must work, he stated, until every teacher of psychology unknowingly or knowingly teaches only communistic doctrine under the guise of psychology. If you look at the Russian Manual of Instruction of Psychopolitical Warfare, we see in Chapter 9, psychopolitical operations should at all times be alert to the opportunities to organize for the betterment of the community mental health centers. Now, under the new National Mental Health Program at this moment there are more than 600 of these community mental health centers across the United States. The whole thing was promoted by Dr. Stanley F. Yoles, who was the director of the National Institute of Mental Health in 1969. And, he stated back then that the newest trend treating mental illness is care at local health care centers, where the patient is not isolated from his or her family and friends. They have been working on this program for 46 years publicly and, now across the U.S. through your tax dollars, you have 603 centers, to be exact, community health centers that are all part of this program.
And this is how they are part of the program. It has already happened. In the mid-1950s, there was set into motion an interesting chain of events. About 1956, the Alaska Mental Health Bill was proposed and later passed. It granted approximately $12 million and 1 million acre of public land to Alaska so that it could develop its own mental health program. Now this was a little abnormal since Alaska only had a little over 400 people who were classified as mentally ill. After the bill was passed, Alaska passed its own, enabling legislation to get into the mental health business. They started by adopting the essential elements of the Public Health Service Draft Act on the hospitalization of the mentally ill in the old Interstate Compact on Mental Health, now called the Uniform Mental Health Act. There were no provisions for jury trial in it or anything else. You would just be picked up and taken to the Alaskan Siberian Asylum, incommunicado, and the state would also confiscate all of your personal and real property.
They actually tried to do it in 1954 in the case of Ford versus Milenak, which declared the act as adopted in the state of Missouri as unconstitutional. But the act itself still exists, and modified but essentially in the same form, the Uniform Mental Health Act, to which approximately 6 states subscribe. And, in passing month state constitutions, if you will check them from the period of 1935, made a part of their constitution the practice of having a person submit to a 90-day mental examination to determine his or her sanity, without any provisions for a trial by jury. This was part of the national program at that time. In this act, the governor could have anyone picked up and sent to the mental health institution in Alaska or elsewhere. The results, as rumors, back in the 1950s, were that there was in fact a sinister, Frankenstein-type mental health prison in Alaska. I wrote to Alaska, the officials that is, and asked them for a description of the land of 1 million acre that they were eligible to receive, under the Alaska Mental Health Act. And I also asked them for a copy of the inventory they ran for their facilities back at that same time. Well, so far no answer. And probably I will never receive an answer without a court order.
But through the years, there was a spot in Alaska that was continually referred to, southeast of Fairbanks, southwest of Fairbanks, northwest of Fairbanks, somewhere near Fairbanks. Then I received information that a pilot had flown over the area once and had had his license revoked. And so, for $1.85 each, I ordered the low-level navigation maps from the federal government for Alaska and located the Alaska Siberian Asylum for the treatment of enemies of the United States. It's right where rumor over the past 20 years had placed it, southeast of Fairbanks. It stands out like a sore thumb. It's the only one of that geometric configuration within the state of Alaska, and you will note a black line running up through Fairbanks and down over near that area of the map.
That is the railroad that the Department of Transportation would take the emergency operation of, under the executive order, if the executive order went into effect. And HEW would be responsible for making a determination of whether or not you were mentally disturbed because of your nationalistic tendencies, your love for the United States, or your adherence to any political or religious doctrine. But let's look a little further into the type of program that the LEAA is paying for through the Department of Justice. The Federal Bureau of Prisons, located in the backwoods of North Carolina, near a tiny village called Butner, is constructing a mammoth 42-acre research complex for prisoners from throughout the East, who will be sent for experiments to test new behavioral programs and techniques. Target date for completion of the entire system is ironically 1984. And so, they're using right now, under the LEAA program, something called Anectine. Punishment for troublesome behavior within the prison is being done by drugs and shock, likely to be the most selected examples of programs that have made use of Anectine, a derivative of South American curare. Anectine was originally used as a beginning factor to electroconvulsive shock. Such shocks applied to the head are so strong they can break and graze bones under the strain of resulting muscle contractions. Since Anectine paralyzed the muscles without dampening consciousness or the ability to feel pain, by first injecting the inmates with it, researchers can turn up the voltage as high as they want without cracking the inmate's skeleton when his body is thrown into convulsions by the jolt. What the Anectine does, in short, is to simulate death within 30 to 40 seconds of injection. It brings on paralysis first, with the small rapidly moving muscles in the nose, fingers and eyes, and then in the diaphragm and the cardiovascular system. As a result, the patient cannot move or breath and yet remains fully conscious, as though drowning and dying. This from the 1974 publication, Human Behavior. The People versus the Conspirators. The federal government answered my suit, in June 1976, by filing an unsworn general denial of everything that I had alleged. I spoke with the assistant U.S. attorney in charge of the case and asked him if he had gone to the trouble to call any of the parties mentioned in the suits, since I had provided not only the addresses, but their telephone numbers to provide a faster means of investigation. He said he had not. He had not even done a minimal amount of investigation of the case, but yet he filed a denial of my allegations. I filed a motion, in the meantime, to take the deposition of the person who writes the training programs for the concentration camp guards, Mr. Richard Burridge, the 75th Maneuver Air Command at Army Reserve Center at Houston, Texas, stating that, in light of all the recent activity of government agents, one of the agencies involved might attempt to murder this key witness, the author of the training camp program. The federal judge denied my motion, stating that I had not quoted enough cases to him justifying my request. However, he was also aware that there were no cases existing on this set of facts, but, as you will see as I go along with this report, he chose to ignore it. I then made an agreement with the Assistant U.S. Attorney to take the deposition of Mr. Burridge. After I'd made the arrangements, the U.S. Attorney refused to voluntarily go along with taking the deposition. It is very difficult to find justice in our system of courts. Law is usually practiced by the buddy system, hence the court rules are overlooked or not followed. On July 29, a hearing was held at the Magistrate of Norman Black, U.S. District Court in Houston. The courtroom was completely filled with spectators. And although the news media had been contacted, no representatives of the press were there. There is a new media blackout on this matter here in Houston. Brief oral arguments were presented. The U.S. Attorney explained that I was not the proper person to bring the suit because, although the free exercise of my constitutional rights was threatened by the concentration camp program, as alleged, it did not constitute my injury. The magistrate was impressed with the information I had thus far collected and stated that he would bring it to the attention of the federal judge. The U.S. Attorney tried to have my investigation of the case halted, but the magistrate would not go along that far with a prearranged decision. As an additional indication of what I was up against, the original hearing was scheduled for 10:30 in the morning. However, the U.S. Attorney secretly had the time changed to 2:30 in the afternoon. The magistrate gave the U.S. Attorney permission to file for motion to dismiss because he felt that the concentration camp program, to be used for persons who exercise their freedom of speech, did not present any injury. Now, on July 23, I had placed in the Houston Post and in the Houston Chronicle newspapers the following advertisement in the legal section: solicitation for witnesses in civil action 78H667, Federal District Court of Houston, People ex rel. William Pabst vs. Gerald Ford et al. The action titled, Complaint Against the Concentration Camp Program of the Department of Defense. Attention, if you have participated in Operation Garden Plot, Operation Cable Splicer, the 300th Military Police Prisoner of War Command, or the Army Reserve Civil Affairs Group, you may be involved in a program that needs to be disclosed for this suit. To give your testimony, call or write, and here I place my name, address and telephone number. As I previously mentioned, there is a news media blackout on the story here in Houston. Both newspapers refused to carry the ad. At the Houston Post, I had to threaten them with a lawsuit to carry out the ad, even though I was paying for it. And then at the Houston Chronicle, I had to meet with the president and various vice presidents because a refusal from that paper had come up from their own lawyers. Both newspapers finally carried it, but only after 2 days of complaining. The initial response of both papers was, "We don't carry stories like that, and don't you think that the people planning the concentration camps have our best interests in mind? As you will hear for yourselves, the policies definitely do not reflect our best interests." The next event that occurred was that the U.S. Attorney filed a statement of authority, showing the reasons that he could find why I should not be allowed to take depositions to get more information from the person who was writing the concentration camp guard training program. However, his brief was completely filled with misquotes of the law from many cases. He would mention the case and then invent whatever the case should say. In my brief to the court, at this point, I notified the judge of the violation of the law requiring honesty in such matters. But the notification was ignored by the judge, who apparently sanctioned this most dishonest of acts commonly known as quoting out of context. The Geneva Convention. My brief was filed on August 31, formal arguments were set. The new courtroom of the magistrate was almost filled again. However, no one from the news media showed up for this hearing either. The few who were contacted had been told not to go, they would lose their jobs. At the hearing, I introduced evidence that heretofore had never been introduced in any court of law in the U.S. The U.S. Attorney had denied, you will remember, everything in my suit without so much as even a tiny investigation. So I introduced into evidence the following letter from the Department of the Army, Office of the Deputy Chief of Staff of Personnel, signed by 1B Sergeant, Colonel, G.S., Acting Director of Human Resources Development. The letter states, on behalf of President Ford, I am replying to your letter the 27th of May 1976, regarding a new article in the Dallas Morning News. As much as he would like to, the President cannot reply personally to every communication he receives. Therefore, he has asked the departments and agencies of the federal government in those instances where they have special knowledge or special authority underlogged. For this reason your communication was forwarded to officials of the Department of Defense. Within the Department of Defense, the Army is responsible for custody and treatment of enemy prisoners of war and civilian internees as defined under terms of the Geneva Convention of 1949. Therefore, the Army is prepared to detain prisoners of war and detainees as defined in Article 4 of the 1949 Geneva Convention relative to the treatment of prisoners of war and protection of civilian persons. It is U.S. policy that its armed forces adhere to the provisions of international law to set the example for other countries of the world to follow and respect the rights and dignity of those who become victims of international conflict. It should be noted that the Army program is designed for implementation during conditions of war between the U.S. and one or more foreign countries. The Army had no plans nor does it maintain detention camps to imprison American citizens during domestic crises. The problem with this letter is that it's not true, and that's why I'm going to discuss it at this point. First of all, in verifying the authenticity of the claims in the letter, I'll check the Geneva text. There is no article in the Geneva Convention entitled as the letter states. There is, however, on each one of the classifications, protection of war victims/civilian persons and a separate article on prisoners of war. That was the first discrepancy. Then I turned to Article 4 of the Geneva Convention. That article did not set up any requirements or authorization for military units of any type and does not even suggest it. Hence, the second discrepancy. The next problem with the letter from President Ford's representative is that it states that the Prisoner of War Guard program is set up for the implementation for conditions of war between the U.S. and one or more foreign countries. However, Article 3 of the Geneva Convention reads that the treaty applies to, and I am quoting, in case of an armed conflict, not of an international character, occurring within the territory of one of the high contracting parties. Obviously, an armed conflict occurring within one's own territory did not mean between one or more of the parties to the treaty, especially if only one is involved KKK. Now, the examples of this type of conflict are civil war, armed insurgency and guerrilla activities. In other words, they're speaking of a domestic conflict. An even more shocking item is found in the last pages of the 1949 Geneva Convention under protection of war victims/civilian persons. You will find the index card, the identification card, forms to be used to write your family, and everything necessary for the administration of a concentration camp is contained in this treaty that the U.S. signed and ratified. Further, if there is a conflict in the U.S. involving only the U.S., this convention or treaty can go into operation, which includes the procedures for setting up the concentration camps. Article 68 of the convention states, and I paraphrase, "If you commit an offense that is solely intended to harm the occupying power, not harming the life or limb of members of the occupying power, but merely talking against such a force, such as martial law situation, you can be imprisoned provided that the duration of such imprisonment is proportionate to the offense committed." Well, President Dwight Eisenhower didn't feel that provision was strong enough. So he had the following additions placed in the treaty, which states, "The U.S. reserves the right to impose the death penalty in accordance with the provisions of Article 68 without regard to whether the offenses referred to therein are punishable by death under the law of the occupied territory at the time the occupation begins." So not only can you be imprisoned for having exercised freedom of speech, you can be put to death under the provisions of the Geneva Convention in 1949 for having exercised, or attempting to exercise freedom of speech. The next item that I introduced into evidence was a field manual, FM 4110, Civil Affairs Operation. You will remember at the outset that I mentioned civil affairs groups. Let me quote to you from that manual what one of the functions of the civil affairs activities includes. Item 4. Assumption of full or partial executive, legislative and judicial authority over a country or area. So let's see what a country or area is defined as in the same manual. It includes small towns in rural areas, municipalities of various population sizes, districts, counties, provinces or states, regions of national government. Nowhere in the manual does it exclude this program from being put into effect right here in the United States. As a matter of fact, in Kearney, New Jersey, the Civil Affairs Group went into that area and practiced taking over that government unit. And yet the Army, in its letter of June 16, states that these programs are not for us. Yet they are practiced here in the United States under conditions that can only occur here at home. The study outline of Field Manual, FM 4110, on page J24, under Penal Institutions 1B, you see there is a program on concentration camps and labor camps, number, location and capacity. It is important to note that a concentration camp and labor camp are always located near each other for obvious reasons. Again on page D4 of the same manual, you'll find a sample receipt for seized property, a sample receipt written English and containing terminology applicable to only U.S. territory. On page 82 of the same manual, under the heading Tables of Organization and Equipment, we find that there are 3 other organizations that would be working along with the Civil Affairs Operation: the Chemical Service Organization, the Composite Service Organization, and the Psychological Operations Organization, along with various civil affairs organizations. In July of that year, 1976, the following civil affairs groups met with the following airborne groups at a staging area in Fort Chaffee, Arkansas. A staging area is where military units meet before they go into action. They met with the 32nd Airborne and part of the 101st Airborne, the 321st Civil Affairs Group of San Antonio, Texas headquarters, the 362nd Civil Affairs Brigade from Dallas, Texas, the 431st Civil Affairs Company from Little Rock, Arkansas headquarters, the 306th Civil Affairs Group, and William Highland. The 486th Civil Affairs Company from Tulsa, Oklahoma, the 418th Civil Affairs Company from Kansas City, Missouri, the 307th Civil Affairs Group from St. Louis, Missouri, the 490th Civil Affairs Group from Abilene, Texas, the 413th Company from Hammond, Louisiana, the 12th SS Group, 2nd Battalion, headquarters unknown. They're ready to go into action. The problem is, as it appears, they were ready to take over the entire government of the United States as their mission set out. One man who attended this staging area talked to a civil affairs sergeant, and asked him what his job was. The sergeant explained that the civilians of this country will really be surprised someday when the civil affairs groups begin to operate the government. Now, the Department of the Army still maintains that all this is not for the United States, yet this training continues here for us. The evidence is overwhelming. The plan exists for the imprisonment of millions of U.S. citizens. And even though all this information was presented to the federal magistrate, he still felt that no one was injured by such a plot. On the 2nd day of September, 1976, the magistrate recommended to the federal judge that the case be dismissed. And the sole basis for his reasoning to dismiss was that we have to be actually physically injured before we can maintain a lawsuit of this type. He did not feel that, although all this active planning, preparation and training was going on, that any U.S. citizen had been injured, even though the citizen may fear exercising his or her freedom for fear of being detained and imprisoned in a concentration camp at a later date. Ignoring the Constitution, the case of Tatum versus Laird, heard before the Supreme Court in 1974, is a case in point. It involved the Army intelligence collecting apparatus, which was developing a list of names of persons whom the Army felt were troublesome. The Supreme Court held that the making of lists of this type did not, of and by itself, present any injuries. The minority opinion in that case was that the injury, in the case with a program such as this, made people afraid to use their freedom of speech for fear of being sent to jail for it. But the majority did not buy that argument. The difference between that case and this case, although we also have the computer program, is that we have something much further past that point: the concentration camp guard program and the civil affairs program for the taking over of all functions of our government. In light of that, the federal judge said that this is not an injury. As a matter of fact, the U.S. attorney alleged that even if people were placed in concentration camps, if they were all treated the same, they would still not have the right to go to federal court. On the 20th day of September, I filed a memorandum to notify the magistrate and the federal judge that I had discovered that the federal government had a program for a number of years to suspend our constitutional right of the writ of habeas corpus. This information substantiated the complaint. Habeas corpus is the name of that legal instrument utilized to bring someone before a judge when that person is being illegally imprisoned or detained so that he or she may obtain his or her freedom. The Constitution states that the writ of habeas corpus shall never be suspended. I found the disturbing information in a report, 94-755, 94th Congress, 2nd Session Senate, April 26, 1976, entitled Intelligence Activities and the Rights of Americans, Book 2. On page 17d, entitled First Amendment Rights, the report states that more importantly the government surveillance activities in the aggregate, whether expressly intended to do so, to deter the exercise of First Amendment rights by American citizens who become aware of the government's domestic intelligence program. Beginning on page 54, it is stated that, beginning in 1946 to 4 years before the Emergency Detention Act of 1950 was passed, the FBI advised the Attorney General that it had secretly compiled a secret index of potentially dangerous persons. The Justice Department then made tentative plans for emergency detention based on suspension of the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus. Department officials deliberately avoided going to Congress. When the Emergency Detention Act of 1950 was passed, it did not authorize the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. But shortly after passage of that act, according to a Bureau document, Attorney General J. H. McGrath told the FBI to disregard it and to proceed with the program as previously outlined. A few sentences later, on page 55, it states, with the security index, use broader standards to determine potential dangerousness than those described in the statute. And, unlike the Act, Department plans provided for issuing a master search warrant and a master arrest warrant. This is the center importance. It is the same thing that I am alleging in federal court. And yet the magistrate chose to ignore these facts also. We have government officials not only ignoring the will of Congress, but going the opposite of what the Constitution provides by planning illegally for the suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. In addition, as mentioned before, the master search warrant and the master arrest warrant are forms fed into the computer, which print the names and addresses on them from the tapes previously prepared by the intelligence gathering program. As you are arrested, your home will be searched and anything found there may be confiscated. This program has existed since 1946, up to and including 1973, and without proper access to judicial discovery techniques, it can't be determined whether the same plan now exists under the same name or under another name right now. This memorandum was filed on September 28 to make the court aware of the danger that our rights of freedom of speech and lawful assembly are in. But the Court, on September 30 after this notification was received, dismissed the case. However, in keeping with the practice of federal courts in Houston of actively participating in the obstruction of justice, I was not notified of the dismissal until the 6th of October, which gave me just 2 working days to submit any further motion in a 10-day period before time starts running for the appeal. What I have just said regarding the federal courts in Houston is not only my opinion. The Houston Chronicle surprisingly published an extensive document severely criticizing the federal courts in Houston for making up their own rules as they go along with the proceedings, as well as commenting on the communist-like Supreme Court attitude of the judges and the court personnel. My experience here has been that the court has returned to me almost every document that I have filed. Then after a glib argument, they re-accept the document, stating that they just made a mistake. In reality, the power structure doesn't want these types of cases in any federal court. Summary of evidence. On the 8th of October, I had submitted a request for finding the facts in the filling which had been established by the evidence presented. 1. The 300th Military Police POW Command is located at Livonia, Michigan. 2. The Department of the Army has stated that said command exists per se. The Geneva Convention of 1949, a treaty of the U.S., Article 4 thereof under the title relative to the treatment of prisoners of war and protection of civilian persons. 3. However, no such title exists in the Geneva Convention per se. 4. Nevertheless, there are separate titles, one of which is A. Multilateral Protection of War Victims/Prisoners of War. B. Multilateral Protection of War Victims/Civilian Persons. 5. Nevertheless, Article 4 of both titles does not provide for the creation of any military programs for concentration camps. 6. Whether Mr. Fenron, of the 300th Military Police POW Command, has stated that the purpose of the command is for the detention of foreign prisoners of war and enemies of the United States. 7. Further, Article 3, concerning civilian persons, makes the treaty applicable to conflicts occurring solely within the territory of the United States that are not of an international character, which is capable of including any type of conflict in its description, whether it be civil war or guerrilla activity or anything else. The text states, in case of armed conflict not of an international character occurring in the territory of one of the high contracting parties, each party to a conflict shall be bound to apply to the minimum of the following provisions. 8. Department of the Army Field Manual FM 41-10, Civil Affairs Operations of Civil Affairs Organization lists, as one of its functions, the assumption of full or partial executive, legislative and judicial authority over a country or an area, and there is no specific exclusion of the United States as such a country or area. 9. The said manual defines country along certain geographical population basis, county, state regions and national government. 10. The said organization has in fact conducted takeovers of local and state governments in the continental United States, including, but not limited to the state of New Jersey. 11. The said organization includes in its study outline, on page J24, a section on concentration camps and labor camps. 12. The said organization includes in its operations composite service operations and psychological operations organizations. 13. The said psychological operation working with the U.S. Public Health Service is prepared to operate any and or all mental health facilities in the United States as tools of repression against outspoken but non-violent political conduct of the United States citizens in conjunction with all the above, which is to be used for the same purpose. 14. Further, the Department of Justice, in conjunction with this program, has had plans for the suspension of writ of habeas corpus since the year of 1946, said plan depriving persons being detained under this total program any means for protection against tyrannical political repression. The plaintiff requested that the court make findings of fact and draw conclusions of law, consistent therewith, as shown by the evidence on record before the court. The effect of this request is that the case must go back to the district judge for further consideration. I mentioned that it appeared that all this planning for concentration camps was to be directed against anyone, regardless of his political persuasion of ideology, who exercised freedom of speech against the established power structure of international bankers and multinational corporations. But with Proposition 13 type movements threatening to reduce taxes throughout our nation, I foresee an activation of emergency programs so that the parasites on the federal take will continue to receive their checks. Price of Patriotism. In the same Senate document, on intelligence activities on the rights of Americans referred to on pages 166 and 167, you will find that the federal government has targeted its intelligence activities against one group of Americans. On page 166, the first classification listed is rightists and anti-communist groups. And the first group on page 167 on Army surveillance lists the John Birch Society as a number 1, and the Young Americans for Freedom as the number 2 target. Therefore, the groups of U.S. American citizens considered to be the biggest enemy of the United States, by the federal government, at this time, is the conservative patriot, and those who assert the Constitution and individual rights. Although this information has been available since April of this year, 1979, no one has mentioned this incredible discovery that the federal government considers the patriotic conservative as its greatest enemy. I have received all kinds of information regarding this case from all across the United States. Price of apathy. I obtained the 1945 report of the OSS, Office of Strategic Service, the precursor of the CIA 7th Army, William W. Quinn, Colonel, GFCAC of the G2, on the liberation of Dachau, a concentration camp during the liberation in Germany. It contains many groups of information, but the relevant portion of the report concerns itself with the section on the townspeople. Quoting from this report, on why the people of this little town didn't complain or didn't overthrow oppressors but just continued to go along and get along even though they lost their freedom in the process, it states, these words crop up and up again. They are the rationalization of a man who admits that he was a member of the Nazi Party. I was forced to do so by business reasons, they state. We were lied to in every respect, but they admit they knew the camp existed. But they saw the work detailed to the inmates passing through the streets under guard and, in some instances, the SS behaved brutally even towards the townspeople. When asked if they realized that within the last 3 months before the liberation 13,000 men lost their lives within a stone's throw of where the people lived, they claimed they were shocked and surprised. When asked if they never saw transports of dead and dying pass through the streets along the railway, they referred only to the last one. They insist that most of the trains came in at night and that they were sealed cars. Did they never ask what was in the endless procession of cars that came in full and always went out empty? A typical reply was, we were told it was all army material and booty from France. It is established that anyone who stated that he saw only one train come in the daytime was telling a flat lie. There are quite a few such people in Dachau. The analysis of the anti-Nazi element of the town. 1. The people knew what was going on in the camp, even 10 years prior to liberation. 2. The town did a thriving business from the concentration camp guard. 3. 90% are guilty and have dubbed themselves with the blood of innocent human beings. 4. The people are to blame for their cowardice, they were all too cowardly. They didn't want to risk anything. And that was the way it was in all of Germany. So you can see how the whole program is related here. My lawsuit was against one single aspect of the total program, the enforcement arm of the conspiracy. The people who make up the cadre that is going to occupy the concentration camps where enemies of the United States will be placed. Remember Solzhenitsyn's words in the Gulag Archipelago, resistance should have begun right there but it did not begin. You aren't gagged, you really can, and you really ought to cry out that arrests are being made on the strength of false accusations. If many such outcries had been heard all over the city, would arrests have no longer have been so easy. They, the tyrants, can't work in the public eye. Those people who were so apathetic, hoping that nothing was really wrong, that nothing would happen to their persons and property, sat back and watched. The anarchists, financed by multinational interests, looted and pillaged their country. If you think that all that is necessary is to pay your house notes, to pay your TV notes, to go vote when there is an election, and to stand back during the rest of the year and watch as your country and way of life are replaced by a system in which you will be a slave in a concentration camp, you, not the conspirators, are guilty because you by silent acquiescence, invite tyranny and oppression. And, when you have to steal food to eat because our production is for foreign use because the Department of Commerce, through Executive Order 11,490 and its predecessors, is responsible for international distribution of our commodities, don't sit in a culvert hiding and eating and sondering what happened because you made it all possible. When your family is split up and spread across the United States to do slave labor and you never see your loved ones again, it will be your fault because you did nothing to prevent it. And once we lose our freedom, we are never going to regain it. That is why we must stand together to prevent the loss of our freedom as citizens of the United States. Conclusion of Tape Report. Chapter 7. Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1988. H.R. 5210. P.L. 100690. Preparation for the police state. An analysis, H.R. 5210/PL 100690. Public Law 100-690, which was introduced to the 100th Congress as H.R. 5210, passed by Congress in September 1988 and signed by the President. On November 18, 1988, is the most serious attack upon the freedoms guaranteed the citizens of the Republic of the United States of America in our Constitution since the formation of the Federal Reserve and the IRS. The Act may be cited as the Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1988. The following titles are contained within the Act. Title I. Coordination of National Drug Policy. Title II. Treatment and Prevention Programs. Title III. Drug Education Programs. Title IV. International Narcotics Control. Title V. User Accountability. Title VI. Anti-Drug Abuse Amendments Act of 1988. Title VII. Death Penalty and Other Criminal and Law Enforcement Matters. Title VIII. Federal Alcohol Administration. Title IX. Miscellaneous. Title X. Supplemental Appropriations. The Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1988 can be found in most college or city libraries contained in the U.S. Code Congressional and Administrative News, Volume 3, 1988, with amendment and voting information in the Congressional Quarterly Almanac, Volume 44, 1988. The law looks innocent enough upon first glance, containing new drug awareness and treatment programs, more law enforcement and much stricter penalties, and all to be financed with a $2.1 billion budget. However, upon close examination, I discovered some really scary stuff tucked in where most citizens would never look. The Act is some 366 pages of fine, very fine print on very small pages. It is tedious reading, as is all legislation. In fact, it was impossible to read until Nancy Batchelder, a volunteer on my research staff, enlarged each page on a copy machine. Could it be that the Congress does not want the citizens to read the contents of their legislation? I believe that is exactly the case. One of the most frightening aspects of this legislation was the proposal to allow evidence found in a warrantless search. Congress said illegally obtained evidence is legal to use in drug cases. Months later the Senate said no, and that portion of the legislation was removed, or at least that is what we were meant to think. The Act leaves a loophole for court decisions on some mass searches/drug tests, such as school lockers, requirement for certain jobs, and an experimental program for those getting their first driver's license. Section 9005 key words here are mass searches and drug tests, jobs, and driver's license. The courts have held that if the citizens give up any right by giving what is called implied consent, then they no longer have claim to that right. The dangerous implication here is that mass search could mean the search of every person in, say, Chicago, Los Angeles, or New York City. Get the picture? The proposed legislation contained a section that if passed would have taken away our right to trial by jury, and specifically stated that you could be held guilty without trial. How could any citizen or representative or senator even have had the guts to propose such a thing for passage into law in this country? Fortunately, it was removed by amendment. However, in some cases a trial isn't automatic, you must request a hearing. Section 6480. Do I have your attention yet? $10,000 is the maximum fine for knowingly possessing any amount of a drug of any kind, even the kind that an enemy might plant in your car or home. Section 6480. Congress has asked for a study on the relationship between mental illness and substance abuse. Section 2071. Congress has recommended changes for involuntary commitment for mental illness which echoes the Russian NKGB model. Section 2072A. The secret power structure considers patriotism and nationalism to be mental illness. Congress has asked for an evaluation of the appropriateness of administering health service programs in conjunction with biomedical and behavioral research. In other words, mind control on a grand scale. Section 2073A. The Congress ordered in this act that the Attorney General shall study the feasibility of prosecuting federal drug-related offenses in a matter alternative or supplemental to the current criminal justice system. This is the beginning of a police state. Sec. 6293. The Act states that anyone with intent to obstruct or harass the harvesting of timber on public lands can get 1 year in jail or up to 10 years if the resultant damage exceeds $10,000. Tree spiking is specifically named. What is doing in a drug law? It's in there because Congress wanted to make an end run around environmental groups and give the timber away. Section 6254/1864. Herbicides are to be used for aerial coca eradication with no consideration of what it might do to the humans or animals being sprayed. After a year of spraying, the President shall determine if such use is harmful to environment or health and shall elay a report. Section 4202. The Act mandates the establishment of a world currency control system. This would be an international database to analyze currency transactions filed by member countries in order to monitor large $10,000 or more dollar transfers. To encourage teamwork, prohibit non-cooperative foreign countries from participating in any U.S. dollar clearing or wire transfer system, or from maintaining any financial accounts in the U.S. Section 4701. The Act gives the Secretary of the Treasury power to require any transaction records from any domestic financial institution, even those not part of the bank/savings and loan system, as well as information on all of the persons involved. Make sure you understand what this means to you personally. This is a police state. Section 6184/5326. Alert: the Constitution of the United States, Article 1, Section 9, Paragraph 2 states, "The privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended, unless when in cases of rebellion or invasion, the public safety may require it." Public Law 100-690, Section 7323, provides for a special committee on habeas corpus review of capital sentences, appointed by the Chief Justice of the United States. The purpose of the special committee is to recommend to the Chief Justice of the United States, who will forward the recommendation to the Chairman of the Committee on the Judiciary of the Senate, a proposal of a bill to modify federal habeas corpus procedure. Quotes from PL 100-690, "This bill to modify habeas corpus procedure must be reported with or without recommendation by the Committee on the Judiciary of the Senate by the end of the 60th day of session after the submission of the report, or the bill must be automatically placed on the appropriate calendar of the Senate. Once the habeas corpus bill is on the calendar, it is not debatable, it is not subject to a motion to postpone. Reconsideration of the vote by which the motion is agreed to or disagreed to shall not be in order under this Act. Only one motion in the Senate shall be in order pursuant to this paragraph, and such motion shall be decided by a roll call vote. Sit up and take notice." Section 7323 states that this habeas corpus legislation is enacted by Congress as an exercise of the rule-making power of the Senate, and as such it is deemed a part of the rules of the Senate. Chapter 33 of Title 28, United States Code, is amended by adding at the end thereof Section 540, which states that the Attorney General and the Federal Bureau of Investigation may investigate felonious killings of officials and employees of a state or political subdivision when such investigation is requested by the head of the agency employing the official or employee killed, and under such guidelines as the Attorney General or his designee may establish. Notice that the above paragraph does not say by invitation of the state, but says by the employing agency. Once the feds are involved, they always hold jurisdiction. This is serious. It could establish the legal precedents for justification of a police state once the courts rule that the states have given up their right to jurisdiction under this Act. Notice that it only involves crimes of a political nature. Businesses are required to report all cash transactions of $10,000 or more, Section 7601/60501 IRS. It has been reported to me but not verified by me that this requirement has been lowered to $3,000. This has nothing to do with drugs but has everything to do with the IRS. The Act establishes a requirement to record and verify the ID of a purchaser of a money order or other financial instrument of $3,000 or more, Section 6184/5325. Why? This is a big one. The Act orders a study to be made on whether to withdraw $100 bills and $50 bills from circulation, Section 6187. This would virtually propel us into a cashless society. $23 million has been allocated for a machine-readable identity document program. The excuse is to be able to identify known criminals who attempt to cross borders. The type of border is not named, required in legislation, and could be the border of your city, county or state. It also raises the question of how they are going to get the criminals to accept the identity document program without requiring all citizens to participate. Section 6604. This data pool will be shared by Drug Enforcement Administration, Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, Federal Aviation Commission, U.S. Marshals Service and the U.S. Coast Guard. The Act requires a study of the feasibility of requiring aircraft to carry operating transponders so that they can be tracked. Section 7212, including the intercept. The use of military aircraft is assumed due to the fact that the military is the only agency which has such a capability, of any aircraft not in a proper flight corridor. Section 7213. The Act requires a study to be made on requiring onboard monitoring devices on commercial motor vehicles to record speed, driving time and other information, Section 9101. It further requires the utilization of existing government laboratory facilities, Departments of Defense, Justice, Energy, National Security Agency, CIA, FBI, to develop technologies for federal law enforcement not limited to drug enforcement, Sections 6163 and 7605. This would include night vision, Fort Beaver, Virginia; ground sensor and communications electronics, Fort Mom, Jersey; physical electronic security, Hanscom Field, Massachusetts; imaging electronic surveillance, CIA and NSA, Washington, D.C.; chemical/biosensor research and development, Aberdeen, Maryland; chemical/molecular research, Albuquerque, New Mexico; physical/electronic surveillance and tracking, FBI, Washington, D.C.; explosives ordnance detection, Indian Head, Maryland. The Act calls for the expenditure of $120 million for the Bureau of Justice Statistics, a national clearinghouse of data from federal, state, and local criminal justice agencies, Section 6092. Grant money will be made available for state and local agencies to hook into the data system, Section 6101/1301. Gun sellers will have to check for a buyer's police record. Section 6213. The Act includes a special note from the Attorney General to include domestic violence information in the system, Section 7609. My sources have informed me that the New World Order plans to execute any person who has exhibited any degree of violence during their life. A fist fight while in the service would qualify you. They believe that violence is hereditary and this could mean execution of family members as well. This Act calls for a study of the feasibility of establishing an International Criminal Court, World Court, Section 4108. An International Criminal Court would have no jurisdiction or authority over any citizen of the United States of America unless we surrender our sovereignty to the New World Order. No weapons are to be allowed in federal buildings, up to 1 year imprisonment for carrying a weapon into any federal facility. The only exception is a pocket knife, but only if the blade is less than 1/2 inches long, Section 6215. The Act has authorized postal authorities to serve warrants, subpoenas, make arrests, carry firearms, and make seizures in matters involving use of mails, Section 6251. The Post Office Department is a private corporation and is not a part of the federal government. How can they be allowed to function as federal police if they are not federalized? A post office employee is destined to become a part of the national police force. It is now illegal to mail or send locksmithing equipment to anyone but a locksmith, Section 3002. Many common tools can be classified as locksmithing equipment. The Act legalizes the arming of aircraft in other countries for defensive purposes, in drug control, Section 4202. Say again, if this had been in existence a few years ago, the Iran-Contra affair would have been legal with only a statement that the arms were for defensive purposes in drug control. The Act mandates that military installations are to be used as mental treatment centers, or prison camps with work programs, Sections 7302 and 2081/561. Does this sound like Russia? In addition, $200 million will go for new prisons, Section 6157. Plus, proceeds from seized and forfeited property are to be used for construction of prisons, rewards for information or help, or for other things the Attorney General need not report, Section 6072/924, Title 20 CIA, H. The Act states that prison industries may borrow and invest funds, Section 7093. Prison industries may diversify their products and produce products on an economic basis. Section 1096B provide a labor pool Soviet Union style. It authorizes a study of the feasibility of requiring prisoners to pay their costs for food, housing and shelter at paid employment before, during or after imprisonment. Section 7301. In other words, it means imprisonment Soviet style presented in what sounds like a nice idea. A labor camp where men and women are worked to death is only that and nothing more or less, no matter what they call it or how attractive they make it sound. Prisons going into business to produce products on an economic basis can only serve to destroy the last remnants of small business. This law is 366 pages of very small print. I am sure that as carefully as I read it, I still must have missed many other terrible clauses. Congressmen have been known to deny knowledge of this law, and some have stated that it does not exist because they are terrified of the public finding out what they have done. When I first warned the nation about this legislation on talk radio across the country, the government pulled all copies not already in public hands. The government states that there are no copies available and there will not be any copies available. This act is too large to include in this book. You will find it in your library, though, exactly as I have stated at the beginning of this chapter. Please look it up yourself to verify that it is indeed real. Sources: Public Law 100-690. U.S. Code Congressional and Administrative News, Volume 3, 1988, with amendment. And Voting Information in the Congressional Quarterly Almanac, Volume 44, 1988. Chapter 8. Are the sheep ready to shear? Oklahoma, HB 1750. The Police States Test Case. Gary North recently wrote about one of the scariest pieces of socialistic police state legislation to arrive on the scene to date. On January 1, 1991, a new 96-page state law goes into effect, HB 1750, passed last year 1989. It requires all Oklahoma residents to declare everything they own to the tax collector, everything, guns, coins, art collections, furniture, business equipment, bank accounts, household furniture, etc. Forms will be distributed through banks. Any taxpayer who refuses to fill out the form and submit it to the tax assessor by March 15. The ideas of March will be visited by an assessor. He will ask permission to enter the home or place of business. If this request is denied, he will be issued a search warrant. Any property not previously listed, or undervalued, will be assessed a penalty of up to 20% of its market value. This will make renters into property taxpayers and make life easy for the gun grabbers. What are the investment implications of this? Invest in a good gun and be standing on your porch with gun in hand when they pay you a visit. It is clear where the tax collectors are headed next. Oklahoma will be a test case. If they can pull this one off, the other states will follow. Big Brother wants to know all and to tax all. Eventually the New World Order will eliminate all private property, redistribute the wealth, and this inventory will tell them how much exists and exactly where it is stored. Of course, the Oklahoma tax assessor will share its information with other federal and state agencies. Will they get away with this blatant disregard for civil and constitutional rights? That is exactly the reason for the law, to find out if it will meet with strong or violent opposition. If the citizens of Oklahoma lie down and allow this to happen, then you can bet everyone else in the nation is going to be subjected to the same or a similar law. It is time to stand up with a weapon and scream, "Enough!" It is time to draw the line. It is time to make decisions and carry them out. It is time to resist at any and all cost. The penalty for failing to do so is slavery. It is not time for rebellion. It is time for restoration. The Constitution must be again, as it once was, the supreme law of the land. Federalism is treason. Stand up and fight. Sources: H.B. 1750, Legislation of the Oklahoma State House of Representatives, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, 1989. North, Gary. Big Brother Wants to See It All in Oklahoma. The McAvaney Intelligence Advisor. July 1990. Chapter 9. Anatomy of an Alliance. The Logic for the New World Order. The glue that binds the alliance of power and the consequences. All that is necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Edmund Burke. 1729–1797. The Reasons for Cooperation Between Opposing Forces. I give lectures all over the United States. At some point before, during or after every lecture, some well-meaning but misguided soul tells me that I have it all wrong and that it's the Jews, the Catholics, the communists, or the bankers that are the cause of all our ills. The target group is blamed for everything that has ever gone wrong. Power over everyone and everything is always attributed to this group, whichever group it happens to be at that moment to that person. These poor people are on the right track, in that there has been and certainly is a conspiracy to bring about a totalitarian world order. They are completely off track to think that any one ethnic, religious, or financial group alone could ever muster enough power to bring its plan to fruition. One group, you see, would always be opposed by all of the other special interest groups that exist and have always existed throughout history. That is, unless they were all really the same group, the Illuminati, or for some reason they became unified, the Bilderberg Group. The one-group scenario, except for the Illuminati, has been used effectively to divert your attention away from the truth. It has caused you to fight each other in a manipulation that always leads the real conspiracy closer to its ultimate goal, a new world order. Those of you who believe that Hitler was financed by Jews so that he could murder Jews have a serious logic deficit. The fanatical leftists who tout that it's Nazis behind the conspiracy have ignored the fact that very wealthy Jews are certainly involved, along with many Catholics, Protestants, communists, atheists, capitalists, Freemasons, etc., all of whom are diametrically opposed to each other, at least on the surface. Those on the right who believe that it is communists forget that US bankers financed the creation of the Soviet Union. Financial assistance from many different countries, institutions, and peoples of opposing religious and political beliefs has been the only thing that has kept the unworkable communist economy afloat for all of these years. The Rockefeller family has a bank branch in the Kremlin. Those on the right must also ask why, whenever we have set out to stop communism, the United States has only strengthened communism. No modern war, no matter what it was called, has ever resulted in territorial gain for the winner. It is not because our leaders are communist, as claimed by the right. Communism was a creation meant to function as the antithesis to the United States. Many of our leaders, however, are Illuminati. The answer lies with the many faces of the Illuminati and the fact that several unifying reasons for bringing about the New World Order surfaced immediately following World War II. It is possible, however, that one or two or more of these reasons are not real, and thus manipulations. The evidence indicates that they are real and dangerous, each in its own way, and must be dealt with quickly and thoroughly. If it was secretly discovered that extraterrestrial beings were visiting the Earth, it certainly would make sense to unite humanity against the possible threat that this would present. If extraterrestrials are not visiting Earth, then it would make sense to invent them in order to convince opposing forces to unite against the threat. This has been done whether or not the alien beings in question exist. However, there are more believable and more immediate dangers that may be the reason for an alliance of so many traditionally opposing groups. Aliens will be discussed at length in a later chapter. The reason could be the threatened extinction of the human race by no other enemy than the human race itself. This threat may not be a manipulation, it may be real, and unless drastic measures are taken, may materialize within the next 100 years. Following World War II, something happened that was to have tremendous significance for the future of all mankind. The intellectuals took note of this happening and brought it to the attention of the world power elite. The elite was severely shaken by the predicted repercussions of this event. They were told that by or shortly after the year 2000 the total collapse of civilization as we know it and the possible extinction of the human race could occur. It could occur, that is, if we did not destroy the Earth with nuclear weapons before then. They were told that the only things that could stop these predicted events would be severe cutbacks of the human population, the cessation or retardation of technological and economic growth, the elimination of meat in the human diet, strict control of future human reproduction, a total commitment to preserving the environment, colonization of space, and a paradigm shift in the evolutionary consciousness of man. Those in power immediately formed an alliance and set about bringing the recommended changes to fruition through propaganda, mind control and other manipulations of the masses. The Illuminati's prayers had been answered. What was this event that caused so much consternation and changed forever the future of the world? Millions of soldiers returned from war. The soldiers found lonely, eager women waiting for them. The greatest coupling in the history of the human race occurred. The result was everyone born between 1941 and 1955 and the children that they would eventually produce. It was me and you and everyone who lives today. It was the great worldwide baby boom. It was the culmination of all man's efforts to survive through history. It was modern medicine, better diets, heat in winter, pure running water, and proper disposal of sewage. It was the point in history when the birth rate so exceeded the death rate that the world's population doubled between 1957 and 1990. It was the most wonderful time in the history of the world, but it was also the worst. It signaled the end of man's most precious achievement. An alliance of all of the powers on earth, open and hidden, decided that individual freedoms could no longer be tolerated in the interest of the preservation of the human race. They believed the common man could not be trusted. What had been the unfulfilled dream of many individual groups became reality by the concentration of power in the alliance known as the Bilderberg Group. What had been impossible before was now promised. The new world order that so many had envisioned was now a certainty. The first study was made during World War II to determine the impact of the returning soldiers upon the economy. The results mobilized the ruling elite. A second secret study was conducted in 1957 by scientists meeting in Huntsville, Alabama. It confirmed the results of the first. The conclusion was that civilization as we know it would collapse shortly after the year 2000 unless the population was seriously curtailed. The study expressed a concern that since atomic weapons existed they would ultimately be used. Total worldwide disarmament was urged. Congress adopted the disarmament plan and created the U.S. Disarmament Agency. President Dwight David Eisenhower had this to say in 1957, as a result of lowered infant mortality, longer lives, and the accelerating conquest of famine there is underway a population explosion so incredibly great that in little more than another generation the population of the world is expected to double. A third study was made by the Club of Rome ending in 1968 to determine the limits to growth. The result was the same. The Club of Rome was commissioned to develop a computer model of the world so as to predict the outcome of corrections made to social and economic structures by the elect. The Club of Rome was also asked to develop a computer model of a new world order. Both tasks were accomplished. Studies were done to determine a method to arrest the population explosion before the point of no return would be reached. It was determined that an immediate attack on the problem would involve 2 points of intervention. The first was to lower the birth rate and the second was to increase the death rate. To lower the birth rate several programs were put into motion. The first was the development of positive birth control methods using mechanical, diaphragm and condom, chemical, foam and birth control pills, and medical, sterilization, abortion, and hysterectomy procedures. These were developed and implemented. The women's liberation movement was started with the demand for free abortions, using pro-choice as its rallying cry. Homosexuality was encouraged and gay liberation was born. Homosexuals do not have children. Zero population growth became a hot subject at cocktail parties. Individual freedom, the heat of the moment, religion, and the old blue laws sabotaged these efforts, and while zero population growth became a reality in some areas, population increased rapidly in others. The only alternative left to the world's ruling elite was to increase the death rate. This was a difficult thing to do, as no one wanted to pick people out of a crowd and line them up for execution. Neither did they relish the possible consequences of an enraged public upon discovering that they were being systematically murdered. Of course, a very short but very deadly global war using nuclear weapons upon select population concentrations was contemplated and, to tell you the truth, was not ruled out. The fact that such a population control was even contemplated confirmed the worst fears of those who had participated in the 1957 study. War was put on the back burner to simmer, but may become a reality. In the meantime something else had to be done that would absolve the decision-makers of guilt and place the blame on those who did not lead clean lives. Something that could be blamed upon Mother Nature. What was needed was the bubonic plague or some other horrible but natural disease. The answer came from Rome. Several top-secret recommendations were made by Dr. Aurelio Pecce of the Club of Rome. He advocated that a plague be introduced that would have the same effect as the famous Black Death of history. The chief recommendation was to develop a microbe which would attack the autoimmune system and thus render the development of a vaccine impossible. The orders were given to develop the microbe and to develop a prophylactic and a cure. The microbe would be used against the general population and would be introduced by vaccine. The prophylactic was to be used by the ruling elite. The cure will be administered to the survivors when it is decided that enough people have died. The cure will be announced as newly developed when in fact it has existed from the beginning. This plan is a part of Global 2000. The prophylactic and the cure are suppressed. Man has skyrocketed from a defensive position, largely subordinated to nature's alternatives, to a new and dominant one. From it he not only can and does influence everything in the world but, voluntarily or unwittingly, can and indeed does determine the alternatives of his own future, and ultimately must choose his options for it. In other words, his novel power condition practically compels him to take up new regulatory functions that willy-nilly he has had to discharge with respect to the world's mixed natural human systems. Having penetrated a number of the erstwhile mysteries and being able to sway events massively, he is now vested with unprecedented, tremendous responsibilities and thrown into the new role of moderator of life on the planet, including his own. The above words were written by Dr. Aurelio Pecce and are taken verbatim from page 607 of the Global 2000 report to the President. Funding was obtained from the U.S. Congress under HB 15090, 1969, where $10 million was given to the DoD's 1970 budget. Testimony before the Senate committee revealed that they intended to produce a synthetic biological agent, an agent that does not naturally exist and for which no natural immunity could have been acquired. Within the next 5 to 10 years it would probably be possible to make a new infective microorganism which could differ in certain important aspects from any known disease-causing organisms. Most important of these is that it might be refractory to the immunological and therapeutic processes upon which we depend to maintain our relative freedom from infectious disease. Sir Julian Huxley said, "Overpopulation is, in my opinion, the most serious threat to the whole future of our species." The project, called MK Naomi, was carried out at Fort Detrick, Maryland. Since large populations were to be decimated, the ruling elite decided to target the undesirable elements of society. Specifically targeted were the black, Hispanic, and homosexual populations. The poor homosexuals were encouraged on the one hand and scheduled for extinction on the other. The African continent was infected by smallpox vaccine in 1977. The vaccine was administered by the World Health Organization. According to Dr. Robert Strecker, without a cure the entire black population of Africa will be dead within 15 years. Some countries are well beyond epidemic status. The U.S. population was infected in 1978 with the hepatitis B vaccine. Dr. Wolf Smunes, the ex-roommate of Pope John Paul II, was the mastermind behind the November/78 to October/79 and March/80 to October/81 experimental hepatitis B vaccine trials conducted by the Centers for Disease Control in New York, San Francisco and 4 other American cities. He lost the plague of AIDS upon the American people. The gay population was infected. The ads for participants specifically asked for promiscuous homosexual male volunteers. Whatever causes AIDS was in the vaccine. The vaccine was manufactured and bottled in Phoenix, Arizona. The order was given by the Policy Committee of the Bilderberg Group based in Switzerland. Other measures were also ordered. The one you will be able to check the easiest is the Hague-Kissinger depopulation policy, which is administered by the State Department. This policy dictates that Third World nations take positive and effective steps to decrease their populations and hold them in check or they get no aid from the United States. If the Third World nations refuse, civil war usually breaks out and the rebels are usually found to be trained, armed, and financed by the Central Intelligence Agency. That is why many more civilians, especially young fertile females, than soldiers have been killed in El Salvador, Nicaragua, and other places. These wars have been instigated in Catholic countries by Jesuits, see Chapter 2. The Hague-Kissinger depopulation policy has taken over various levels of government and is in fact determining U.S. foreign policy. The planning organization operates outside the White House and directs its entire efforts to reduce the world's population by 2 billion people through war, famine, disease, and any other means necessary. This group is the National Security Council's ad hoc group on population policy. The policy planning staff is in the State Department's Office of Population Affairs, established in 1975 by Henry Kissinger. This same group drafted the Global 2000 report to the president that was given to Carter. Thomas Ferguson, the Latin American case officer for the State Department's Office of Population Affairs (OPA), made the following statements: "There is a single theme behind all our work: we must reduce population levels. Either they do it our way, through nice clean methods, or they will get the kind of mess that we have in El Salvador, or in Iran, or in Beirut. Population is a political problem. Once population is out of control, it requires authoritarian government, even fascism, to reduce it. The professionals," stated Ferguson, "aren't interested in lowering population for humanitarian reasons. That sounds nice. We look at resources and environmental constraints. We look at our strategic needs, and we say that this country must lower its population, or else we will have trouble. So steps are taken. El Salvador is an example where our failure to lower population by simple means has created the basis for a national security crisis. The government of El Salvador failed to use our programs to lower their population. Now they get a civil war because of it. There will be dislocation and food shortages. They still have too many people there. Civil wars are somewhat drawn-out ways to reduce population. The quickest way to reduce population is through famine, like in Africa, or through disease, like the Black Death, all of which might occur in El Salvador." His budget for FY 1980 was $190 million, for FY 1981 it was $220 million. The Global 2000 report calls for doubling that figure. Henry Kissinger created this group after discussion with leaders of the Club of Rome during the 1974 population conferences in Bucharest and Rome. The Club of Rome is controlled by Europe's black nobility. Alexander Haig is a firm believer in population control. It was Haig that backed Kissinger and pushed the OPA into action. Ferguson said, "We will go into a country and say, here is your goddamn development plan. Throw it out the window. Start looking at the size of your population and figure out what must be done to reduce it. If you don't like that, if you don't want to choose to do it through planning, then you'll have an El Salvador or an Iran, or worse, a Cambodia." The real reason the Shah of Iran was overthrown was that his best efforts to institute clean programs of birth control failed to make a significant dent in the country's birth rate. The promise of jobs, through an ambitious industrialization program, encouraged migration toward overcrowded cities like Tehran. Under Ayatollah Khomeini, the clean programs have been dismantled. The government may make progress because it has a program to induce up to half of Tehran's 6 million residents to relocate. Iran's war with Iraq really pleased the OPA. Now you know about the Shah, and now you know part of the reason we have troops in the Middle East. Marcos fell victim to the same policy. Daniel B. Luton had this to say: "An organization cannot have a conservation policy without having a population policy. The sanity test, in which the candidate, confronted with an overflowing sink, is classified according to whether he reaches for the mop or the faucet." Thousands of people, mostly civilians, are killed in El Salvador's civil war each year. To accomplish what the State Department deems adequate population control, the Civil War would have to be greatly expanded, according to Thomas Ferguson, the Latin American case officer for the OPA. El Salvador was targeted for population control and war in an April 1980 population report published by the National Security Council. El Salvador is an example of a country with serious population and political problems, the report states. Rapid population growth, the birth rate has remained unchanged in recent years, aggravates its population density, which is already the highest on mainland Latin America. While a population program exists on paper, it has not been pursued with a strong commitment, and contraceptives remain unavailable. The population program really did not work, OPA's Ferguson said. The infrastructure was not there to support it. There were just too many goddamn people. If you want to control a country, you have to keep the population down. Too many people breed social unrest and communism. Something had to be done, the OPA official said. The birth rate is 3.3%, one of the highest in the world. Its population, he complained, will double in 21 years. The Civil War can help things, but it would have to be greatly expanded. In making sure that the population falls in El Salvador, Ferguson said, the OPA has learned a lot from its experiences in Vietnam. We studied the thing. That area was also overpopulated and a problem. We thought that the war would lower population, and we were wrong. Now you know what we were really doing in Vietnam and why we were not allowed to win. According to Ferguson, the population in Vietnam increased during the war, despite U.S. use of defoliation and a combat strategy that encouraged civilian casualties. Now you know why those of us in the know consider Lieutenant Calley to be a scapegoat. To reduce population quickly, said Ferguson, you have to pull all the males into the fighting and kill significant numbers of fertile, childbearing age females. He criticized the current civil war in El Salvador. You are killing a small number of males and not enough fertile females to do the job on the population. If the war went on 30 to 40 years like this, then you might accomplish something. Unfortunately, we don't have too many instances like that to study. To aid you in your research of this travesty, the names of the significant reports of the population bomb by Dr. Paul R. Ehrlich, his wife Anne is a member of the Club of Rome, the Global 2000 Report to the President, and the Limits to Growth, a report for the Club of Rome's project on the predicament of mankind. In April 1968 the study began publicly in the Accademia dei Lincei in Rome, Italy. The study had been ongoing in secret ever since the initial findings of the Huntsville meeting of 1957. They met at the instigation of Dr. Aurelio Pecce. The first real public indication of their findings and the solution that had been decided upon was publication of the book The Population Bomb in May 1968. Notice how close the dates are. On page 17 of The Population Bomb, a telling paragraph reveals all there is to know. In summary, the world's population will continue to grow as long as the birth rate exceeds the death rate. It's as simple as that. When it stops growing or starts to shrink, it will mean that either the birth rate has gone down, the death rate has gone up, or a combination of the two. Basically, then, there are only two kinds of solutions to the population problem. One is a birth rate solution, in which we find ways to lower the birth rate. The other is a death rate solution, in which ways to raise the death rate, war, famine, pestilence, find us. The problem could have been avoided by population control, in which mankind consciously adjusted the birth rate so that a death rate solution did not have to occur. The recommendations of the results of the study were made by Dr. Aurelio Pecce, who pledged not to use the prophylactic and not to take the cure should the microbe be developed and should he contract the disease. Dr. Pecce was considered a hero for deciding to take the same risk as the general population. The public results of the study were published in 1968 and again in 1972. The MIT project team members that developed the computer model study are listed below. Dr. Dennis L. Meadows. Director, United States. Dr. Allison A. Anderson. United States, Pollution. Dr. J. M. Anderson. United States, Pollution. Ilyas Bayer. Turkey, Agriculture. William W. Behrens III. United States, Resources. Fahad Hakamzadeh. Iran, Population. Dr. Stefan Harbort. Germany, Socio-Political Trends. Judith A. Macken. United States, Administration. Dr. Donella H. Meadows. United States, Population. Peter Milling. Germany, Capital. Nirmala S. Murthy. India, Population. Roger F. Nail. United States, Resources. Jorgen Randers. Norway. Population. Stephen Shantzis. United States, Agriculture. John A. Seeger. United States, Administration. Marilyn Williams. United States, Documentation. Dr. Eric K. Ozan. Germany, Agriculture. When the study was completed in 1969, UN Secretary-General U Thant of the United Nations made this statement: "I do not wish to seem overdramatic, but I can only conclude from the information that is available to me as Secretary-General, that the members of the United Nations have perhaps 10 years left in which to subordinate their ancient quarrels and launch a global partnership to curb the arms race, to defuse the population explosion, and to supply the required momentum to development efforts. If such a global partnership is not forged within the next decade, then I very much fear that the problems I have mentioned will have reached such staggering proportions that they will be beyond our capacity to control." MK Naomi was developed by the Special Operations Division (SOD) scientists at Fort Detrick, Maryland under the supervision of the CIA. A reference to the project MK Naomi can be found in the intelligence community by Fain A. al-Boka, 1977. Lieutenant Colonel James Bogritz was a member of the Special Operations Division of the Department of Defense, the commander of U.S. Special Forces in Latin America, the principal agent for the National Security Council's Super Secret Intelligence Support Activity (ISA), which hatched the illegal groups known as Yellow Fruit and Seaspray, and the Congressional Relations Chief for the Pentagon. Lieutenant Colonel Gritz claims he didn't know of any illegalities in the military or in government until he was told by a drug lord in a third world nation. I'm sorry, but I am not that easily duped. I recommend that we support his efforts as long as his efforts help us. I also recommend that we watch him very carefully. There is a slim chance that Grits is legitimate, but I would not put my life in his hands. Lowell Sumner expressed his view: as a biologist, the human population explosion, and its declining spiral of natural resources, is to me the greatest threat of all. The time is ripe, even dangerously overripe, as far as the population control problem is concerned. We shall have to face up or ultimately perish, and what a dreary, stupid, unlovely way to perish, on a ruined globe stripped of its primeval beauty. Many other population controls have been promulgated. The reduction of the world's population to workable levels has been virtually assured. It is only a matter of time. The problem will be to curtail further human reproduction beyond approved levels. To handle that problem, the New World Order will adopt the Communist Chinese model of population control. It is the only population control program that has ever worked. The old and infirm have been periodically murdered, and couples are forbidden to have more than one child. Penalties are so severe that families in China with 2 children are extremely rare. 3 children families are non-existent. A surprising byproduct is that Chinese children as a group are treated better than any other national grouping of children in the world, including the United States. Tobacco fields in the US have been fertilized with the radioactive tailings from uranium mines, resulting in a tremendous increase in the incidence of lip, mouth, throat, and lung cancer. If you do not believe it, just look at the incidence of lung cancer per capita before 1950 and compare it to the lung cancer per capita at the present time. Are those who smoke committing suicide, or are they being murdered? Malathion, a nerve gas developed by the Nazis during World War II to kill people, is being sprayed heavily on population centers in California. The excuse used is that it will kill the Mediterranean fruit fly. The tip-off is that the orchards are not being sprayed, only people. The helicopters come from Evergreen in Arizona, a known government and a suspected CIA base. The pilots are contract pilots furnished by Evergreen. Evergreen has been named as one of the bases where drugs are flown in from Central America. The city of Pasadena passed a law making it illegal to spray malathion within the city limits. The law was ignored and the city took no action. When the people of California literally revolted against the spraying of malathion, the governor of California stated that he did not have the power to stop the operation. What higher power is there that could prevent a governor of a state from halting the spraying of an insecticide? A warning was issued to cover up automobiles and belongings because malathion could destroy paint, some plastics, and other property. People, they said, would not be injured. It is a lie. Heart disease used to be a very rare illness. Now it is epidemic. Go and look at the statistics. I do not know what is causing this, but 80 years ago people consumed more salt, fat, cholesterol, and everything else that heart disease is blamed upon, but the disease was rare. Why is it now one of the leading killers? In the state of Colorado and elsewhere, dioxin is turning up in the drinking water at alarming levels. It should not be present in any amount. Where is it coming from? Dioxin is one of the deadliest chemicals known to man. Colorado citizens attempting to do battle against the dioxin contamination are met with closed doors, denial, and attacks upon their characters. We have watched the news in horror as story after story unfolded, revealing that the Army and the CIA had released germs and viruses into the population to test their biological warfare capability. In light of what you have learned in this chapter, you should now know that it was really to reduce population. It is a matter of public record that investigations into cover-ups of radioactive leaks into the atmosphere and into groundwater have revealed that some leaks were not accidental but were purposeful. Some areas of the country now have such a high rate of cancer that virtually everyone who lives in these areas will die other than a natural death. The true extent of radioactive gases, waste, and toxic material, especially cesium-137, strontium-90, uranium mine and mill tailings, thorium-230, radium-226, and radon-222 that has leaked or has been purposely planted in the atmosphere, soil, and groundwater is far beyond anything you or I can imagine. Every investigation has revealed that the true figures regarding radioactive leakage are much larger than official figures, and the real numbers may never be known. Cover-up has become SOP, standard operating procedure, at all levels and in all departments of government. Do we dream reality, or is reality a dream? According to Dr. Eva Sneed, the San Francisco Bay Area has one of the highest cancer rates in the world. The San Francisco Bay Area has been revealed as one of the primary test locations of the Central Intelligence Agency's biological and chemical programs. You may recall that Legionnaire's disease was an experimental bacteria released into the wind on the San Francisco Bay from a government-operated boat. San Francisco is also one of the 6 known inoculation sites for the CIA Project MK Naomi AIDS. The Bay Area was headquarters for Dr. Timothy Leary, who introduced the drug culture to American youth under CIA Project MKUltra. It is suspected that the San Francisco Bay Area was also subjected to large doses of radiation to test the effects upon a population over a prolonged period of time. Why do they hate San Francisco? The answer is that the largest homosexual population in America lives in San Francisco and they have been targeted for extermination. A reason for the New World Order, or rationalization, as the case may be, is the very real possibility that some terrorist will set off a global nuclear war by detonating an atomic bomb to make a political point. I believe that it is safe to say that any large-scale exchange of atomic or hydrogen weapons will result in the complete destruction of civilization, and could precipitate the escalation of the onslaught of an ice age. The obvious conclusion would be that any kind of compromise leading to coexistence is better than any kind of nuclear exchange. In other words, better red than dead. This is exactly what the hierarchy has decided, only the New World Order will not be red. It will be fascist. It will, in fact, be a socialist totalitarian state. It is hoped that a natural metamorphosis will eventually occur. The Illuminati hope that it will result in a paradigm shift of the evolutionary consciousness of man. This could cause the formation of a state where no government is needed, where anarchy is not to be feared. They dream that the end result will be the world that Christ taught but that the Christian religion prevents. It is ironic that the Illuminati actually believe that this can evolve from a plan built upon such suffering. Christ suffered, if the New Testament is true, to bring about his world, and if he suffered, maybe it is necessary that we also suffer. I am not wise enough to know the answer. I managed to locate a reference to the Protocols of Sion dated in the 1700s, see Chapter 15, page 269. This plan for subjugation of the world correctly outlined exactly what has happened since the protocols were discovered, and that is all that is needed to confirm the authenticity of the information contained within the document. It is clear that the Illuminati has planned to rule the world for centuries. They have followed the plan outlined in the Protocols of Sion. The Illuminati could not possibly have succeeded, however, if an alliance had not been formed with the other world power structures. Is the world population crisis a hoax perpetrated to bring that alliance about? It is possible. All I can say is that my own calculations, using the knowledge available to me, performed on my 386 computer, confirm that the crisis is real, and is, in fact, very serious. If it is a manipulation, the whole world has been fooled. All intellectuals, rulers, and governing bodies agree that population is the biggest threat to civilization that we know of today. It does not matter what you believe. If they believe it, you will be affected because they have the power. The New World Order will eliminate the population threat in several ways. Complete control of individual behavior may be established using electronic or chemical implants. No one will be allowed to have a child without permission. Stiff penalties wait for those who ignore the law. The violent, the old, the infirm, the handicapped, and the unproductive will be killed. Private property will be abolished. Since religion helped to create the population problem, it will not be tolerated except for the approved state-controlled religion which will evolve according to man's needs. Joseph Campbell explains this concept excellently in his series with Bill Movers called The Power of Myth. Cash will disappear and with it most crime will also disappear, but total control of each individual will be the price we pay. Man cannot be trusted to safeguard what little is left in the way of natural resources. Technological development and economic growth will be severely cut back. Man will be required to live like his ancestors. Those who learn to be self-sufficient and can adapt to the absence of many of the things that we take for granted today, such as automobiles, will get along fine. Others will suffer terribly. Man will once again conform to the law of the survival of the fittest. No one is going to like the loss of individual freedoms guaranteed us by the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. I do not like or agree with what is planned. Intellectually, I know that people will not solve the problems that we face unless they are made to do it. That is a sad commentary on the common man, but nevertheless it is true. The New World Order is evil but very much needed if man is to survive long enough to plant his seed amongst the stars. A paradigm shift and starseed are the only legitimate long-term answers. This is why we have all been so wrong for so long. It never was what we thought it was. Nothing is or ever will be until we Learn to live in reality instead of Fantasyland. A paradigm shift in the evolutionary consciousness of man must take place. Right or wrong, the world is covered with agents of the Illuminati who are attempting to cause that evolutionary jump. We have not been taken into their confidence. As you learned in Chapter 1, we have been judged too stupid to understand. It is true that without the population or the bomb problem, the elect would use some other excuse to bring about the New World Order. They have plans to bring about things like earthquakes, war, the Messiah, an extraterrestrial landing, and economic collapse. They might bring about all of these things just to make damn sure that it does work. They will do whatever is necessary to succeed. The Illuminati has all the bases covered, and you are going to have to be on your toes to make it through the coming years. According to plans, many people are going to die between now and the year 2000, but if these plans are not successful, the human race could become extinct. Nothing on Earth can change this except a tremendous reduction and stabilization of the population. Without Starseed, this reduction and stabilization would only delay the inevitable, as eventually all raw materials will be completely depleted. A never-ending source of free energy will then be needed. That may be possible but is unlikely to solve the problem. Without some central common need that would bind men together, a source of free energy would most likely result in total anarchy. So you see, what was needed in the beginning is still needed in the end. A paradigm shift in the evolutionary consciousness of man coupled with Starseed is the most logical answer for the human race. We must learn to accept individual responsibility for the world's problems or be willing to live by the terms of those who do. We must learn to love one another, share, deplore violence, and work with nature, not against it. We must do all of this while colonizing the universe. We must be prepared in the process to peacefully meet and deal with an extraterrestrial intelligence. I believe they exist. Can you imagine what will happen if Los Angeles is hit with a 9.0 quake, New York City is destroyed by a terrorist-planted atomic bomb, World War III breaks out in the Middle East, the banks and the stock markets collapse, extraterrestrials land on the White House lawn, food disappears from the markets, some people disappear, the Messiah presents himself to the world, and all in a very short period of time. Can you imagine? The world power structure can, and will if necessary, make some or all of those things happen to bring about the New World Order. Patriots must not be at home on any national holiday during the day or night ever again until the danger is past. Disregard this warning and you will find yourself in a concentration camp. In the camp you will be treated for a mental illness called nationalism, common to patriots. This illness is not in the interest of the New World Order. Those who cannot be cured will be exterminated. When asked what was in store for the world in the coming decade, Henry Kissinger said this: everything is going to be different. Many will suffer. A new world order will emerge. It will be a much better world for those who survive. In the long run, life will be better. The world we have wanted will be reality. Chapter 10. Lessons from Lithuania. A well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Amendment 2. Constitution of the U.S. I know not what others may do. But as for me, give me liberty, or give me death. Patrick Henry. Explanation. I had intended to write a long and thoroughly referenced chapter on the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution. The right of the people to keep and bear arms. I had to eat humble pie when I read the following text entitled Lessons from Lithuania by Neil Knox. It was contributed by a member of the Citizens Agency for Joint Intelligence. I was impressed by its simplicity and ability to deliver with very few words the precise message that I had intended to convey in 20 pages. Since I believe that sometimes less is more, and since my ego has nothing to do with this book and its message, Lessons from Lithuania has been printed in its entirety with no changes, as the complete chapter on the Second Amendment. Try as I might, I could never improve upon Neil's simple statement. My deepest appreciation to Neil Knox and the Firearms Coalition for permission to use Lessons from Lithuania. By Neil Knox. Those who avoid and evade the reason for the Second Amendment to the U.S. Constitution would surely admit that if Lithuania had a Second Amendment, Mikhail Gorbachev violated it on March 22, 1990. Russian troops seized arms from the Lithuanian militia. Or was the right of the people to keep and bear arms actually violated 2 days earlier, when Premier Gorbachev ordered private citizens to turn in their hunting and competition guns to the Russian army within 1 week for temporary safekeeping or have them confiscated and their owners imprisoned? Or was the right of the people to keep and bear arms initially violated many years before, when the people were first prohibited from possessing guns without permission of government and laws were passed requiring every gun to be registered? In fact, the Soviet constitution guarantees the people the right to keep and bear arms, and Lithuania is part of the Soviet Union, or so Gorbachev contends. But obviously the Soviet government pays no more attention to that constitutional freedom guarantee than do the majority of the US government, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, or CBS, and the Washington Post. What is the difference, precisely, between the confiscation of private firearms in Lithuania and the confiscation ordered by S-166, the Graves Bill now pending in the New Jersey Senate? What is the difference, precisely, between the registration law in Lithuania which makes confiscation possible and the registration of military-style firearms required by California's Roberti-Ruiz Bill, which went into effect January 1, 1990? What is the difference, precisely, between Lithuania's law prohibiting the people from owning military-style firearms and the so-called assault rifle bans now pending in both houses of Congress and in many states? The difference is that the people of the United States are free men and women who can trust their benevolent government forever. Note, nothing has so clearly demonstrated the reasons for the Second Amendment and the reasons it must be defended than when on December 14, 1981, when General Jaruzelski declared martial law in Poland, placed all press under total government control, and declared all firearms licenses and gun registration certificates void, requiring the licensed owners to turn in their registered guns within 48 hours. Of course, since the government knew where every gun was, except those in the hands of criminals, they had no choice but to comply. Please download this file, print it out and send it to your local newspaper, putting your name on it if you think it will cause more letters editors to run it. Also please upload it to as many other bulletin boards and nets as possible. Neil Knox. The Firearms Coalition. Box 6537. Silver Spring, Maryland, 20906. Author's note: this is a lesson that we hope to learn only from reading and not in the manner learned by the Poles and Lithuanians. After reading the above, I hope you will agree with me that anyone who attempts to subvert the Second Amendment or any other section or legal amendment of the Constitution is a traitor and should be arrested and tried for treason. I hope that you will copy this chapter and distribute it as widely as possible, to as many people as possible. Education is more than half the battle. In case you have not guessed by now, the fact that most Americans own at least one firearms weapon is the only thing that has kept the New World Order at bay. A ray of hope: as of January 8, 1991, less than 10% of all California gun owners have registered their firearms. Many Californians stood in the streets with weapons in hand and publicly burned the registration forms. Network news did not cover these demonstrations, and no mention has been made on television that California gun owners have ignored this unconstitutional gun registration law. Chapter 11. Coup de grace. High crimes and misdemeanors. Treason committed by the Joint Chiefs. Phone conversation with Randall Terpstra. Background. When I finished The Secret Government in May 1989, a temptation existed to remove the material that I had written on the Nixon resignation. I thought that no one would ever believe that a coup had occurred in the United States. Furthermore, I held no hope that anyone would ever step forward and substantiate my claim. I was wrong. People did believe it, and subsequent to my delivery of the paper on July 2, 1989, 3 individuals have come forward to confirm that a coup did in fact take place. This chapter is the transcript of a phone conversation between me and one of those people, Randall Terpstra. The members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff who were serving at the time of Nixon's resignation were asked if they had instructed their commands to ignore orders from the White House. They replied that the subject had come up, but that it was not done. They lied. Note: this telephone conversation has been slightly edited for improved syntax in audio format. This has in no way affected the integrity of the information being presented. The original unedited document can be found in the post description. Confirmation of a coup. Bill: hi Randy, you left a message on my phone. I didn't get to hear it because my wife took the messages off the phone and wrote them down. Randy: hi Bill, I have a copy of your documents that were provided to me by a friend. I'm missing a page on one of them. The one that you've titled Operation Majority, the final release. MJ12 is the name of the project under the leadership of the director, and then it flips right over and the first line on the next page that I have says means Magi controlled. I appear to be missing a page on that one. The second is, I'll be frank with you, when I first started reading, my first reaction was, this is National Enquirer material, up until a point when I came across something that startled me a little, in the same document as your final release document. You used two terms that I've only seen in another place, and that was majesty and majority. When I was in the Navy, I was a radioman, and in the mid-70s, the year escapes me at the moment, I've only had your paper since last night, and I was involved in a joint Apollo-Soyuz moonshot. I was an on-board crypto operator, which basically meant that all message traffic of a certain nature, which was referred to as SPECAT or Special Category, was offline encrypted. During the Apollo-Soyuz shot we established what was referred to as a termination with an unknown location. That location identified itself only as majority control. All of the message traffic we sent to and from this location was offline encrypted, which was rather odd because... First, let me explain. In the Navy, when you send a SPECAT, or Special Category message, you go into what's called a clean environment. The message is drafted by the originator or on a piece of paper. That piece of paper is brought directly to a designated SPECAT operator, somebody who has a SPECAT or higher clearance, who enters that in the teletype on a paper tape with the hole punched in it for transmission. Bill. Right. Randy did not know that one of my duties as the petty officer of the watch in the Commander-in-Chief, U.S. Pacific Fleet Command Center was SPECAT operator for the command center. Randy. At that point the SPECAT operator goes onto the circuit, notifies the other end that he has SPECAT traffic to transmit. The other end, an authorized SPECAT operator, has to come on the circuit at the other end. He has to identify himself back to you with his SPECAT code number, his name and service number. Now, to me at this particular moment in time and space, this would be in the middle 70s, that was probably the most insulated means of transmitting information point to point in the military, because you knew who wrote the message, who had seen it to transmit, who had received it, all the way to its ultimate. Well, in this particular case all of the message traffic was being handed to me and I was instructed to encode it through a machine called a KL47, which takes standard text material and turns it out into 5-letter blocks, random characters. And the origination, there were 5 of us on board the USS Mount Whitney, and the 5 of us were SPECAT operators. We were on a revolving shift all during the Apollo-Soyuz mission. We were put into a controlled environment that, it was a room with a teletype and a cot in it, and we were told to maintain the term circuit to majority control. Every hour a Mr. Logan from NASA would come down to the room, punch in because it had a cipher lock on the door, look at any message traffic that came in, and then we would burn it, right in the room. He would draft his replies, which I would enter on the KL47, take the tape, transmit it, and then he would burn the outgoing messages as well. Bill. The tape is made by the KL47. It is a paper tape containing the 5-character grouping encryption. The tape is put onto a sprocket in the teletype machine and it automatically sends the message to the addressee. It comes out at the other end in encrypted form and must be decoded. At least that is the way I was trained as designated Special Category Operator to do it in the Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet Command Center. Randy. I don't remember a lot of what was sent because it was very busy times. We had so many civilians on board the ship that it was an incredible amount of work going on. Bill. I can imagine. Randy. I do know that hourly we received a report from Majority Control that was headed. This is after I've decoded it. The heading was always Majesty Advisory, over and over and over again. Note. Majesty Advisory messages were sent by Commander-in-Chief Pacific Fleet Command Center update or inform the President personally of beginning, ending, or ongoing operations that could result in serious repercussions to the United States, i.e. the bombing of North Vietnam after the President had informed the American people that no more bombing would occur. Randy. Now after doing this I was on for 4 hours, then off for 4, then on for 4. We did a rollover like that for the whole Apollo-Soyuz mission. The other thing that I saw that tripped me off a little bit was the term IACs. Bill. Identified Alien Craft. Randy. They never spelled out the acronym. It was just IACs. It was recurring through all of this message traffic that I was sending. Bill. Randy, you are a godsend. Where have you been hiding all of these years? Randy. How I came about getting your document is a long story as well, but when I read through it, it was just like a floodgate opened up and all these memories kept coming back. Now, at the end of it, after the Apollo-Soyuz mission concluded, the 5 operators, myself included, were given 50 days basket leave, which in the Navy meant they give you leave for free. They didn't dock you for it. Bill. Go home, get drunk, forget about this. Randy. Exactly. And when I came back I was taken from 3rd class to 2nd class spot promotion, and I was moved to the teletype repair shop, which was quite prestigious at that time. Bill. It's quite normal when you're exposed to this material. They either snuff you or promote you. Randy. I've lost contact with the others. We had a ship reunion a couple of years ago, and it never occurred to me about these other guys. But I don't have a conscious memory of seeing them. But as I said when I read through this, it was rather startling to see things that I'm aware of. I'm really interested in that missing page actually. Bill. Was there anything else that you can remember? Randy. No, at the time it didn't mean a damn to me. I mean, being a radioman, we pumped so much traffic through that ship. Mount Whitney is an amphibious communications command ship. Bill. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Were you in the Navy at the time that Nixon resigned? Randy. No, I wasn't. I was acting as a consultant to a company that was doing work for the U.S. Marine Corps. Bill. Were you in communications at that time? Randy. Yes, I was. Bill. Do you remember a message that came to military commands? Let me see if I can remember the exact words. Randy. Upon receipt you are instructed to no longer accept direct orders from the White House. Bill. Right. Randy. Actually, they didn't use the term White House. They used the term top hat. Bill. Top hat. I remember White House in the one that I saw. I was aboard the Oriskany when I saw this. Randy. I was working with a Lieutenant Colonel A.P. Finlan as a civilian consultant on a device called the MCC-20, which is a multiplexer device. He was the recipient of the message. He was the S-3 Operations Director for the 6th Marine Amphibious Brigade. Bill. Okay, you realize the implications of all of this, don't you? Randy. You know what's happening. Randy. Yeah, I've taken a liberty with the documentation you sent me and I've forwarded it to someone else. Bill. I am in dire need. I'm trying to do this as quickly and as cleanly as I can to get the people in this country to wake up, or we're gonna lose it. I'm fighting a battle pretty much on my own. There are people rallying around and they're helping out, and I'm getting bits of information here and there. I need people who have the balls to stand up with me and say what they saw. And I understand that when anybody does that they're putting themselves in danger. But I don't see any greater danger than the loss of our Constitution and what they have in store down the road. They've literally thrown it in the trash already anyway. I guess what I'm asking is for your help. Would you be willing to go public with what you just told me? Randy. I already have. I forwarded your manuscript along with exactly what I've just told you to Lieutenant Colonel Robert Brown, the director of the Soldier of Fortune magazine. I spoke with his secretary on the phone, described what it was all about, she in turn passed it on to him. He said, send it to me quick. Bill. Fantastic. Randy. If anybody, Soldier of Fortune magazine has the biggest military following of any publication in the world. If anybody was in the service who saw this stuff, it'll be them. Bill. Fantastic. Great. Do you mind if I use the information that you've told me? Can I say that someone has corroborated what I've said? Randy. Absolutely. Bill. Can I use your name? Randy. Yes. Bill. What's your last name? Randy. Terpstra. Bill. Let me get your address. Randy, 130 Foothill Court, Morgan Hill, California, 95037. Bill. Your first name is Randy, right? Randy. My first name is Randall, middle name Wayne. Bill. Randy. You're a godsend. I swear to God I've been hunting so hard for people to come out of the woodwork, because I know there's a lot of people out there who know. Randy. You've taken a lot of loose bits and pieces that I've had. That's the problem. Yes, there's a lot of people who know things, but they don't know what they know. Bill. Yes, I'm sure of that. It's so compartmentalized that what they know, they don't believe is wrong. Randy. Well, one of the things I'm really stirring up some controversy about is I want more information about NRO, and the one person who can get it is Colonel Brown, if that exists. Bill. Well, NRO is the National Reconnaissance Organization that first put together the Delta teams which were specifically assigned to security of the alien task projects. They've since been used for all kinds of other things. Now, there's a different NRO that you have to be careful you don't get wrapped up in, and that's the National Reconnaissance Office, which is responsible for the spy satellites. Randy. To even throw a little more smoke on it, do you know Colonel Charles Beckwith down in Florida? Bill. No. Randy. Colonel Charles Beckwith was the one who came up with the whole term Delta Force. That's the Rescue Hostage Rescue Group, the Green Beret Unit. Bill. Aha. Randy. Now, he originally wanted to call it something else, and the White House pushed Delta Force down his throat. Bill. Do you know that I talked to Barbara Honegger? Have you read October Surprise? Randy. No, I haven't. As a matter of fact, I've got your bibliography here and I was about to make a call to a friend of mine who runs a bookstore to place a rather large order. Bill. Okay, Barbara Honegger wrote October Surprise and they refused to print one chapter. I met her at one of the talks that I gave and we got very embroiled in conversation. She ended up coming over to my home, and we talked face to face. There were about 4 other witnesses there who heard her say this to me. She said, at Desert One, the first craft that was there was an anti-gravity disc craft carrying Delta personnel. Then the aircraft and the helicopters came in. And she said the purpose of the alien crafts, or the craft that we built from alien technology, or the alien craft that we're using was to ensure the sabotage of the operation. Note. Sometime later Barbara Honegger related the same story on the Anthony Hilda Telling It Like It Is, Like It or Not radio show. During the broadcast she said the anti-gravity craft was from a project named Red Light. Miss Honegger was a White House staff member during the Reagan and Bush administrations. Randy. That makes sense, because I have some 8x10 glossies of that Jolly Green Giant that caught on fire and burnt. I have some real problems with that. I'm a military nut. I spent my time in the Navy, and I've since been associated with a variety of military groups. I have some pictures of that helicopter that were black and white app photos. And it shows a burnt pattern that starts at the nose of the aircraft and goes back across the fuel tanks. They don't originate in the fuel tanks. So how in the hell did that helicopter catch fire right at the cockpit and outside of the cockpit, out on the fuselage? Bill. That's a good question. The alien beam weapons will do that though. Randy. Now ask a new question. The beam weapons you refer to, do they leave a pattern on the material, a wavy rippled pattern? Bill. That I don't know. All I know about the beam weapons is this. That they are only effective at short range, that they can paralyze a human being, they can levitate a human being, they can burn something out of your hands without hurting you. Like an M16. And fry you to a crisp and nothing but ashes is left, or it can give you a sunburn. It depends upon the degree of how they want to use this thing as to exactly what it will do. That's what I remember, and that's what my research has also confirmed at Ellsworth Air Force Base. In fact, one airman security patrol encountered an alien craft and aliens on the ground. He aimed his M16 at them, and this beam hit the M16 and literally vaporized it. He had burns on his hands, but otherwise he was unhurt. Randy. Have you read or heard the reports about something called spontaneous human combustion? Bill. Yes. In fact, it can be done and it's a weapon that we use. The intelligence community can get rid of someone. Randy. I respect you a great deal. You know things that you shouldn't know, but you're right. Bill. Yes, I do know things that I shouldn't know, and hopefully I can get it all out before something happens to me. I love this country and the Constitution so much. What they've been able to do, and the way that they've been able to fool the citizens of this country. I don't care what happens to me, I've got to stop this. I've got to do everything in my power to stop this. Randy. As I told Colonel Brown, I'm just a guy. I work in the computer industry, I make modems. I travel around the world, I talk computer systems. That's about it. I like to go shoot my gun at the target range, and I'm an armchair commando, and I like reading Soldier of Fortune magazine, and vicariously living adventures through other people. I'm not a holy roller. I have my own belief in God, but I don't go around espousing it to everybody. And I'm not one of these esoterics that run around talking about Maitreya, chakras and the Hinduisms and all the rest of it. I know those people are out there, I know they exist. As a matter of fact, I'm dating one of them, but that's her beliefs and if she wants to believe that, that's fine. When this came out of the blue, I've had a lot of thought in my own head. You've galvanized a lot of them, especially the text where you were talking about the sudden influx of media and television on an alien presence among us in our society. I've felt that for almost 2 years, and I could never really verbalize it. Bill. They're desensitizing us so that when it happens, all of the things that they feared in the beginning that led to all the lies that led to all the crimes won't cause what they feared. It won't cause the collapse of our society and our culture and our religions. It will affect the economy though, quite a bit. Randy. The economy is out the door anyway. Bill. Yeah, and that may be what they're waiting for, to change into a cashless society so it can't have that kind of effect. Randy. There was an awful lot, you see. I have my sister and my mother are both, let's say, God's Green Berets. They're super religious types, God bless you come to church type thing, and at their urging I went through the Bible and I read it. I read it 4 or 5 times, and every time I came back with it I kept seeing different things. And I have my own views on life and on a variety of things. And until I read your material, it never really galvanized me into thinking things. Now, like I said, the only thing I can really relate to you is what I experienced during the Apollo-Soyuz shot. Bill. That's great. Because what you experienced there is just confirmation of what I've been telling everybody. There is a secret space program. There is a control group called Majority. The president is called Majesty in connection with these things. What you were getting, the Majesty advisory messages, were to keep the president updated. Randy. You know the real funny part about all of that is the guy who would come in and was using our facility. His name was Mr. Logan. His title was supposed to be communications coordinator, but I never saw him do a damn thing except come into that room, read traffic, draft a reply, and then go back up to CIC. Now, we were in what was called the Genza General Service side of communications. We weren't the spooks. The spooks had their own little quarters over on the other side of the ship. But we did have the KL-47 and the rest of the NASA types. The civilian types would come down too. We had a message window in the hallway and they'd come up and they'd hand their outgoing messages in the window and they would go out on the general service circuits. The only stuff that we handled was traffic for Majority control with Majesty advisories and that was it. And a lot of it, like I said, was a lot of textual data. I mean, there was tons of text, and it was all couched in techno-babble that I didn't really understand. But I do remember the acronym, IACs everywhere. I mean completely repetitious. That's as much as I can offer you. Bill. Do you remember where the messages were sent for Majority control? Randy. No. The location of Majority control was never disclosed. The only thing I can assume is that it was somewhere north. The ship was anchored. Well, we weren't anchored, we were at what was called sea anchor, which I am sure you are aware of. We were on an east-west axis so that all of our antennas could be brought to bear on the western horizon, because that's the way the spacecraft was coming around. The antenna that was assigned to my circuit was an antenna called an RLPA or rotating log periodic antenna, which is a very directional antenna, and it was pointed north. Bill. What was north of you at that point? Thule, Greenland. Bill. Okay, very interesting. Also, I'm glad you saw the message about Nixon, because everybody thought sure that if anything was wacko, that was the wackiest thing that I said. Randy. Actually, no. That one made complete sense, because those days surrounding Nixon's announcement, you said that message was sent 5 days previous to his announced resignation. That 5-day period, if I remember my history correctly, was extremely turmoiled, and if you go back to the New York Times and read in depth the political commentary during those days, what you're going to find is that there was an awful lot of turbulence. 5 days prior there were a lot of steps being taken. It would not surprise me if that message was promulgated and sent 5 full days prior to the public announcement, because the public is always the last one to know. So I found that the most realistic of the things that were in here. Bill. Fantastic. God is answering my prayers. Listen Randall, I've been taping this whole phone conversation. If you want me to destroy this tape, I will. The reason I do it is I never know when somebody's going to say something that is important or not. Randy. I have nothing to hide from you. Bill. Okay, but I just want you to know I've never betrayed a source or used a person's name when they asked me not to. I've never used a tape if they asked me not to. If they asked me to destroy it, I've always done that. I try to work with everybody in a manner that they're comfortable working with, because my goal is not to embarrass or hurt anyone, it's to stop this thing that is happening. Randy. Well, you've got another recruit. Bill. Fantastic. Randy. Question. Who is Linda Howe? Bill. Linda Moulton Howe is a TV producer who, I don't remember when it was, 78 or something like that, she made a film called A Strange Harvest about the animal mutilations, the cattle mutilations. Randy. Yeah, because in your notarized statement you make reference to her. Bill: Yes, she contacted me along with a whole bunch of other people, but I tried to pick out the individuals who I thought were the most professional and the most likely to stand up under scrutiny or attempts to discredit, and I figured she was one of those people, so with the data you have now, I think it's time to try to get it in front of people. Bill: Yes, that's what I'm trying to do. Randy: As a matter of fact, when you called I was drafting the cover of a fax that I'm sending to KGO Radio, which is a local radio talk station. It's a clear channel station heard all up and down the West Coast. There's a moderator there named Ron Owens who I'm sending this to with a statement. This is not being sent to you as a joke. It's being sent to you as something that I think you should take a minute and just read it, and I've asked him to contact you. And basically I said, Ron, if 10% of this is true, we're in trouble. Bill: Right. Absolutely. When I give a talk or something, someone will always stand up and say, how do we know that you're not just feeding us disinformation? And I say, just think about what you're saying. What I'm after is the truth. I'm telling you what I saw in these documents and where my research has led me over the intervening 17 years. That's what I am imparting to you. I want you to go and verify this, or not verify it, or prove it wrong, or whatever you can do on your own. And I'm perfectly willing to listen to anything that you have to say, but just think about what you just said. If in fact I'm giving you disinformation, then you're in worse trouble than you ever thought of. It would be better if there are aliens, because if there are not aliens, that means this whole thing has been perpetrated by the government for some purpose that we don't even know about. What it really means is we got the whole human establishment against us. And that really opens their eyes because it's true. Randy: You just kicked off another memory. And that is another story. Note: Randy Terpstra called the Billy Goodman happening 2 days later, during the week ending November 4, 1989, and repeated live on the air what he told me during this taped phone conversation. On Sunday, November 5, 1989, I played the tape to an audience of approximately 800 people at Hollywood High School. When President Nixon gave his farewell speech, he said he would tell the American people the truth about UFOs. Like James Forrestal, Richard Nixon found himself a prisoner on the mental ward of Bethesda Naval Hospital. Unlike Forrestal, Nixon survived. He has remained silent.